Chapter 2. Lock the palace doors. From today onwards, you're not allowed to send food or water. After throwing down these words, Yi Hongyi left decisively. Seeing Yi Hongyi's figure fade from her line of sight, Yao Sulwan's lips curved into a dark smile. Then she walked into the cold palace. Mr. SK, I really didn't expect His Majesty to be so sentimental and not personally get rid of you. Yao Sulwan raised her brows as she looked towards Yao Maxin, who was wailing on the ground. Her soft voice was filled with unconcealable malice. Yao Maxin didn't care about Yao Sulwan's mockery. She hugged her Zhong'er tightly and wailed her heart out. I'm sorry, Zhong'er. If it wasn't for Mother, how could you have died so miserably? How cruel this world is. Just where did she go wrong? If it wasn't her fault, why did she have to endure all of this? Cry along with that lowly mother and retarded younger sister of yours. Looking at the time, they should have been waiting for Zhong'er down there a long time ago. Yao Sulwan couldn't help but laugh. She finally got rid of the thorn in her side. This was truly satisfying. What did you say? Yao Maxin abruptly raised her eyes and glared at Yao Sulwan in despair. I didn't say it clearly enough? Fine, I'll say it again. Just yesterday, when you were banished to the cold palace by His Majesty, my mother already acted according to plan and gave that lowly mother of yours a dose of strong medicine. Also, that retarded younger sister of yours, I reckon that by this time, she has already been defiled by the great masters in the brothel. Yao Sulwan's words were like a death knell ringing in Yao Moxian's head. Yao Sulwan, I've treated you well, yet you actually repay kindness with enmity. You're so heartless. Fine. Yao Sulwan slapped her, interrupting Yao Maxin's roar. Pa, if you've treated me well, then you should obediently give up the throne of Empress. That position is mine. With your lowly life of a concubine, do you think you're fit to sit on the Phoenix throne? Yao Maxin, I've been itching for you to die for a long time. Luckily, the heavens have eyes. Although it's a bit late, they still let me get rid of you. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Those rumors were spread by me. Lord Helion was wrongly imprisoned by me. Otherwise, how could you have secretly instigated all the officials to sign a petition to protect him? Also, that night at the Rippling Waves Pavilion, I was also the one who found the so-called eyewitness. Also, there really are too many. This consort can't even count them all. Yao Sulwan arrogantly flaunted her contributions as she smiled sinisterly. What a vicious heart. I'll kill you. Yao Maxin felt her heart, which was already riddled with thousands of holes, shatter with a bang. She had risked her life to love Yi Hongyi, who saw her as a thorn in his side, to indulge Yao Sulwan, who saw her as a thorn in his side, but all she got in return was the miserable deaths of her loved ones. Just as Yao Maxin was about to pounce on Yao Sulwan threw her to the ground. Forget it. You gave me a chance to harm you after all. This dagger is my way of repaying you. The smell of blood here is really disgusting. Decide how you want to die. Yao Sulwan abruptly flung the dagger in her sleeve in front of Yao Maxin. Then she covered her nose and swept a look of disgust at Yao Maxin's deathly pale face before leaving. The iron chains clanked and the doors of the cold palace closed once more. Yao Maxin's hands dug into the ground, ignoring the piercing pain in her fingers as she silently crawled towards the blood-covered infant. Zhong'er, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mother will go and accompany you right now. Mother swears that I won't let anyone bully you again. Tears of blood flowed out of the corners of Yao Maxin's eyes. She held the infant tightly with one hand and slowly picked up the dagger with the other. Her eyes were pitch black. Yi Hongyi, Yao Sulwan, after I die, I will definitely turn into a malicious spirit and demand payment from you all for this evil debt. Blood gushed out and dyed the ice-cold stone red. That dark red blood was like a flower that bloomed in hell, poignant yet sinister. Yao Maxin and the infant's corpse tightly hugged each other. In this life, no one would be able to separate them again. In Great Chu Imperial City, Flourishing Street was the most prosperous. The streets were filled with people and carriages. On both sides of the street, tea houses, taverns, pawn shops, and workshops were lined up. It was a scene of prosperity. On the entire street, in terms of style and extravagance, none dared to compare to Joyous Fragrance Courtyard. The three-story building rose steeply from the ground. It had a glazed tile roof, blood-colored goose flying over the eaves, and carved beams and painted pillars. This was a place where men lived extravagantly and indulged in a life of luxury. Large amounts of silver forged Joyous Fragrance Courtyard's splendor. At the entrance, several enchanting women with heavy makeup were half-naked. They continuously waved the silk handkerchiefs in their hands, their bewitching eyes making the legs of many men go numb. Inside Joyous Fragrance Courtyard, the scenery was charming and gentle. The men hugged the red and the jade, leading a befuddled life. This Joyous Fragrance Courtyard that seemed to be dazzling in gold and jade was really a shabby place on the inside. At this moment, the innermost room of Joyous Fragrance Courtyard was a mess. "Woo! You guys bully me. Lu Xing, save me. It hurts." On the bed, Yao Moen's eyes welled up with tears. She desperately waved her snow-colored arms, trying to push the man on top of her off. However, in the next second, her hands were fiercely pressed on top of her head by another man. "You beasts! Let go of third miss." Scram! The man called Lu Xing's eyes were scarlet red. He lifted his leg and kicked the thug who was pulling him down. He turned around and rushed to the bed with a large stride. He reached out and pulled the hedonistic young master on top of Yao Moen to the ground. Then he punched the eyes of another vulgar man. "Third miss, don't be afraid. With Lu Xing here, I won't let anyone bully you." Lu Xing used his sleeve to wipe away the blood under his nose. Ignoring the numerous injuries on his body, he stood in front of Yao Moen like a statue. Preposterous. Beat him to death for this young master. The hedonistic young master crawled up in a sorry state and pointed at Lu Xing as he spoke furiously. When the thugs heard this, they immediately surrounded Lu Xing and swung their fists with all their might. Don't hit him. Lu Xing. Woo. Yao Moen watched in horror as Lu Xing was pushed to the ground by those thugs and was continuously punched and kicked. Thus, she disregarded everything and rushed off the bed, trying to pull those thugs away. However, she didn't expect that she would be ruthlessly kicked out by one of the thugs. Her body was like a butterfly with broken wings as she fiercely crashed into the corner of the bed. Her hands powerlessly drooped, and in the end, she stopped breathing. Everyone only cared about dealing with Lu Xing. Even the hedonistic young master joined in on the violent beating. No one paid attention to Yao Moen's condition. "I'll fight you all to the death." When Lu Xing, who was beaten black and blue all over, saw Yao Moen fall to the ground, he became anxious and suddenly stood up like a madman. He casually picked up the stool next to him and fiercely threw it at one of the thugs. The thug was caught off guard and was hit by the stool, causing blood to spurt out. "What big dog guts! You actually dare to injure this young master's people. Beat him to death." The hedonistic young master roared fiercely. The thugs and Lu Xing once again became entangled. So noisy. In a daze, Yao Maxin felt a stabbing pain on her forehead. Her eyes slowly opened. Seeing the scene in front of her, Yao Maxin felt indescribable. She suddenly thought of something and her hands fiercely clenched. When she lowered her eyes, she couldn't see her own Zhong'er. "Third miss. Quickly run. Quickly run ah." Lu Xing's head was bleeding. He knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer, so he shouted with all his might, hoping that Yao Moen could hear him. Yao Maxin looked over in shock and saw a familiar figure. It was Lu Xing. She remembered very clearly that in the entire Yao Xiang Fu, this servant was the only person that her younger sister was close to. But just now, what did you call me? Yao Maxin looked towards Lu Xing in shock. In the next second, she abruptly stood up and ran to the dressing table, grabbing the bronze mirror. "Moen, how could this be? How could this be?" Yao Maxin fiercely grabbed the bronze mirror and looked at it with all her might. But no matter which angle she looked at it from, the mirror was shockingly her own younger sister, Yao Moen's face. Wasn't she already dead? She still clearly remembered the sudden coldness when the dagger pierced her chest. The moment she closed her eyes, Zhong'er's blood-covered face was the last scene of her life. But now, She actually had consciousness. Not only that, this body clearly belonged to her own younger sister, who could tell her what exactly had happened. Little wife, don't think about running. This young master spent a lot of money. Why aren't you guys quickly taking care of this brat? What a disappointment. The hedonistic young master suddenly grabbed Yao Moen's hand, his sinister face filled with a lewd smile. Third miss. Smash him. Use the mirror to smash him. Quickly run. The thugs received the young master's order and became even more ruthless. Blood gushed out of Lu Xing's forehead. At this moment, Yao Maxin had no choice but to accept this reality. She had come back to life. Moreover, she had reincarnated in someone else's body. Feeling the pain on her forehead, Yao Maxin firmly believed that her younger sister had definitely died in the underworld when she hit the corner of the bed. Good. Since the heavens had given her a chance to be reborn, she would naturally properly cherish it. From now on, she was Yao Moen, the Yao Moen who understood Yi Hongyi's cruel heart and unscrupulous lungs the most, the Yao Moen who had the heart of a snake and scorpion, the Yao Moen who bore the blood feud between Yao Maxin and Zhong'er, the Yao Moen who swore to dismember Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan into 10,000 pieces. Stop! Yao Moen shouted sternly with a clanging sound. That voice was so cold that it made the hedonistic young master tremble and loosen his fingers. Third miss. Hurry and run. Lu Xing's vision was blurry, his face was covered in blood, but he was still concerned about Yao Moen's safety. TSK. How did you suddenly become powerful? It's good that you're a bit more powerful. This young master likes little chili peppers. The hedonistic young master was only slightly startled. Then he once again pounced forward with a lewd smile. However, when he met Yao Moen's cold and bloodthirsty gaze, he abruptly stopped his steps. I am the current Empress' younger sister, the current Prime Minister's 3,000 gold. You guys must have eaten the guts of a leopard to actually dare disrespect me. The cold voice was like that of an Azura from hell. Yao Moen's cherry lips were tightly pursed as she approached the hedonistic young master step by step. You, don't tell me you guys don't know? The waste tablet that Lu Xing dropped on the floor had such a large Yao character written on it. Are you guys blind? He kept on calling me third miss. Are you all deaf? In the entire imperial city, if one isn't an important person in the court, how could a servant have a waste tablet? It can't be that you guys don't even know this bit of common sense, right? Yao Moen's words were resounding as she coldly stared at the hedonistic young master. Also, don't try to kill him to silence him. Not to mention that this room's door is wide open. How many passers-by have seen this Mrs. Appearance? Do you guys dare to guarantee that when Lu Xing woke up, you didn't inform the other servants? Listen, cure Lu Xing, otherwise you, along with these wastes, and your family will all be buried along with him. Now, get out of the way. Yao Moen's beautiful eyes abruptly turned cold. The light in them was like a death by 1,000 cuts, forcing the hedonistic young master to not dare to resist in the slightest. In the next second, Yao Moen ran out of Happy Spring Courtyard like a madman, Yao Sulwan's words from the cold palace incessantly ringing in her ears. My mother has already delivered a strong dose of medicine to that lowly mother of yours according to the plan, and that retarded sister of yours, I reckon by now, she's probably already been ravaged by the masters of Yixiang Courtyard. Chapter 3. Third miss, is there a dog chasing you? How can he run so fast? At the entrance of the estate, Yao Tu, who had been the steward of the Yao estate for 20 years, looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Although his tone was less respectful, it was more amiable. Yao Moen acted as if she hadn't heard Yao Tu's attempt to strike up a conversation with her. She only stood at the entrance of the residence to catch her breath for a moment before madly rushing towards her mother, Mo Li's Shu Jingxian. When he saw Yao Moen run into the residence as if she had lost her life, Yao Tu subconsciously walked out of the residence. He looked around but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. He couldn't help but hang his head and sigh. With third Mrs. Appearance, if it wasn't for her intelligence, she would definitely be bestowed the title of consort like eldest Miss and second Mississippi. After passing through the courtyard and around the 9 winding corridors, Yao Mo Wan passed through the arched doors of Shu Jing Pavilion with the speed of a gust of wind. Suddenly, she heard an ear-piercing clamor coming from inside. Master, you're crazy. What did I do wrong? Are you going to punish me like this? On the jade-colored marble floor, a charming woman covered her red and swollen cheek with one hand, staring at the middle-aged man in front of her with a look of disbelief. The man wore a brownish-purple robe with wide sleeves. He had a well-proportioned figure and a scholarly appearance. His brows had the demeanor of a scholar. His deep eyes were calm and reserved, and the sharp light in them revealed an unconcealable shrewdness and foresight. This person was precisely Great Chu's prime minister, Yao Jinting, and the beautiful woman whose golden hairpin he had knocked off was his legal wife, Yao Sulwan's birth mother, Do Xianglan. At this moment, Yao Jinting flew into a thunderous rage, his eyes glaring at Do Xianglan. His finger fiercely pointed at Emoli, who was no longer breathing on the bed, and growled in a low voice. You evil woman! No matter how you bully Emoli or how you put slow-acting poison in her food to weaken her body, this old man can tolerate all of that. But you poisoned her to death. As the legal wife, you are narrow-minded and vicious. This old man can no longer tolerate you. Yao Jinting coldly sneered, his ice-cold eyes without a trace of warmth. Master is right. It was I who poisoned her to death. Ever since the day Master was drunk and pampered her, there has been a thorn in my heart. It was this concubine who was benevolent and forgave her for giving birth to that lowly Yao Machine. Yet, she forcefully snatched away Sulwan's position as empress. If it wasn't for this concubine giving her a slow-acting poison when she was pregnant with Yao Mo Wan, that Yao Mo Wan would definitely be as foxy as her older sister. Although Yao Mo Wan was lucky and didn't die in the womb, it's still good that she was born an idiot. Do Xianglan glared at Emoli, who was on the bed with a sinister expression, as she let out a low roar. Slap! Just when Do Xianglan was wantonly cursing, Yao Jinting's slap swept over once again. Since you've already admitted it, then this old man will place righteousness before family, and I'll personally send you to the Ministry of Justice. Yao Jinting spoke ruthlessly, and he was just about to step forward and drag Do Xianglan up when he was stopped by her. Master, it's better to read this secret report first, then it won't be too late to make a move. Do Xianglan fiercely shook off Yao Jinting's hand and threw the paper in her sleeve over. Yao Jinting hesitated for a moment, then bent down to pick up the letter. As he looked at the letter in his hand, Yao Jinting's face turned green and purple, changing extremely quickly as if he was flipping through a book. In the end, Yao Jinting frowned slightly and put the letter into his sleeve. After a trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, he slowly walked towards Do Xianglan, gave a low laugh, and reached out to help Do Xianglan up. Madam has been wronged. I didn't think that Xian, that animal, would actually do such a shameless thing. It's still Madam who has thought things through thoroughly. It's good that this slut is dead. In a bit, this old man will have the steward throw her corpse into the mass grave to avoid angering Madam. Just now, this old man was too heavy-handed. Does Madam still feel pain? Yao Jinting's finger drew across the corner of Do Xianglan's lips, helping her wipe away the blood stain, and said with a seemingly pained expression, It's good that Master knows his wrongs. Yao Xian is already dead, so the position of Empress will definitely be in the bag of my daughter Sulwan. In the future, the honor and disgrace of the Yao residence will all depend on Sulwan. Do Xianglan cast a sidelong glance at Yao Jinting and intentionally reminded him, Yes, yes. Madam is tired. This old man will help you back to rest. Yao Jinting attentively supported Do Xianglan out of the room. Out of the corner of his eyes, he subconsciously glanced at Emoli, and a trace of sorrow appeared in the depths of his eyes. The moment Yao Jinting supported Do Xianglan out of the room, Yao Mo Wan suddenly flashed and hid behind an elm tree in the corner of the courtyard. Only when the two of them disappeared from Shu Jingxian did Yao Mo Wan run out and rush into the room. Mother. Daughter came late. Mother. Yao Mo Wan fiercely threw herself at the bed, large drops of tears rolling down her face. Her knees went soft and she knelt on the ground. Her hands tightly grasped Emoli's long, ice-cold fingers as she wailed in grief. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Yao Mo Wan slowly raised her eyes. Her ice-cold and gloomy eyes were rolling with an intense darkness. Mother, don't worry and go. Daughter will definitely get justice for you. I will make Do Xianglan suffer 100-fold for the pain she inflicted on you. And that Yao Zhenting, who isn't fit to be a husband, isn't fit to be a father. Daughter swears to you that they will die very miserably. A burst of ice-cold laughter suddenly rang out, reverberating in the air above Shu Jingxian. It was as sinister and frightening as a ghost. The current Yao Mo Wan was like the king of hell, her entire body emitting a bone-piercing chill. Right at this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yao Mo Wan's shapely brows furrowed, and she hid under the bed without hesitation. Before she thought of a good countermeasure, she couldn't easily show herself. Otherwise, it would only alert the enemy. Spread out the straw mat, Yao Tu said in a low voice, his gaze sharp as he looked at the two servants behind him. The servants obeyed and spread the straw mat under their armpits on the ground. Steward Yao, are we really going to throw second madam into the mass grave? Asked the servant Chen Chang doubtfully. Here's 50 taels of silver. You two listen, carry second madam out from the back door, buy a good coffin, and bury her properly. Yao Tu instructed in a low voice and casually took out a heavy bag of money from his bosom. But master, Chen Chang reluctantly took the money and said with a frown, would master watch you guys do anything? Second madam treated us quite well when she was alive, so this is all we can do. Remember, bury her well. Instructed Yao Tuesday. What's written on the tombstone? Asked Chen Chang suspiciously. Tombstone. AI. Let's just erect a tombstone first, so as to avoid unnecessary complications. Yao Tu let out a long sigh. When he looked towards Emily on the bed, he couldn't help but sigh. Eldest Miss is the current empress. How could master dare to treat second madam like this? Chen Chang and another servant lifted Emily from the bed and complained, Sure, just do your job. There's no need to talk so much. Yao Tu warned solemnly. However, he had already guessed that something must have happened to eldest miss in the palace. Otherwise, even if master wanted to put on an act, he would still give second madam a grand burial. When Chen Chang and the other servant carried Mo Li's corpse out of Shu Jingxian, Yao Tu was about to follow them out, but he suddenly froze. Then he ordered Chen Chang to leave first and closed the door behind him. Third miss? Once Chen Chang and the others walked far away, Yao Tu turned to look under the bed and called out in a low voice. Under the bed, Yao Mo Wan knew that she had accidentally made a sound earlier, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. Thus, she choked with sobs as she crawled out from under the bed. Steward Yao. Woo-woo. Mo Wan is so scared. Mother doesn't want Mo Wan anymore. Yao Mo Wan pretended to be frightened as she huddled at the corner of the bed. She wiped her tears with both hands and looked completely panicked. Sure. Third miss, don't cry. Second madam has gone to a very far place. Do you want to go find her? Yao Tu crouched down next to Yao Mo Wan, his eyes filled with sorrow. Yes. Mo Wan doesn't want to be separated from mother. Yao Mo Wan nodded fiercely and looked towards Yao Tu with tears in her eyes. However, a trace of vigilance rose in her heart. Third miss, listen well. Ting Yu is currently waiting for you in the firewood room. There's a key and a dozen or so banknotes here. Go find her, and she'll take you to second madam. Remember, you mustn't let anyone find you. Otherwise, they'll capture you and won't let you go find mother. Yao Tu thought for a moment before stuffing the key to the firewood room and the dozen or so banknotes into Yao Mo Wan's hands. Yao Tu knew that if third miss still stayed in the Fu, first madam definitely wouldn't let her off. His words carried little weight, so he had done everything he could. Yao Mo Wan felt relieved as she looked at the key and banknotes in her hands. Then she looked towards Yao Tuesday. Thank you. Yao Mo Wan promised inwardly. You'll be rewarded for your kindness. Third miss, hurry and go. If you're any later, Ting Yu will get anxious. Yao Tu couldn't help but wipe his tears when he saw the glistening tears in Yao Mo Wan's eyes. He had watched third miss grow up, so he couldn't bear to part with her. And then Mo Wan will be leaving. Yao Mo Wan knew that she couldn't tarry, so she got up and left Shu Jingxian. On the way, Yao Mo Wan intentionally avoided the servants and quickly arrived at the firewood room in the rear courtyard. Seeing that there was no one around, Yao Mo Wan hurriedly opened the door. Tingyu was the little maid that her mother had saved from the streets. She had been serving her mother ever since. Perhaps it was because she had saved her mother's life that Tingyu was extremely loyal and devoted to her mother. This was also the reason why Yao Tu had her come to look for her. The moment she opened the door, Yao Mo Wan's pupils constricted and she suddenly froze. She saw that Tingyu was hanging from the beam of the room, her hair a mess, her lips stained with blood, and her entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. Tingyu! Tingyu! Yao Mo Wan only froze for a moment before she hastily closed the door. Then she moved a stool over and stepped on it, saving Tingyu. Third miss. Third miss. You're all right? That's great. You're all right. When Tingyu opened her eyes, she saw Yao Mo Wan and immediately cried tears of joy. Who beat you up like this? Yao Mo Wan's eyes were filled with tears as she reached out to tuck Tingyu's messy hair behind her ears. It's Third miss. Why are you here? Hurry and leave. Leave from the back door. It would be terrible if Gao Momo found out. Hurry and leave. Tingyu seemed to have thought of something and pushed Yao Mo Wan away with all her might. However, because it affected her wounds, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. I'll bring you away. Yao Mo Wan forced back her tears and casually helped Tingyu out of the firewood room. Fortunately, the back door was a few meters away from the firewood room, so Yao Mo Wan and Tingyu left Yao Xiang Fu without any obstructions. Third miss. You. As if sensing that Yao Mo Wan wasn't the same as usual, Tingyu opened her mouth in doubt. Chapter 4. Third Mississippi. How could you? How could I be so clear-headed, right? Luckily, after the trip to Yixiang Courtyard, my head got better. However, it's all thanks to Lu Xing that I can keep my innocence. Tingyu, who beat you up like this? Why are you afraid that Gao Momo will see me? If I remember correctly, Gao Momo was chosen by elder sister from the palace to serve mother. Yao Mo Wan's expression was grave as she questioned, better? As long as you're better. Woo-woo, as long as you're better. Miss, you can't go back to Yao Xiang Fu. There was news from the palace that something had happened to eldest Mississippi. She was afraid that she had already. Gao Momo was chosen by eldest Miss, but she was the confidant of second Mississippi. All these years, Gao Momo had been following eldest madam's orders and poisoned second madam's medicinal soup. Last night, this servant accidentally saw Gao Momo spilling a lot of black powder into second madam's bowl, so she tied me up and locked me in the woodshed. She also said that she had already sent Miss to a brothel. This servant got angry and bumped into her, so she hung me up. Miss, let's leave the imperial city. If eldest madam sees you, she definitely won't let you off. Tingyu sobbed as she recounted. Gao Momo, I can't leave. I've been a fool for more than 10 years and I haven't done anything for mother. Now that mother has died as a daughter, if I can't take revenge for her, then I'm a daughter in vain. There's 100 taels banknote here. Mo Wan thanks you for taking care of mother all these years. You can leave. Yao Mo Wan placed the banknote in Tingyu's hand and said solemnly. Looking at the banknote in her hand, Tingyu was startled for a moment before she returned it to Yao Mo Wan. If Miss doesn't leave, Yu'er also won't leave. Second madam has saved Yu'er's life. Now that second madam has died, Yu'er will naturally take revenge for her. Yu'er will follow Miss in the future. If we live, we live. If we die, we die. Tingyu spoke with grief and indignation. I promise you that we won't die. Yao Mo Wan pulled Tingyu's hand. Her clear voice carried an unquestionable firmness. Miss, then what do we do now? Go back and expose the evil deeds of First Madam and Gao Momo to Master? Tingyu raised her small face and said innocently, remember this. In this world, we cannot rely on anyone to stand up for us. If you want to take revenge, you can only rely on yourself. Yao Mo Wan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she pulled Tingyu over. Let me ask you, how is the relationship between First Madam and Father all these years? The first step to revenge was to establish a foothold in Prime Minister Yao's residence. If she didn't have Prime Minister Yao's residence to rely on, how could she enter the imperial palace? And with her current identity, if she wanted to return to Prime Minister Yao's residence, she must first obtain the protection of Yao Zhenting. I'm not sure about this, but I do know one thing. That is, the first madam is raising an opera singer outside. He seems to be the leader of the Yunda opera troupe, called Lu Yusin. First madam often took advantage of master's absence to go to Yunda building to meet Lu Yusin in private. This matter is known by many people in the Fu. It is absolutely true. Ting Yu said with certainty. Lu Yusin. Yao Moen's peach lips moved as a bright light flashed through her eyes. I can't show myself right now. Help me do two things. First, secretly return to Prime Minister Yao's residence and find Lu Xing to see me. Second, Yao Moen leaned over to Ting Yu's side and muttered softly. Then she handed all of the banknotes Yao Tu had given her to Ting Yu. The next morning, Yao Tu walked out of the residence according to his usual habit. He looked towards the main road on the east side. When he didn't see Yao Zhenting's sedan chair, he turned around and gave orders to the guards and servants on both sides. I heard that recently, some homeless mobs have come to the imperial city. From time to time, they would come out to steal things. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Don't startle master. Just as Yao Tu was about to speak, a man dressed in opera suddenly ran over from around the corner. You must be Steward Yao. Not good. Something has happened to Madame Yao. The man was sweating profusely. His hands were on his knees as he gasped for breath. Who are you? Yao Tu's gaze darkened slightly as he looked towards the man cautiously. Replying, Steward Yao, this lowly one is an opera singer. Madame Yao's wealth has been exposed, and she's been surrounded by those mobs. Right now, Yunda opera troupe is in a mess, and the troupe leader can't control it. He urgently sent me to the residence to inform you to hurry and rescue her. Those mobs only recognize silver. They don't recognize Madam of Prime Minister Fu, urged the man anxiously. When Yao Tu heard this, he was just about to ask about it when he heard a voice coming from behind him. What happened? Yao Zhenting coldly asked as he lifted the curtain of the sedan chair that was being carried by 4 people. Replying, Master, this actor said that Madam met with an accident when she was listening to an opera at Yunda Opera Troupe. This old servant will immediately send people to rescue Madam, reported Yao Tu truthfully. Call a few more people. This old man wants to personally see just which blind mobs dare to steal from this old man. Yao Zhenting coldly sneered as he lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. The sedan chair bearers naturally understood his meaning and all headed towards Yunda Opera Troupe. Although Yao Tu was suspicious, he didn't have time to think about it. He hastily called over a dozen or so guards to follow. Inside the sedan chair, Yao Zhenting stroked the dark green jade thumb ring with one hand. His gaze was cold. Today's morning court session, he had already confirmed that the news that Su Luan had sent out from the palace yesterday was true. Currently, the Wang, Xia, Hong, and Huan families were eyeing the imperial concubines covetously. These 4 families occupied all the positions of imperial concubines in the imperial harem. Originally, with his own daughters, one was the noble empress and the other a guifei, he had nothing to fear. But now, it seemed that the prosperity or decline of the Yao residence depended entirely on Yao Suluan. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have had to make this trip and deliberately curry favor with Do Xianglan. Inside the alley, Lu Xing walked in with the man in the opera costume. Is everything done? Ting Yu looked towards Lu Xing suspiciously. When she saw Lu Xing nod, she handed over the remaining banknotes in her hand to the man. Don't worry, this lowly one has already poured the entire bottle of aphrodisiac into the wine. Right now, I reckon that Lu Yusin and Lady Yao are currently making love to each other and forgetting about me. Normally, when Lady Yao and Lu Yusin meet privately, everyone in Yunda Opera Troupe would retreat and find an excuse to go out for a stroll. So right now, there are only the 2 of them in Yunda Restaurant. Also, this lowly one has already unlocked Yunda Restaurant. Also, the man still wanted to say more but was interrupted by Ting Yu. Take this and leave the imperial city. You should know what will happen if the Prime Minister finds you, reminded Ting Yu with good intentions. I know. This lowly one will leave right now. I won't waste even a quarter of an hour. The man took the banknotes and walked out of the alley. As soon as the man left, Ting Yu and Lu Xing hurriedly returned to the inn. Ting Yu, even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Has Third Miss really become smarter? Lu Xing's gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke in a low voice. His eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. If Third Miss hadn't designed this play, I also wouldn't believe that First Madam would be out of luck this time. How satisfying. As Ting Yu and Lu Xing spoke, they took a small path and headed straight for Yunda Restaurant. Yunda Restaurant was located on the east side of Xinghua Street. It basically didn't open during the day and only opened at night. When Yao Tu arrived at Yunda Restaurant, he felt that something was amiss. However, the master had already arrived, and Dou Xianglan's domineering temper had made him suffer quite a bit. At this time, there was no need for him to meddle in other people's business. "Master, we've arrived at Yunda Restaurant." When the sedan chair landed, Yao Tu went forward to lift the curtain. Yao Jinting raised his head to look at the two-story building on his left. His brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he still walked down from the sedan chair. Didn't they say that there was a mob causing trouble? Yao Jinting walked over the sedan chair to the front of Yunda Restaurant and asked suspiciously. At his side, Yao Tu subconsciously pushed the door of Yunda Restaurant, but heard a creak. The door wasn't locked. Yao Jinting walked in without thinking. Yao Tu was about to order the guards to follow, but he was stopped by Yao Jinting in the next second. "They stay outside. You come in with this old man." The moment Yao Jinting entered the door, he could faintly hear Dou Xianglan's wanton laughter. He stopped the guards and only called Yao Tuesday walking into Yunda Restaurant. It was a spacious building. Other than some tables and benches, there was a stage in the middle. The decorations could be considered gorgeous. "Yu Xian, did you miss me?" Yao Tu had just entered when he heard Dou Xianglan's coquettish voice coming from the second floor. "Master." Yao Tu looked towards Yao Jinting for instructions. "You stay here. Don't let anyone in," Yao Jinting said in a low voice. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were surging with monstrous waves. Yao Tu didn't say anything and silently stood guard at the door. At this time, Yao Jinting was already walking up the stairs with violent steps. The obscene sounds became clearer and clearer. "Of course I do. Even in my dreams I can't forget you, Xianglan. Unfortunately, Yusin is only an entertainer, not worthy of your identity, or else, Yusin will definitely bring you far away and fly far away, no longer sneaking around." After drinking for 30 minutes, inside the private room, Lu Yusin could only feel the blood in her entire body boiling, pulling Dou Xianglan into her embrace, her palms impatiently rubbing Dou Xianglan's voluptuous bosom, her mouth saying words that went against her heart. "You little sweetheart, your words are always pleasing to the eye. Yu Xian, kiss me." Dou Xianglan felt her heart itch unbearably, her fiery body twisting in Lu Yusin's arms from time to time. Yu Xian's words can illuminate the sun and moon. Lu Yusin looked like a girl with a pink face and peach lips. He could be considered a handsome man. At this moment, Lu Yusin was unscrupulously pulling off Dou Xianglan's outer clothes, her lips fiercely kissing Dou Xianglan's snow-white jade neck. Because of the aphrodisiac, the two of them didn't have much prelude and directly entered the main topic. Yu Xian, hurry up, oh." Dou Xianglan was mesmerized by Lu Yusin's teasing. Her hair was disheveled and scattered, her hands roaming around Lu Yusin's powerful and sexy body, extremely joyful. Dou Xianglan's voice and the aphrodisiac in her body made Lu Yusin feel as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She fiercely grabbed Dou Xianglan's jade leg and sprinted forward with all her might. Through the gap in the private room, Yao Jinting saw the charming scene in front of him. His deep eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty scarlet red. The veins on his forehead bulged. Both of his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. The jadeite ring's finger was aching, but Yao Jinting remained unmoved. At this moment, he really wanted to rush in and take the life of this adulterous couple, but he endured. Yao Jinting's thin lips tightly pursed, his body gradually trembling because of his anger. With a kachit sound, the sound of the ring breaking and falling to the ground did not affect the two passionate figures in the private room in the slightest. Suddenly, Yao Jinting turned around and retreated from the private room step by step, his footsteps abnormally heavy. "Master!" Seeing Yao Jinting's deathly pale face, Yao Tu worriedly stepped forward. Chapter 5. Why did Master leave? Is eldest madam not inside? Impossible. I personally saw eldest madam and Lu Yusin kissing in the private room on the second floor. I can't let master leave like this. Otherwise, third Miss's efforts will be wasted. I'll go stop the palanquin. Lu Xing said anxiously. No. Third Miss only told us to watch carefully and didn't let us do anything else. Let's go back first. Tingyu pulled Lu Xing and said firmly. Inside the inn, when Tingyu and Lu Xing walked in with drooping heads, Yaomo Wan was leisurely sitting at the table. Her jade fingers lifted the lid of the teacup and lightly knocked it a few times before taking a sip. You're back? How did things go? Yaomo Wan put down the teacup and looked towards Tingyu with her long eyelashes slightly raised. Young miss, we're sorry. We messed things up. We don't know why, but after Master entered Virtue Cloud Restaurant, he just silently came out. There was no movement at all. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moan apologetically. Otherwise, what movement did you think there would be? Yaomo Wan's cherry lips slightly hooked as she raised her eyebrows towards Tingyu. Her eyes were full of smiles. Sure enough, it was in line with her father's style of doing things. Catching the adulterer in bed, naturally it was to drown eldest madam in a pig cage. Tingyu said as a matter of fact. Remember, no matter how powerful a person is, there will be times when they have to swallow their broken teeth. Yaomo Wan explained gently. Then didn't we work for nothing? Lu Xing looked towards Yaomo Wan in confusion. In this world, no matter how high or low their status is, what they can't tolerate the most is their own woman lying in the arms of another man, no matter if he loves this woman or not. Moreover, father saw it with his own eyes. Father hid it well, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Perhaps he's vomiting blood from anger right now. Tingyu, does father have the habit of drinking lotus seed soup after dinner? Yaomo Wan restrained the coldness in her eyes and suddenly changed the topic. Yes, this habit has been for many years. In the past, Madam personally did it. Ever since Madam's body became weak, this matter has always been handled by Gao Momo. Tingyu said truthfully. Is that so? Yaomo Wan's beautiful eyes slightly drooped as if she was deep in thought. Miss, you had me give all the money to that opera singer. Then how are we going to pay for the room? Tingyu seemed to have suddenly thought of something and suddenly asked. Return to the Prime Minister's residence tonight. Gao Momo treats mother so well, I have to properly repay her. Yaomo Wan's pupils abruptly turned cold, a sharp glint like ice bursting forth from the depths of her eyes. At the side, Tingyu and Lu Xing looked at each other in surprise. Come and sit. It's been a long day. It's time to rest. Yaomo Wan turned her eyes and smiled towards Tingyu and Lu Xing. That smile was as brilliant as the spring breeze and rain. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. At this moment, they truly believed that the third miss had changed. She had become shrewd, calm, and wise. The golden crow descended from the west, and the jade rabbit rose from the east. The moonlight poured down like water, passing through the branches and leaving mottled shadows of the trees. As the wind blew, the shadows of the trees swayed, and the swaying shadows made the night exceptionally cold. Main hall of Prime Minister Yao's residence. After dinner, Yao Tu ordered the servants to remove the dishes. Do Xianglan rinsed her mouth with tea, then passed the cup to her maid Yu Ji. Her eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep over Yao Zhenting's left thumb, and her heart slightly trembled. Yu Ji, tell Gao Momo to hurry up, don't let Master wait anxiously. Master, did anything unhappy happen in court today? This concubine sees that your complexion isn't very good? Do Xianglan carefully asked. The Empress had a difficult birth, 1 corpse and 2 lives. Now that the position of Empress is vacant, all of the concubines in the inner palace are eager to try. When you have time, come to the palace more often and give Suwan some pointers, so she'll be a bit more careful. Yao Zhenting frowned, not mentioning a single word about the matter at Yunda floor. Master, don't worry. Suwan has always been obedient and sensible. Moreover, she has His Majesty's favor and is also a Guifei. Naturally, she's the best candidate for the Empress. In the future, she will definitely bring honor to the family. Do Xianglan deliberately placed great emphasis on the words bring honor to the family. In her heart, she silently cursed. Even if she had lost her virtue as a woman, With the support of a daughter who was about to become the empress, she wasn't afraid of anything. It'd be best if it's as you wish. A cold light flashed through Yao Jinting's eyes as he lightly said. Right at this moment, Gao Momo walked in with a bowl of lotus seed soup on her face. Master, the lotus seed soup is here. Please drink it while it's hot. As Gao Momo spoke, she placed the bowl in front of Yao Jinting and respectfully opened it. Yao Jinting let out a sigh of relief and casually picked up the spoon to scoop up the lotus seed soup. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, Yao Mo suddenly ran in with tears on her face. Mo really misses father. Woo-woo. Yao Mo's appearance shocked everyone present, especially Do Xianglan. At this moment, Do Xianglan's gaze was sinister as she fiercely glared at Gao Momo. Gao Momo naturally had a wronged expression. Yao Tu, who was waiting at the door, was also very flabbergasted. He suspiciously looked towards Tingyu, who came in with Yao Mo. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Where did you run off to? Yao Jinting subconsciously looked at Do Xianglan. He originally thought that she would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Woo-woo. Gao Momo told Mo that mother went far away and had Mo go look for her. But Mo couldn't find her even after looking for a long time. Mother doesn't want Mo anymore. Father, Mo only has you left. Yao Mo wiped her tears as she looked towards Yao Jinting, sobbing intermittently. This old servant didn't. Big madam. Gao Momo never thought that Yao Mo would say this. Cold sweat immediately seeped out of her forehead. Momo, the money you gave Mo has all been spent. Woo-woo. Yao Mo wiped her tears with both hands and looked towards Gao Momo with a wronged expression. Gao Momo, you're really loyal. At the table, Do Xianglan naturally heard the clues and her voice was as cold as ice. Noah. Third miss, you can't speak irresponsibly. Gao Momo looked towards Yao Mo in terror, her body trembling like a sieve. Father, Mo is really hungry. Yao Mo didn't pay any attention to Gao Momo's sorry state and timidly looked at Yao Jinting. This is for you. Yao Jinting originally didn't have an appetite, so he pushed the lotus seed soup in front of Yao Mo like he was admiring a dog. In Yao Jinting's eyes, daughters were goods that lost money. Even if Yao Mo Xin was the noble empress and Yao Su Wan was the noble Gue Fei, in Yao Jinting's eyes, they were nothing more than tools for him to stabilize his position in court. Yao Mo was naturally overjoyed, and she immediately went forward to grab the soup cup. In everyone's eyes, perhaps Yao Mo was too happy, so the soup cup fell to the ground in her excitement and the lotus seed soup spilled all over the floor. Unruly. Yuji, why haven't you taken third miss away yet? Do Xianglan's gaze turned cold, and she looked towards Yuji with deep meaning. Heavenly Wolf, quickly come back. Just as Yuji was about to go forward to grab Yao Mo, a black-backed, green-eyed, wolf-like hunting dog suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Once that dog entered the main hall, it immediately rushed to the lotus seed soup on the floor and started licking it. Lu Xing, what's going on? Why haven't you pulled it out yet? If it startled Master, can you afford to take responsibility? When Yao Tu saw this, he immediately reprimanded him sternly. Sorry, Master. Sorry, Steward. This lowly one will take it away right now. Lu Xing looked towards Yao Tu in panic and immediately went forward to pull Heavenly Wolf. Practically at the same time, Heavenly Wolf suddenly rolled all over the floor, howled a few times, then kicked its legs and died. This lotus seed soup is poisoned? When he saw the hunting dog die on the floor, Yao Tu immediately cried out in alarm and looked towards Gao Momo. With Yao Tu's calm and experienced personality, he naturally knew that this wasn't a coincidence. He also heard that Yao Mo's words were directed at Gao Momo. This cry of alarm was just him pushing the boat along with the current, that's all. Preposterous. Yao Jinting furrowed his brows and slapped the table as he stood up. He walked in front of Gao Momo with large strides, raised his foot and fiercely kicked her to the ground. Then he looked towards Do Xianglan. This is the good person you taught. Yao Jinting's eyes widened in anger, and he almost roared in a low voice. Master is wise. She's in Emo Li's room. It's definitely Emo Li. Do Xianglan hurriedly refuted, but was cut off by Yao Zhenting's shout. This old man already knew who she belonged to. Whenever he thought of the scene at Yunda Floor, Yao Zhenting felt his internal organs churn like they were on fire. Father, Moan is afraid. At this time, Yao Mo Wan was like a frightened little deer as she rubbed against Yao Zhenting's side and spoke timidly. Moan, since you only have father left, then properly stay in Yao Xiang Fu. Father swears that as long as father is present, no one will dare to harm you. Someone, bring third miss back to her room to sleep. Yao Zhenting's cold gaze shot towards Do Xianglan as he spoke each word with a clear warning. Master, Do Xianglan still wanted to explain, but Yao Zhenting had already flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Yao Zhenting leave, Yao Tu immediately ordered Lu Xing to carry the hunting dog's corpse out and ordered Ting Yu to bring Yao Mo Wan back to her room. Then he resentfully left the main hall. Master, believe this old servant. This lotus seed soup isn't poisoned. How could this old servant dare to poison Master, madam? Madam, this old servant really sold Third Miss to Pleasure Fragrance Courtyard. Third Miss is lying. This is all her scheme. Madam, you have to believe this old servant. Seeing Yao Zhenting walk far away, Gao Momo hurriedly crawled up and knelt in front of Do Xianglan. She pressed her forehead to the ground and trembled non-stop. An idiot would conspire? Gao Momo, you're really humorous. Yu Ji, send Gao Momo into the violence room. Do Xianglan's gaze was cold as she spoke through clenched teeth. Then, ignoring Gao Momo's wailing, she directly got up and left the main hall. In this world, everyone who betrayed her had to die. Emoli was like this. Gao Momo was also like this. Don't, madam. This old servant has been wronged. Gao Momo wailed mournfully, but her body was pulled out of the main hall by the guards like a dog and headed straight for the violence room. The violence room was the place where servants who committed mistakes were punished. Normally, servants who entered the violence room rarely came out alive. Even if they did, they would only be left with half a life. Midnight had already passed, and the frost was cold. Gao Momo's wailing like a pig being slaughtered continued all the way until the hour of the Chou clan before intermittently stopping. Ninghua Pavilion. The room was quiet and silent. The candlelight swayed, and the incense burner emitted green smoke in spirals. It was like a dream or fantasy. Miss, this is really satisfying. Ting Yu walked to Yao Mo Wan's side from the window, unable to contain her joy. At the table, Yao Mo Wan had one hand by her cheek and the other hand was using a silver pick to lightly play with the candle wick. Her expression was so focused. Only when she heard Ting Yu's voice did she put down the silver pick and unhurriedly get up. Chapter 6. Miss, this servant used the silver, and they left Gao Momo alive. Lu Xing saw it was Yao Mo Wan and immediately went to greet her. You guys wait outside. Yao Mo Wan slightly nodded and immediately opened the door to the woodshed and walked in. Outside the door, Ting Yu looked suspiciously at Lu Xing. Doesn't Miss hate Gao Momo to death? Why did you leave her alive? I also don't know, but whatever Miss says, I will do. Lu Xing solemnly vowed. After Yao Mo Wan walked into the woodshed, she closed the door behind her and slowly walked to the oil lamp and lit the candle. Borrowing the light of the candlelight, Yao Mo Wan astonishingly saw that Gao Momo, who was covered in blood, was lying on a pile of straw, groaning in pain. Her hair was burnt yellow like withered grass by the fire, and her body was riddled with whip marks. Pus and blood mixed with minced meat covered her clothes, and her face looked extremely sinister from being branded by a branding iron. How could they have the heart to beat Momo like this? Could it be that they didn't find out that the lotus seed soup wasn't poisoned? Yao Mo Wan indifferently walked to Gao Momo's side and slowly squatted down. After hearing Yao Mo Wan's voice, Gao Momo's absent-minded mind immediately sobered up. Not poisoned. The lotus seed soup wasn't poisoned. Why did the dog die? This was the sentence that Xing Momo repeatedly asked her. Naturally, it was first poisoned by someone before it was put into the main hall. That lotus seed soup is made from ginseng and deer antler. Even people love it, not to mention dogs. Yao Mo Wan softly opened her mouth and patiently explained, Right. It must be, wrongly accused. I'm wrongly accused. I beg you to tell master that I'm wrongly accused. Third miss, why is it you? It's you who harmed me. Gao Momo raised her eyes in pleasant surprise, but when she saw Yao Mo Wan, her eyes filled with malevolence and her hands fiercely grabbed Yao Mo Wan's sleeves. Yes, it's me who harmed you. I purposely said in front of Do Xianglan that you were loyal to the old master, gave me a way out, and gave me the silver. It was also me who had Lu Xing poison the dog to frame you. So what? Not to mention that you can't move an inch right now. Even if you crawl to Do Xianglan's feet, she still needs to believe you. Yao Mo Wan's cherry lips slightly pouted and her gaze innocently looked at Gao Momo. You're so vicious. I will kill you. Gao Momo was already on the verge of death. Now she was so angry that blood gushed out of her mouth. I'm vicious? Gao Momo has really forgotten who poisoned my mother's soup and let her die with remaining grievances. Who was the one who sold me into the pleasure fragrance courtyard and let me suffer all kinds of humiliation? Who was the one who hung Tingyu up here and beat her so badly that she almost lost her life? I'm afraid that even if you go to the 18th level of hell, it won't be enough to atone for your crimes. Yao Mo Wan's clear eyes were covered in frost as she coldly flicked her sleeves and indifferently stood up. You. Who are you? Gao Momo's eyes went round, looking at Yao Mo Wan in disbelief. Don't you recognize her, Nanny? Amoana. Yao Moan's lips suddenly curved into a smile, her beautiful eyes flashing with a harmless light. Impossible. You are not. You're not that idiot. Who are you? Just as Gao Momo was roaring in anger, Yao Mo Wan had already taken out a bag of fallen goose sand, powder from her sleeve, and slowly sprinkled it on Gao Momo's wounds. Who I am, you will know very soon. Yao Mo Wan indifferently looked at Gao Momo, who was desperately struggling on the haystack. On her inscrutable face, not a trace of emotion could be seen. All of this was instigated by Big Madam. I deserve to die, but Big Madam deserves to die even more. Gao Momo used the last of her strength and finally spoke out her unwillingness. So I will let her live. A fate worse than death. The cold voice was like a ghost that lingered in the air above the woodshed and didn't disperse for a long time. After Yao Mo Wan left the woodshed, Gao Momo had already stopped breathing. Burn the woodshed. Yao Mo Wan looked at Lu Xing, who was waiting outside, and lightly ordered, Miss, but Gao Momo is already dead. Lu Xing said in confusion, but I want to grind her bones and scatter her ashes. What should I do? Yao Mo Wan stopped walking, her clear as water eyes gradually turning cold. Lu Xing will do it right away. Lu Xing firmly nodded and immediately turned to leave. The night was clear and cold as ice. On the way back to Ninghua Pavilion, Tingyu wanted to speak several times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Chapter 7. Tingyu, if you don't agree with my way of doing things, I'll give you a sum of money and send you away. For someone who hadn't experienced the pain she had, it was impossible for her to experience the pain she felt. Yao Mo Wan didn't blame Tingyu, but she couldn't take the risk of keeping someone who doubted her by her side. In Tingyu's eyes, whatever Miss does is right. In the future, as long as Miss instructs me, Tingyu will do it even if I have to sacrifice my life. Tingyu enunciated each word firmly. It's getting cold. Let's go back. Yao Mo Wan pursed her lips and looked towards Tingyu with a smile. She believed that one day, Tingyu would understand her meaning. However, right now, she should have a good night's sleep. The next day, Yao Tu casually reported the fire in the firewood shed to Yao Zhenting. Yao Zhenting naturally wouldn't take this kind of small matter to heart and just brushed it off with a few words. How is the Empress's funeral going? Inside the study, Yao Zhenting leaned tiredly against the chair and asked. Since His Majesty had announced that the Empress had died from a difficult birth, he naturally had to give Yao Mo Xine a grand funeral. As the bride's family, Yao Xiangfu couldn't help but wear mourning clothes. Replying Lao Yi, everything has been prepared. We're just waiting for the imperial court to set the date. Yao Tu respectfully reported. All right, you can leave. Yao Zhenting rubbed his temples. Yao Mo Xine and the esteemed prince had illicit relations, so even death couldn't wipe out her crimes. Right now, he only hoped that Yao Mo Xine's matter wouldn't affect Yao Fu's position in His Majesty's heart. Otherwise, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Lao Yi, Lu Yuxian has already been dealt with. Yunda Opera Troupe has also moved out of the Imperial City and will never return, reported Yao Tu in a low voice. Even killing her doesn't relieve the hatred. If she didn't have a daughter who's a Gui Fei, this old man would have personally killed her. Yao Zhanting's brows furrowed and the pressure on his temples increased. This old servant will take his leave. Yao Tu was usually a man of few words. This was also one of the reasons Yao Zhanting trusted him. Ninghua Pavilion sunlight passed through the crisscrossing window lattice and scattered mottled shadows. On the bed, Yao Mo Wan's beautiful eyes fanned and her forehead was covered in sweat. The brocade bedding that she was gripping tightly was already wrinkled. Zhong'er. A mournful voice suddenly rang out. Yao Moan abruptly stood up and panted heavily. Although it was a dream, the scene of the cold palace was incomparably real in Yao Moan's mind, making her feel as if she was actually there. "Young miss, are you all right?" At this moment, Tingyu ran in when she heard the noise and asked worriedly. "It's nothing. It was just a nightmare. Has Lu woken up?" Yao Mo Wan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes without leaving a trace and let out a long breath. "He's here. He's waiting in the hall," Tingyu answered truthfully. "Why didn't you wake me up? Bring the clothes over." Yao Mo Wan lifted her eyes to look out the window. It was probably almost noon. This servant saw that Miss was too tired, so this servant didn't have the heart to wake Miss up. Seeing that Yao Mo Wan was anxious, Tingyu immediately took down the clothes from the clothes rack and helped Yao Mo Wan freshen up. When Yao Mo Wan walked out of the inner room, Lu Xing was respectfully standing in the middle of the hall. "Why aren't you sitting down?" Yao Moan asked suspiciously. "Lu Xing is a servant. There's no reason for me to sit and wait for young Mississippi." Seeing Yao Mo Wan walk out, Lu Xing's eyes subconsciously revealed a joyful expression. Yao Mo Wan saw all of this, and a trace of helplessness flashed through her heart. Lu Yusin died? Yao Mo Wan didn't let Lu Xing sit down. It was good to let him clarify this layer of relationship so that he wouldn't be too deeply in love and bring trouble upon himself. Chapter 8. I remember. Lu Xing nodded firmly. Fortunately, Miss had intimidated those bastards with the identity of Yao Residence's 3,000 gold. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have the life to serve Miss anymore. Spread the news that Lu Yusin had seen him before she disappeared, ordered Yao Moan. What does Miss mean? Lu Xing looked towards Yao Moan in confusion. It doesn't matter if other people know or not, but Darren must know, reminded Yao Moan. Lu Xing understands. Lu Xing understood. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moan called him back. Have you found out about the esteemed prince's situation? If only life was like the first time they met. She really hoped that when Yi Junqing had saved her from the bandits that night, he had taken off the silver mask that had originally belonged to Yi Hongyi. By the time she found out the truth, she would have already become Yi Hongyi's princess consort. Replying, "Miss, there's no need to purposefully find out about the esteemed prince. Right now, the entire city is saying that the esteemed prince returned to court in defeat and couldn't take the blow, so he's completely dispirited in the esteemed prince residence. Every day, he would invite the ladies of Pleasant Fragrance Courtyard to drink and chat merrily. His Majesty remembered that he had once contributed to the country, so he wasn't punished and was instead rewarded. However, the esteemed prince only wants a jug of fine wine, so His Majesty sends people to bestow the best wine in the palace to the esteemed prince every day." Lu Xing told her everything he had heard. What a brilliant method. It really suits his sanctimonious style, muttered Yao Moan to herself as cold light flashed through her eyes. However, she didn't understand how Yi Junqing had ended up in such a state even though he held so many troops. The reason why she had signed the testimony back then, besides for her own Zhong'er, was also because she had thought of this. However, no matter what, she was the one who had dragged Yi Junqing down, so it was only reasonable that she should go and take a look. At the entrance of Pleasant Fragrance Courtyard, the heavily made-up procuress put away the banknotes in Ting Yu's hands and happily pulled Yao Moan, who was dressed in travel clothes, onto the sedan chair. "Time to lift the sedan chair," shouted the procuress. The brothel keeper called out, and the 7 sedan chairs outside Joyous Fragrance Courtyard were lifted at the same time. heading towards the esteemed prince residence. Along the way, the passers-by all glanced over and pointed at him. Most of their words were mocking Yi Junqing for being dispirited and dissolute, for not understanding the affairs of the country. There were also a few people who lamented the fact that this ambitious and ruthless character of his generation was unable to recover from the slightest setback. How sad. Inside the palanquin, Yao Mo listened to the conversation but didn't take it to heart. The common people of the city were just following the crowd and didn't know that the human heart was even more sinister than a tiger. If she bickered with him about this, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she spent the rest of her life. In this world, there was probably no one who understood Yi Hongyi more than she did. Yi Junqing was like a needle that was stuck in Yi Hongyi's chest. Every day it wasn't pulled out, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. The reason Yi Junqing was able to survive until now wasn't because Yi Hongyi cared about his brotherly ties, but because he was afraid of the opposition from the generals and court, so he didn't dare to act recklessly against Yi Junqing. Thus, he used this method to slander Yi Junqing's image among the generals. Once Yi Junqing was forgotten, he would get rid of him as soon as possible. Descend the palanquin. The procuress voice rang out again. Yao Mo only felt the palanquin jolt slightly before it landed on the ground. At this time, she impatiently lifted the curtains of the palanquin and saw that the 6 prostitutes had already surrounded the esteemed prince residence. Compared to them, her movements were still a bit slow. You guys have all rolled through a pile of prostitutes as well, so don't say that Aunt Gue didn't warn you. Be a bit more reserved and don't do anything out of line. Don't ask for merit, just don't make mistakes. Yao Mo heard everything clearly from the side, and her lips curved slightly. It seemed that calling prostitutes every day was also one of Yi Hongyi's methods. Aunt Gue, don't worry. Us sisters only want to see Great Chu's most handsome man from afar. If Prince doesn't like it, we can't just throw ourselves at him, right? That's right, Aunt Gue. Don't worry and go back. Just come and pick us up after 5. Chapter 9. The esteemed prince residence's architecture was unique. There were pavilions, terraces, and waterside pavilions scattered among the willows and pines. There were also rock gardens, flower beds, bonsai, and wisteria. Yao Mo followed those prostitutes who flocked to her like a flock of ducks, bypassing the side corridors and heading straight for the rear garden. This wasn't her first time coming to the esteemed prince residence. Back when the 5 dragons were fighting for the throne, she had passed through the esteemed prince residence's doorstep countless times in order for Yi Hongyi to successfully ascend the throne. Just how foolish had she been back then? She had prided herself on having a pair of bright eyes, but she couldn't see through Yi Hongyi's vicious heart. It smells so good. Look, it's the esteemed prince. The women were wild with joy, interrupting Yao Mo's thoughts. As she stood at the end of the corridor, Yao Mo smelled a wondrous fragrance. What entered her eyes were hundreds of flowers, exotic herbs, and immortal vines. In the center of the garden, a 4-cornered pavilion rose from the ground. White marble pillars supported the main body of the pavilion. The path from the corridor to the pavilion was paved with white jade bricks. The orchids carved from pure gold were vivid and lifelike. Inside the pavilion, in front of the stone table, a tall figure stood alone with a brush in hand. His clothes were whiter than snow, his black hair fluttered, his long eyebrows slanted to his temples, and his beautiful eyes were as bright as stars. Under his tall nose were lips that appeared overly pale. Yi Junqing was worthy of being called Great Chu's most handsome man. That kind of handsomeness went without saying. The aura he exuded made him seem like a divine general who had walked out of an ancient painting and accidentally entered this mortal world. Peony and the sisters greet the esteemed prince. A soft and sweet voice rang out, and the women stopped in front of the pavilion one after another. Each of them put on their best postures and bowed to pay their respects. Listen up, other than this pavilion. Go play anywhere else. Disperse. I'm warning you, if you dare approach the pavilion, be careful of your heads. A deep voice suddenly rang out. Only now did Yao Mo notice the man next to Yi Junqing. She recognized him. It was Ben Lei, the vanguard that Yi Junqing relied on the most. Esteemed prince. One of the women called out unwillingly. There was a flash of cold light. In the next second, the shining dagger under the woman's feet sank 3 inches into the ground. Ah! When the woman cried out, the others scattered like birds and beasts. Yao Nemo Wan froze in place, the corners of her lips twitching. As expected of his name, his temper was even more explosive than thunder. Come here. The clear and melodious voice was like rain pattering on Celadon. When Yao Moan turned around, she heard a soft call. When she looked back, she saw that Yi Junqing was looking up at her. His ink-black eyes were filled with elegance. In the end, she had failed this kind of man. When she walked into the pavilion, Yao Moan immediately felt an extremely unfriendly gaze directed at her. However, she smiled faintly and bowed in greeting. May I know why Prince has called for Jing Xian? Yao Moan spoke in a modest but not servile tone. Grind the ink. Yi Junqing dipped the brush into the inkstone and carefully drew a picture on the table. He barely raised his head to look at her. Yao Moan nodded and stood up. She walked to the front of the stone table and rolled up her sleeve with one hand. She picked up the ink block with the other and placed the grinding surface flat on the inkstone. Then, she carefully ground the ink in a certain direction. At this time, Yao Moan slightly glanced to the side. When she saw the clear water and ink moving around, it was just like a portrait of herself. In the painting, she had a pair of charming eyes and a pair of beautiful eyes. She was wearing a green smoky top and a pleated skirt. She remembered very clearly that this was what she was wearing that night when he had saved her. Her heart felt like it was being blocked by cotton wool. It had already been so many years, but he was still so stubborn. Prince, why are you still drawing her? If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have fallen to this state, said Bin Lei hatefully as he glared at the painting. At almost the same time, Yi Junqing abruptly looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Bin Lei choked. Prince, forgive this subordinate for saying something that shouldn't be said. The Empress is already dead, so why do you still have to suffer this? His Majesty clearly wants to ruin your reputation, then get rid of it. As long as you say the word, it's not impossible to change the dynasty. Although Bin Lei's temper was explosive, his thoughts were meticulous. Otherwise, Yi Junqing wouldn't have relied on him so heavily. Chapter 10. That's her handwriting. If she didn't want to, no one would be able to force her. The brush in Yi Junqing's hand was extremely light. Yao Moan saw this and knew that he didn't hold any resentment. However, the more Yi Junqing acted like this, the more her heart hurt. Even if Prince doesn't want to betray the Empress, there's no need to tolerate His Majesty's bullying. Prince should know better than this subordinate that the defeat this time was all His Majesty's plan, said Binjin angrily. If it wasn't for the defeat, this prince wouldn't have a reason to live like a drunkard. Only if this prince lived like a drunkard would he agree to not make that testimony public and give Ma Xin a grand burial as the Empress should. Yi Junqing put down the brush and blew on the scroll. His eyes were filled with undisguisable longing. Prince, how much have you done for this woman in this life? But she only knows how to protect that incapable ruler. Even in death, she still wants to use that testimony to restrain you. She owes you too much. Bin Lei's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and reached for the scroll. However, Yi Junqing pushed him back several meters, and he crashed into a white marble pillar. Prince, cried Bin Lei in a low voice, you should leave. This prince's identity is special. If you come often, with Yi Hongyi's personality, he definitely won't let you off. Yi Junqing restrained the pain in his eyes as he spoke indifferently. Prince is willing to be trampled on by that incapable ruler, but Bin Lei isn't willing to be humiliated. Even being a farmer hoeing the fields is better than working for that muddle-headed ruler. Prince, take care. Bin Lei bids farewell. Men don't cry easily, but Bin Lei's face was already covered in tears. In front of the table, Yao Moan lowered her eyes and gritted her teeth. The pain in her heart was like a tide. Just how much did she owe Yi Junqing? Just as Yao Moan was grieving, Bin Lei suddenly grabbed her wrist. What are you grabbing her for? Asked Yi Junqing with a frown. She clearly heard our conversation earlier. This woman can't be left alive, replied Bin Lei cautiously as he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yao Moan was extremely speechless. She suddenly felt like she could be shot even while lying down. Let go of her. This prince believes that she won't tell anyone. Before Yao Moen could react, Yi Junqing had already grabbed her other hand. Your Highness, just listen to this subordinate this once. Bin Lei looked towards Yi Junqing with a conflicted expression as he begged. If this prince says she won't, then she definitely won't. You can leave. Yao Moen sighed inwardly at Yi Junqing's insistence. Bin Lei didn't say anything. His bell-like eyes fiercely glared at Yao Moen. At this time, Yao Moen indifferently looked towards Bin Lei, not saying a word. She only knew that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. The less she spoke, the less mistakes she would make. After a few seconds of confrontation, Bin Lei suddenly shook off Yao Moen's wrist and left angrily. As Yao Moen watched Bin Lei's departing figure, a faint smile flitted across her lips. Bin Lei had left because Yi Junqing was here. If Yi Junqing wasn't here, Yao Moen was quite relieved that Yi Junqing had such loyal helpers by his side. She owed Yi Junqing too much. There would come a day when she would return Yi Junqing a magnificent great chew. There are very few women who are as calm as you. After Bin Lei left, Yi Junqing indifferently let go of Yao Moen's hand and walked over to the table to lightly stroke the painting. So Prince believes that Jing Xin had received special training. That's why she appeared here. Yao Moen picked up the ink ingot again as she asked this casually. However, a trace of bitterness flashed through her heart. So when they met again, Yi Junqing had actually thought of her as a spy sent by Yi Hongyi to spy on him. Is that not the case? Yi Junqing disapproved. Then why did Prince allow that young general to say such disgraceful words? Yao Moen was slightly astonished and looked towards Yi Junqing suspiciously. Yi Hongyi's target is this prince. It's enough as long as this prince doesn't go against Jing Xin. Isn't that right? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. The meaning behind his words was that if it weren't for him stopping her, she would have been chopped into pieces by Bin Lei already. Jing Xin will return Prince this favor. Yao Moen went with the flow and continued to grind. Chapter 11. Esteemed Prince, a jug of wine every day. This old servant has delivered it. And Bing Shan narrowed his eyes. He didn't salute and just placed the purple jade wine jug in front of Yi Junqing. Steward Zhou. Yi Junqing didn't even look at Bing Shan. He only ordered Steward Zhou to pour the wine and then drank it all in one gulp. Gong Gong can return to report, said Yi Junqing coldly as he put down the wine cup. When Bing Shan heard this, he smirked, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. At the side, Yao Moen furrowed her brows and her gaze turned cold. From this, she could tell that there was something fishy about the wine. Prince drew the Empress's portrait in front of Gong Gong. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you? As Yao Moen spoke, she glanced at the wine cup next to the inkstone. This prince just wants to remind Yi Hongyi that if it wasn't for Ma Xin, how could he have been able to suppress this prince? So no matter if Ma Xin is alive or dead, he has to treat her well. Yi Junqing's words were like sharp blades piercing through Yao Moen's heart. Blood dripped down, turning into red spider lilies. Steward Zhou, clean up this place. After all the acting was done, Yi Junqing slowly put away the painting and walked down from the pavilion. One painting a day. This was already the 10th painting he had done. The wind blew, and the veil of the pavilion fluttered. A few flower petals landed on Yao Moen's shoulders, and a cold feeling brushed past her face. Before she could wipe it away, it was already blown away by the wind. Yi Junqing, even if I return your country, how can I return your unregretful love? Around 5 o'clock, the women of Pleasant Fragrance Courtyard all walked out of the Su Prince residence like frosted eggplants. The procuress knew this would happen, so she didn't say anything. These are the remaining silver taels. Thank you, Aunt Gue, for making things convenient for us. Yao Moen took out 300 taels banknotes and handed them to the procuress as she thanked her gently. It was nothing. There's no need for Miss to be so polite. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. The procuress's eyes opened wide at the sight of money. Yao Moen nodded slightly. When the 6 palanquins left the esteemed prince residence, she turned to return to Prime Minister Yao's residence. I knew you were up to no good. Now I've caught you red-handed. Just as Yao Mo Wan was about to turn the corner, Binlei suddenly appeared and blocked in front of her. If I wasn't looking for you, I would have followed the palanquin back just now. Her clear eyes shone like stars, without a single ripple. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Binlei looked towards Yao Moen in alarm and snorted coldly. This is the cup that was used to hold the imperial wine. Secretly find someone to find out what kind of poison was mixed into it. Then find the antidote and think of a way to cure Prince's body of the poison. You have to do it quietly and make sure that Prince doesn't find out. As Yao Moen spoke, she took out the wine cup from the stone table from her sleeve and handed it to Binlei. What do you mean? Binlei looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. You know Prince's temperament the best. Since you can't persuade him, then protect him properly. There will be plenty of time in the future. There's no need to be impatient. When she saw Binlei standing there in a daze, Yao Moen forcefully shoved the cup into Binlei's hands and turned to leave. Who are you? Why are you helping Prince? Binlei came back to his senses and asked anxiously. Sure. Yao Moen didn't reply and only shushed him lightly before leaving. Outside Prime Minister Yao's residence, when Tingyu saw Yao Moen's figure appear in her line of sight, she immediately went out to greet her. Miss, you worried you air to death. Are you all right? Tingyu looked at Yao Moen worriedly. Seeing that she was fine, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 12. Esteemed Prince, a jug of wine every day. This old servant has delivered it. And Bingshan narrowed his eyes. He didn't salute and just placed the purple jade wine jug in front of Yi Junqing. Steward Zhou. Yi Junqing didn't even look at Bingshan. He only ordered Steward Zhou to pour the wine and then drank it all in one gulp. Gong can return to report, said Yi Junqing coldly as he put down the wine cup. When Bingshan heard this, he smirked, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. At the side, Yao Moen furrowed her brows and her gaze turned cold. From this, she could tell that there was something fishy about the wine. Prince drew the Empress's portrait in front of Gong. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you? As Yao Moen spoke, she glanced at the wine cup next to the inkstone. This prince just wants to remind Yi Hongyi that if it wasn't for Ma Xin, how could he have been able to suppress this prince? So no matter if Ma Xin is alive or dead, he has to treat her well. Yi Junqing's words were like sharp blades piercing through Yao Moen's heart. Blood dripped down, turning into red spider lilies. Steward Zhou, clean up this place. After all the acting was done, Yi Junqing slowly put away the painting and walked down from the pavilion. One painting a day. This was already the 10th painting he had done. The wind blew, and the veil of the pavilion fluttered. A few flower petals landed on Yao Moen's shoulders, and a cold feeling brushed past her face. Before she could wipe it away, it was already blown away by the wind. Yi Junqing, even if I return your country, how can I return your unregretful love? Around 5 o'clock, the women of Pleasant Fragrance Courtyard all walked out of the Su Prince residence like frosted eggplants. The procuress knew this would happen, so she didn't say anything. These are the remaining silver taels. Thank you, Aunt Gue, for making things convenient for us. Yao Moen took out 300 taels banknotes and handed them to the procuress as she thanked her gently. It was nothing. There's no need for Miss to be so polite. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. The procuress's eyes opened wide at the sight of money. Yao Moen nodded slightly. When the 6 palanquins left the esteemed prince residence, she turned to return to Prime Minister Yao's residence. I knew you were up to no good. Now I've caught you red-handed. Just as Yao Moen was about to turn the corner, Binlei suddenly appeared and blocked her way. If I wasn't looking for you, I would have followed the palanquin back just now. Her clear eyes shone like stars, without a single ripple. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Binlei looked towards Yao Moen in alarm and snorted coldly. This is the cup that was used to hold the imperial wine. Secretly find someone to find out what kind of poison was mixed into it. Then find the antidote and think of a way to cure Prince's body of the poison. You have to do it quietly and make sure that Prince doesn't find out. As Yao Moen spoke, she took out the wine cup from the stone table from her sleeve and handed it to Binlei. What do you mean? Binlei looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. You know Prince's temperament the best. Since you can't persuade him, then protect him properly. There will be plenty of time in the future. There's no need to be impatient. When Yao Wan saw Bin Lei standing there in a daze, she forcefully shoved the cup into Bin Lei's hands and turned to leave. Who are you? Why are you helping Prince? Bin Lei came back to his senses and asked anxiously. Sure. Yao Moan didn't reply and only shushed him lightly before leaving. Outside Prime Minister Yao's residence, when Tingyu saw Yao Moan's figure appear in her line of sight, she immediately went out to greet her. Miss, you worried you to death. Are you all right? Tingyu looked at Yao Moan worriedly. Seeing that she was fine, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 13. Mother, Sulwan will go accompany His Majesty first. Just bear with it for a few more hours. In a bit, after the minister's kowtow, just send a servant girl over to keep watch. On the left side of the morning hall, Yao Sulwan saw that Yi Hongyi had left and immediately threw off the white morning dress she was wearing. Don't worry, Mother knows what to do. I've already endured when I was alive. There's only a bit left. Do Xianglan nodded. After leaving the morning hall, Yao Sulwan looked everywhere in the front courtyard but didn't see Yi Hongyi's figure, so she hurriedly went to the back garden. Compared to the hustle and bustle in the front courtyard, the back garden was extremely quiet. Yi Hongyi leaned against the side of the jade arch bridge, his serene eyes indifferently looking at the colorful koi in the jade lake. An inexplicable smile flashed across the corner of his lips. This was where he had first met Yao Maxin. At that time, Yao Maxin had been feeding the fish here and had almost fallen. It was him who had saved her. Maxin, Jin really hoped that you could be a bit more stupid, even if you were just pretending to be stupid. You should know that Jean has nowhere to hide with your wisdom. It makes Jean feel that living is lowly. Jin is very tired. Jin doesn't like that feeling. Yao Maxin, it was you who trampled Jean's wisdom under your feet. So you deserve to die. Your Majesty, so you were here. This made Xinxia look for you for a long time. Yao Sulwan's appearance interrupted Yi Hongyi's thoughts. Jin really doesn't want to see that lowly woman for even a moment, even if it's ashes. Yi Hongyi restrained the resentment in his eyes and turned to look towards Yao Sulwan. Xinxia knows that your Majesty doesn't like her. Xinxia also feels ashamed to have that kind of older sister. It's rare that your Majesty is benevolent and is even willing to give her a grand burial. It really is good fortune that she cultivated for several lifetimes. Yao Sulwan's eyes flashed. Your Majesty, it looks like it's about to rain. Xinxia will accompany you back to your room. If you don't like it, Xinxia can accompany you back to the palace. Seeing that Yi Hongyi didn't say anything, Yao Sulwan's cherry lips curved slightly, and she grabbed Yi Hongyi's arm with both hands. Don't break the ancestral rules. Just stay in Prime Minister Fu for a night. Jin is also tired after a day of torment. Jin will go rest in your room, said Yi Hongyi indifferently. Yao Sulwan was naturally overjoyed and immediately pulled Yi Hongyi towards Plum Pavilion. When Yao Moan heard the footsteps gradually getting further away, she walked out from behind the fake mountain with heavy steps. As she watched Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan's figures gradually become indistinct, Yao Moan felt as if her chest was being ruthlessly pierced by an awl until it split into pieces. After the numbness from the pain, only hatred remained. Young miss, the ministers in the front courtyard have already left. Big Madam has returned to Bamboo Wish Pavilion and Master is resting in the front courtyard. Lu Xing has already finished preparing everything. When Tingyu saw Yao Moan on the fake mountain, she walked over and reported in a low voice. Tell Lu Xing that everything will proceed as planned. The light voice carried a bone-piercing chill. Yao Wan's beautiful eyes turned cold and her lips curled into an icy smile. In Bamboo Wish Loft, Do Xianglan sat paralyzed on a chair, struggling to take the teacup Pingji handed her. When she was alive, she was an eyesore, and even after death, she won't let me rest. I stood guard for her for an entire day and didn't even get a sip of water. How unlucky. Knock here. My legs are so sore I can't even lift them, complained Do Xianglan as she took a big gulp of tea. Eldest madam, please calm your anger. In any case, this is the last time. In the future, no matter if it's Amoli or Yao Xin, they won't appear in front of madam again. Pingji half squatted down and massaged Do Xianglan's legs, eagerly appeasing her. If I think about this, I feel a bit better. It's just that if Yao Mo Wan doesn't die, I won't be able to swallow this. Do Xianglan slowly leaned back on the chair, narrowing her phoenix eyes. Eldest madam, when do you plan to deal with that fool? Asked Yu Xian as he raised his head. You also heard what Master said in the main hall that day. Let's wait for a few more days. Oh right. Did those scoundrels hand over the jade hearts? Do Xianglan suddenly remembered her little sweetheart and immediately sat up, asking this question seriously. Replying, Eldest madam, the hired thugs we sent locked them up and beat them half to death, but they still couldn't find out young Master Lu's whereabouts. This servant reckons that they really don't know, guessed Ping Ji. Chapter 14. First madam, someone just handed this box to this lowly one and said that this lowly one should personally give this box to madam. As the servant spoke, he carefully placed the box on the table. All right, you can leave. Ping Ji saw that her master was getting impatient and immediately waved her hand to signal for the servant to leave. What is this? Open it and see. Do Xianglan didn't think much of it and raised her teacup to take a sip. Ping Ji didn't mind. She just assumed that it was a gift from those people who wanted to follow the prime minister. So she stepped forward and opened the box. The moment she opened the box, Ping Ji's eyes suddenly widened and her face turned deathly pale. She stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? Do Xianglan looked towards Ping Ji suspiciously and walked over to the box. When she saw the bloody head in the box, the teacup in Do Xianglan's hand fell to the ground with a bang and she froze in shock. Ping Ji suppressed her fear and staggered up to close the door. Then she stumbled over to Do Xianglan's side and said shakily, Madam, that seems to be, is young Master Lu's head. Yusin, who was it? Who was it that did this? I will avenge you. Do Xianglan, who had regained her senses, suddenly threw herself onto the box and held Lu Yusin's head with both hands. Tears gushed out of her eyes and she wailed loudly. Seeing Do Xianglan like this, Ping Ji inwardly rejoiced that today was Yao Maxin's spirit tribute day. Otherwise, her crying would definitely attract attention. First madam, don't be like this. The dead can't come back to life. It wouldn't be good if someone found out. Even so, Ping Ji still cautiously comforted her. Just as Ping Ji gathered her courage to help Do Xianglan up, she suddenly saw a note stuck on the box. Lu Yusin was killed by Yao Jinting. 5 years ago, Madam took Yao Jinting as third madam and they had a son. Third madam currently lives in the eastern part of the city, the Su residence. Ping Ji picked up the note and stammered, What? Do Xianglan's eyes widened as she snatched the note from Ping Ji's hands with her bloodied hands. Seeing the contents of the note, Do Xianglan's entire body trembled in anger. Her blood boiled and her anger soared to the heavens. She immediately charged out of Bamboo Wish Pavilion without a care for anything else. Madam, please don't act recklessly. Ping Ji knew that the situation was not good and hurriedly chased after her. Seeing Do Xianglan and Ping Ji run out of Bamboo Wish Pavilion, Tingyu secretly tailed them. Only when she saw Do Xianglan and Tingyu run out of Yaoxiang Fu and head straight for the east of the city, did Tingyu feel reassured and return to the Fu to find Lu Xing. In a side room in the front courtyard, Yao Jinting was resting with his eyes closed, secretly thinking about how to help Yao Sulwan ascend to the position of Empress next. At this time, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Master, it's bad. Lu Xing entered the room with a face full of fear and knelt down in front of Yao Jinting. What is it? Yao Jinting frowned, looking irritably at Lu Xing. Something happened to First Madam. Just now, this servant saw First Madam rush out like a madwoman and run towards the east of the city. She kept shouting, kill, 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 and said something about Third Madam, young master. Lu Xing anxiously reported. What? This is bad. Yao Jinting was shocked when he heard this and immediately jumped out of his chair. He didn't even bother to put on his boots as he hurriedly ran out. Yao Tu, prepare the palanquin. Quickly prepare the palanquin. Yao Jinting had always known that Do Xianglan was easily jealous. Now that she found out that he had taken in Su Muzi outside the Fu and even had a son, he was afraid that there would be a big mess. When he saw Yao Jinting leave Yaoxiang Fu on the palanquin, Lu Xing didn't dare tarry for even a second and immediately ran towards Essence Condensation Pavilion. Inside Essence Condensation Pavilion, Yao Mo Wan sat in front of a bronze mirror and indifferently looked at the beautiful face in the mirror. Her eyes were filled with cold light. Chapter 15. Understood. Tingyu, let's go. Yao Mo Wan tried her best to maintain the smile on her face as she slowly got up. Miss, you're really going to enter the palace? Lu Xing swallowed hard and forced himself to ask. This is my only way out. Yao Mo Wan saw the conflict and reluctance in Lu Xing's eyes. Unfortunately, her life had already been turned upside down in Happy Spring Courtyard. Inside Plum Pavilion, the music was moving. Yi Hongyi lazily sat on a wisteria bamboo chair in the main hall, his fingers playing with the jade pendant at his waist. His dark eyes were full of interest as he admired the dancing Yao Sulwan in the center of the hall. He saw Yao Sulwan's feet touch the ground, her body like a colorful butterfly dancing among flowers, beautiful and moving. Yi Hongyi had to admit that Yao Sulwan's dance was truly unique in the entire inner palace. Watching her dance could be considered a pleasure. When the dance was over, Yao Sulwan's charming eyes were like silk. Just as she was about to properly serve Yi Hongyi, there was a sudden clamor outside the door. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This concubine will go out to take a look. When Yao Sulwan saw Yi Hongyi's gaze darken, she immediately ordered the musicians to play some cheerful tunes and quickly walked out of the room. Outside Plum Pavilion, Yao Sulwan's personal maid Kaiying was blocking Tingyu, who was about to rush in. Who's making a racket outside and startling the emperor? How many heads do you have to be chopped off? When Yao Sulwan walked out of Plum Pavilion, she saw Tingyu and Kaiying fighting. Nyang Nyang, this girl. Before Kaiying could finish, Tingyu suddenly pushed Kaiying away and rushed in front of Yao Sulwan. Gui Fei Nyang Nyang, it's bad. Big Madam found out that Master took in 3 wives outside and even gave birth to a son. She angrily went to find them and said that she was going to kill that mother and son. When Master found out, he also chased after them. It seems that he even had a knife in his hand. Tingyu looked at Yao Sulwan anxiously as she reported. Yao Sulwan trembled slightly when she heard this and looked at Tingyu suspiciously. Father took in 3 wives? How come Ben Gong didn't know? If Ben Gong didn't remember incorrectly, you seem to be the second wife's maid. Yao Sulwan's gaze gradually turned cold as she spoke. This servant is Tingyu. Just now, this servant personally saw De Foreign rush out like a madwoman. Lao Yi also chased after her in the palanquin. Tingyu saw that Yao Sulwan was so calm and panicked inside. Her tone was slightly lacking. Just as Yao Sulwan was about to speak again, Yao Tu suddenly ran over from behind. Your Highness Consortly, something bad has happened. You should go to the Su residence in the eastern part of the city. Apart from you, no one can persuade Master. First Madam is in grave danger. Yao Tu panted as he reported. Seeing it was Yao Tu, Yao Sulwan's heart thumped. She immediately pushed Tingyu aside and walked in front of Yao Tuesday. Is what you're saying true? Yao Sulwan had grown up in the Prime Minister Fu, so she naturally knew of Yao Tu's steadiness and loyalty. Old Master has a 3rd Madam outside, and his child is already 4 years old. You know First Madam's temper the best, and you also know Old Master's love for his son. If we still don't go, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yao Tu said worriedly with panic in his eyes. But what about His Majesty's side? Yao Sulwan was a filial daughter in the end. When she heard that something had happened to her mother, she was a bit flustered. Saving a person is like fighting a fire. Your Highness, shouldn't you explain things to His Majesty after you return? Yao Tu suggested. Forget it. Yao Tu, lead the way. Kaiying, take a trip with Ben Gong. Yao Sulwan's willowy brows were tightly furrowed as she rushed towards the residence's entrance. Seeing Yao Tu bring Yao Sulwan and Kaiying away, Tingyu fiercely wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. At this time, Yao Mo Wan had already walked into Plum Pavilion. Miss? Tingyu looked towards Yao Mo Wan worriedly. Stand guard outside. Say that it's second Miss's orders and that no one is allowed to come in. Yao Mo Wan's voice was as calm as a calm lake, but it contained an unconcealable coldness. Her eyes that were as beautiful as butterfly feathers stared straight at the door of Plum Pavilion. The music inside swept past her ears. Yao Wan's lips curled up in ridicule. This was her spirit tribute day. It really was lively. Chapter 16. Seeing the surging emotions in Yi Hongyi's eyes, the corners of Yao Wan's lips curved slightly. Her body suddenly leaned backwards, her jade legs wrapped around Yi Hongyi's waist as she tilted her head back to pick up the glistening crystal grape on the table with her mouth. Her rainbow-colored feather dress fluttered in the wind. Yao Wan's beautiful and alluring posture caused Yi Hongyi's blood to boil. At this time, Yao Wan exerted strength on one foot, and the jade leg wrapped around Yi Hongyi's waist slowly came down. She raised her snow-white neck and slowly brought the grape in her mouth to Yi Hongyi. In the next second, Yi Hongyi suddenly grabbed Yao Wan's arm and fiercely pulled her into his embrace. His fingers slowly pulled down the light veil on Yao Wan's face. His thin lips lowered as he swallowed the grape into his stomach. His eyes seemed to shine with a dark light as if he had found prey. "Your Majesty." A sweet voice slowly spilled out. Yao Wan felt her stomach roll. Facing this man she had loved with all her heart for 7 years, she suddenly wanted to vomit. That kind of nausea spread out from every hair on her body. "Beauty, what's your name?" Yi Hongyi's finger brushed across Yao Wan's snow-white neck, following the beautiful curve to her chest. He abruptly undid the laces of the feather dress. Under the purple undergarments, the bountiful body that was about to come out caused Yi Hongyi's breathing to become increasingly heavy. "I'm Yao Wan, the Wan from Graceful and Courteous. Does your Majesty like it?" Yao Wan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked innocently towards Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi's sword-like brows furrowed, a faint coldness rising in his eyes. "The Empress's blood-related younger sister? Huh. The Empress's Memorial Day. Aren't you sad?" Yi Hongyi felt half of the passion in his heart being extinguished by ice water. Wan is an idiot. Idiots won't be sad. Yao Wan's jade arms lightly raised and wrapped around Yi Hongyi's neck as she replied seriously. "Oh?" A faint flame reignited in Yi Hongyi's eyes. He had heard Yao Exine mention this idiot younger sister of hers before, but he had never met her. Compared to Jejia, Wan has been considered an idiot since childhood. As long as Jejia is here, Wan is an idiot. Jejia is finally gone. Wan is finally free. "Your Majesty, do you think Wan is an idiot?" Yao Wan's cherry lips slightly parted, her clear eyes sparkling. Yao Wan's words resonated with Yi Hongyi. That's right, as long as Yao Maxin was alive, everyone in the world would think that he was an idiot, a piece of trash. Now that Yao Maxin was dead, he was free. "What should we do? I like fools." Seeing Yao Moan pressed up against his chest, the most primitive impulse in Yi Hongyi's heart gradually grew stronger. His hand was already impatiently moving up Yao Moan's jade leg, straight into her feather skirt. Wan is an idiot." Yao Wan's soft voice softened Yi Hongyi's bones. Yi Hongyi abruptly carried Yao Moan in his arms and strode into the bedroom. In the main hall, all the musicians looked at each other and left the Plum Pavilion dejectedly. On the bed, Yao Wan wriggled her delicate body like a snake, as if she was a colorful fox wandering in the wilderness. Every movement was extremely enticing, her silky eyes never leaving Yi Hongyi for a moment. Chapter 17. Yao Wan pretended to enjoy it as she responded to Yi Hongyi's passion. Her smooth jade fingers caressed Yi Hongyi's back. At this moment, she suddenly really wanted to stab her fingers into Yi Hongyi's back and dig out his heart to see what color the blood flowing on it was. "We like you. Do you believe it?" Feeling the heat on his back, Yi Hongyi's movements gradually became more and more rough. At this time, the last piece of underwear on Yao Wan's body was sent flying. Wan doesn't know how to use her brain. Whatever your Majesty says, Wan believes. Seeing Yi Hongyi, who was lying on top of her chest, a cold light flashed through Yao Wan's eyes. "You're really beautiful." Yao Wan's young body always exuded a temptation that men couldn't resist. The corners of Yao Wan's lips slowly curved. "Yao Wan, This demon has finally jumped into your trap and is slowly sinking. So you have to smile, smile. Imo Wan's beauty is only for your majesty to see. Yaomo Wan's brows furrowed slightly, and she moaned lightly. A certain part of her body suddenly felt as if it was being torn apart, but the curve of her lips only became a bit more serious. This tight body was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, raising Yi Hongyi's passion to the limit. A man's most primitive, beastly light burst forth from his dark eyes. Yi Hongyi's hands pressed against Yao Mo Wan's snow-white shoulders, doing his utmost to absorb her beauty. There were so many women in the imperial harem, but there wasn't a single one that could give him such an ecstatic feeling like the lovely person beneath him. Yi Hongyi was intoxicated by this wonderful body, letting loose the depression and annoyance he'd felt these past few days. Looking at Yi Hongyi's cold, handsome face dripping with sweat, a trace of disdain and coldness flashed through Yao Mo Wan's eyes. She could tell that Yi Hongyi liked this body, liked it very much. Your Majesty, be gentler. This servant hurts. Yao Mo Wan softly moaned as she shyly looked towards Yi Hongyi. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her delicate and lovely appearance once again caused Yi Hongyi's mind to crumble. If it hurts, then scream. Don't hold it in. Yi Hongyi panted heavily as his hoarse voice rang out intermittently. His body continued to attack the ground. Being tender and protective of the fairer sex wasn't his style. All he wanted was to enjoy, to have everyone in the world submit and revere him. So painful. Yao Mo Wan obediently satisfied Yi Hongyi's despicable selfishness, her voice soft and alluring. Thus, Yi Hongyi could no longer hold back and sprinted forward with all his might, climbing towards the clouds alone. Dark clouds loomed overhead, muffled thunder rumbled, and lead-colored clouds rolled and surged. The air was filled with the smell of an impending storm. In the Su mansion in the eastern part of the city, a burst of howling broke the usual tranquility. In the main courtyard, Do Xianglan was like a mad dog as she grabbed Su Muzi's hair and ruthlessly spun her to the ground. Then, she lifted her foot and kicked Su Muzi, whose face was already full of scratches, with all her might as she cursed. I should have guessed it was you, you lowly slave. You were lucky that I didn't kill you 5 years ago, but today, I'll skin you alive. Lowly slave, seductive fox demon. You only know how to seduce men. Do Xianglan's expression was malevolent, glaring at Su Muzi. Her scarlet eyes seemed to be spitting fire as she glared at Su Muzi. She kicked fiercely with one foot and attacked with both hands, pinching and twisting Su Muzi until her body was covered in bruises. Bad woman, let go of my mother. Right at this time, a little boy about 4 or 5 years old ran out of nowhere and charged at Do Xianglan with a face full of anger. He bit her until Do Xianglan squeaked loudly. Chapter 18. Pingji, what are you waiting for? Come and pull them apart. Do Xianglan roared fiercely, glaring at Pingji. At the side, Pingji originally wanted to stay out of this, but since her master had spoken, she obviously could not remain indifferent, so she forcefully pulled Yao Yu away. No, I beg you to let Yu go. He is still a child. Do Xianglan's slaps rained down, hitting Su Muzi until the corner of her lips bled. Just when Su Muzi was powerless to resist, a lion's roar suddenly came from the mansion's entrance. Stop! Yao Jinting looked at the scene in front of him, his usually gentle face suddenly filled with anger. While everyone was still in a daze, Yao Jinting had already rushed in front of Pingji, kicked her away, and hugged Yao Yu in his arms. Do Xianglan, have you been crazy enough? Yao Jinting growled in a low voice, walking towards Do Xianglan step by step. Master actually asked me if I've been crazy enough? This concubine still hasn't asked Master what is going on yet. How can there be a third madam out of nowhere? And that bastard. Because of her anger, Do Xianglan's finger that was pointing at Su Muzi trembled like a loom. Her face twisted like a devil. Pa! Without waiting for Do Xianglan to react, the left side of her face suddenly swelled up, 5 clear finger marks floating on it. Old Master, you actually hit me for this lowly servant. I'll fight you to the death. Do Xianglan was stunned. suddenly madly rushed towards Yao Jinting. Luckily, she was stopped by Pingji. Do Xianglan, you listen to this old man. Yao Yu is not a bastard. He is this old man's son, the eldest son who will inherit my Yao family's bloodline. Yao Jinting's eyes were like torches, coldly speaking, hugging Yao Yu even tighter. Pay. Without this concubine's approval, this lowly servant will never be able to step into the Yao mansion's door. The thing she gave birth to is naturally a nameless bastard. Feeling Yao Jinting's anger, Do Xianglan spat, but did not rush forward to fight. Do Xianglan, don't think that this old man doesn't know what you've been doing outside. It's good for everyone to leave each other some face. Get lost right now. From now on, you're not allowed to disturb this mother and son. You're not allowed to take even half a step into the Su residence. Yao Jinting warned in a deep voice. It would have been better if Yao Jinting didn't mention it, but now that he mentioned it, Do Xianglan suddenly recalled Lu Yusin's tragic death, and her heart instantly felt a wave of pain as rage once again surged to her head. You killed Yuxian. I want this bastard's life to pay for it. No matter how Pingji tried to drag her, she was unable to stop Do Xianglan, who was like a mad dog. But she had forgotten that no matter how fierce a woman was, how could she resist a man's strength? Do Xianglan, don't think that this old man won't dare to kill you. Yao Jinting's eyes were filled with anger, his hand fiercely clutching Do Xianglan's neck, his fingers slowly tightening. You. Let go. Do Xianglan's hands fiercely twisted Yao Jinting's fingers, her face turning from red to purple as she rolled her eyes. At the side, Pingji knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. But right now, Yao Jinting's anger had already reached its limit. Every time he thought of Do Xianglan and that performer's dirty affairs, how Do Xianglan kept cursing his most treasured son, his hands couldn't stop. Father is really going to kill Bin Gong's birth mother for this lowly woman? The icy voice contained a faint chill. Just as Do Xianglan was at her last gasp, Yao Sulwan suddenly stepped into the Su residence. Behind her, Kai Ying also followed. Yao Sulwan's appearance reversed the current situation. Yao Jinting hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he let go of Do Xianglan and walked to Su Muzi's side to pull her up. This humble woman, Su Muzi, kowtows in salute to your highness consort Li. Su Muzi was originally a servant girl of the Yao residence. Due to her beauty, Do Xianglan was jealous. Later on, Do Xianglan discovered that Yao Jinting was interested in this servant girl, so she found a reason to beat her up and kick her out of the Yao residence. Thus, Su Muzi knew everything about the Yao family. Chapter 19. Under Kai Ying's support, Yao Sulwan hurriedly walked into the main hall. The people in the courtyard followed after, and the temperature in the entire main hall dropped to freezing point. Yao Fu's plum pavilion, the crack of heavenly thunder startled the drowsy Yao Mo Wan on the soft couch. Her long and slender eyes slowly opened and saw that Yi Hongyi was currently lying on top of her completely naked body, looking at her with an evil smile on his face. Zhen's little vixen, without Zhen's permission, how could you fall asleep? Yi Hongyi lovingly played with the cherry on Yao Mo Wan's chest, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and ridicule. Your Majesty, this servant is tired. Yao Mo Wan's slender arms wrapped around Yi Hongyi's neck, her voice clearly a bit tired. This was already the third time Yi Hongyi looked at her with this kind of gaze. Yao Moan was very satisfied with Yi Hongyi's greed. The more greedy he was, the greater her chances of success would be. So even though she was very tired, she still wore those ignorant eyes as she deeply teased Yi Hongyi's passion. But Zhen isn't tired. What to do? Yi Hongyi's palm stroked the smooth jade flesh on Yao Mo Wan's leg, his thin lips biting her captivating red lips. A certain part of his body was unbearably hot. He couldn't imagine how this kind of body as clean as ice and as clean as jade could bring him such an enormous desire, making him unable to stop himself again and again. The fragrance between Yao Mo Wan's lips and teeth was a taste he liked, to the extent that his lips lingered for a long time before moving away. His fiery kiss continued downwards, only pausing on her chest for a moment before attacking downwards. A new round of stubborn entanglement began once again. Yi Hongyi impatiently crashed into Yao Mo Wan's body, occasionally letting out low, beast-like roars. Looking at the infatuated and entangled eyes of the man on top of her, Yao Mo lightly moaned a few times in response. So there was no need to deliberately curry favor. He already couldn't bear to part with this body. Yao Mo's cherry lips faintly curved, her heart gradually becoming colder. A bolt of lightning streaked past, emitting a blinding white light. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, Yihongi once again released the heat of his body. He lay on Yao Mo's body in satisfaction and fell into a deep sleep. Yao Mo slowly stretched out her lotus arm and raised her eyes to look at the 5 slender jade fingers in front of her. Her nails, which were painted with dark purple rouge, were lustrous and full. Under the contrast of the lightning, they appeared even more scarlet like blood. Her fingertips swiped across Yihongyi's back, drawing a circle in the middle of his back. Her lips curved into an unbridled smile. Lightning flashed again, and the smile on Yao Mo's face suddenly turned into a sinister and terrifying expression. In the main hall of the Sufu, Yao Zhenting once again reiterated his stance. As long as Do Xianglan no longer disturbed Su Muzi and Yao Yu's lives, she would still be the first madam of the Yao Xiangfu. Otherwise, for his son, he didn't mind breaking up. Even if Yao Suwan was here, he still persisted. At the side, Su Muzi humbly stood behind Yao Zhenting, trembling as she looked at Do Xianglan's fiendish gaze without saying a word. She knew that she didn't have the qualifications to speak. "My daughter, say something. Look at your father. He's already bullying me." Do Xianglan pulled Yao Suwan like a shrew, crying bitterly. It's a happy occasion for father to have a son, but in the end, they're one family. How can we let them live outside? If this gets out, wouldn't it become a joke? So daughter feels that we should have third madam and Yao Yu move back to Yao Xiangfu. What does father think? Yao Suwan's sparkling eyes moved like a fairy's as she smiled faintly and walked in front of Yao Zhenting. Her jade fingers swept across Yao Yu's delicate face. Daughter, how can you let? Mother, in the end, Yao Yu is Yao family's blood. He's father's son. Could it be that you're going to let him float outside forever, unable to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan? Su Muzi is Yao Yu's birth mother. She naturally should also follow him back to Yao Xiangfu. Seeing that Do Xianglan was unwilling, Yao Suwan immediately turned her eyes, her gaze gradually becoming ruthless. But, all right, it's not a big deal. This consort will take charge of this matter. Right now, His Majesty is still in Yao Xiangfu. This consort has to hurry back. Yao Suwan looked towards Yao Zhenting meaningfully. The meaning behind her words was that there was already no need to seek his opinion. Chapter 20. Since your Highness consortly has said so, then this servant is not an unreasonable person. Pingji, order the servants to clean up Still Snow Pavilion tomorrow and have the mother and son move there, Do Xianglan said resentfully. At the side, Su Muzi reached out to caress Yao Yu's face and looked towards Yao Zhenting timidly. Yao Zhenting lightly patted the back of Su Muzi's hand to show that he was at ease and didn't refuse. Even if he didn't want Su Muzi and son to move back to the Prime Minister Fu, Yao Suwan was still a Guifei. Since she had asked, he couldn't refuse. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the gloomy sky gradually darkened. However, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Nyang nyang, the rain is so heavy. Let's wait for the rain to lessen before leaving. At this time, His Majesty should already be asleep, suggested Kaiying quietly as she looked at the waterfall of rain outside. No, Ben Gong doesn't feel at ease leaving His Majesty alone there. Yao Suwan's brows furrowed as she felt a bit anxious. Just as she was about to walk out the door, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed by. In the blink of an eye, a pine tree in the main courtyard fell to the ground with a crack, smoke still rising from the broken part. Never mind, let's just wait. The scene in front of her forced Yao Suwan back to the main hall. However, this wait lasted for an entire night. The next morning, when Yao Suwan and the others returned to the Prime Minister Fu, Yao Tu hurriedly came out to welcome them. Yao Tu, did His Majesty sleep well last night? Has he woken up yet? Asked Yao Suwan solemnly as she walked into the Prime Minister Fu. Replying, second young miss, His Majesty has already returned to the palace, said Yao Tu respectfully as he bowed. When she finished speaking, Yao Sulwan suddenly shook and immediately turned to look at Yao Tuesday. What did you say? Return to the palace? Then His Majesty is angry? Yao Sulwan's voice trembled slightly as she looked towards Yao Tu in annoyance. If she had known earlier, she would have rushed back in the rain. That's not the case, it's just that. Yao Tu hesitated and instinctively glanced towards Yao Zhenting. What are you looking at father for? Ben Gong is asking you a question, urged Yao Sulwan. Replying Yang, His Majesty isn't angry, it's just that when His Majesty left, he took third young miss with him. Reported Yao Tuesday. What? Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Tu in disbelief. At the side, Dou Xianglan pushed aside the equally shocked Yao Zhenting and strode over to Yao Tu, grabbing his collar. Why does the emperor want to take that fool away? Hurry up and say it. Just as Dou Xianglan was interrogating Yao Tu, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside the door. Majestic imperial guards sat on green and date-red horses. The one leading them was Yi Hongyi's favorite, and Bingshan. The imperial edict has arrived. Yao Zhenting, receive the edict. And Bingshan held the jade scroll and golden scroll in one hand. He dismounted from his horse and strode into Yao Manor. After he stopped, he opened the imperial edict with both hands. Yao Zhenting and the others knelt on the ground in unison when they heard this and lowered their heads to listen. In accordance with the will of the heavens, the emperor has decreed that consort Li, Yao Sulwan, is dignified and elegant, intelligent, and has served in the palace for a long time. She will be conferred the title of Imperial Gue Fei. On the ground, the jubilant Yao Sulwan's face darkened when she heard the three words Imperial Gue Fei. His Majesty had hinted that he would confer her the title of Empress. How did she become Imperial Gue Fei? And why was father the one to receive the edict? When Yao Zhenting heard this, his heart sank. Just as he was about to get up to receive the edict, and Bingshan stopped him. Chapter 21. Congratulations, Imperial Gue Fei. Congratulations, Prime Minister Yao. Zajia shamelessly asks Prime Minister for a reward. This is a joyous occasion. Zajia can also bask in some happiness. And Bingshan looked towards Yao Zhenting with a smile. Of course. Yao Zhenting suppressed the shock in his heart and glanced at Yao Tuesday. Yao Tu understood tacitly and respectfully handed the 100 taels banknote that he usually kept in his sleeve to Bingshan. As expected of Prime Minister, you're generous. Then Zajia will take his leave. And Bingshan glanced at the number on the banknote and then left with a smile. The second Bingshan left Prime Minister Yao Fu. Yao Sulwan immediately snatched the imperial edict and read it carefully. As expected, there was an edict conferring Yao Moan the title of Yao Fei. How could His Majesty confer that idiot the title of consort? What exactly is going on? Dou Xianglan hurriedly walked to Yao Sulwan's side and exclaimed, Yao Tu, what exactly happened last night? His Majesty wouldn't confer the title of that idiot for no reason. Yao Sulwan glared fiercely at Yao Tuesday. This old servant really didn't know. Yao Tu put on an innocent expression and looked towards Yao Sulwan. Kaiying, prepare to return to the palace. Yao Sulwan abruptly threw the imperial edict to the ground and charged out of the fu with hostility. Dou Xianglan looked towards Yao Zhenting in confusion when she saw Yao Sulwan leave angrily. Laoi, what does that mean? It means that I, Yao Zhenting, have more than just Yao Sulwan as my daughter. Humph. Yao Zhenting glared at Dou Xianglan and walked into the main hall with large strides, leaving Dou Xianglan standing there in shock. There was a faint, earthy fragrance in the air after the rain. Yao Moan raised her eyes to look at the three large words, Guan Osprey Palace, in front of her. The corners of her lips curved faintly. The rising sun gently shone on her devastatingly beautiful face, gilding it with a layer of light. She was as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. Guan Guan Osprey. In the continents of the river, graceful and virtuous women are sought after by gentlemen. Third Miss, His Majesty seems to like you very much. Tingyu looked at Guan Osprey Palace and said emotionally, in the future, just call me Empress. This is the Imperial Palace, don't break the rules here. Yao Moan said indifferently. Her face was filled with exhaustion that was difficult to conceal. After a night of torment, there were finally results. It was just that she did not expect the results to come so quickly and so suddenly. When Yihangi said he wanted to bring her into the palace, she didn't even know what kind of expression to use to respond to him. In the end, she tiptoed and kissed Yihangi's thin lips, then nodded dumbly. Tingyu obeys. When she saw Yao Moan enter Guan Osprey Palace, Tingyu happily followed her in. Although Guan Osprey Palace's decorations weren't as luxurious as Changle Palace's, it didn't lose its elegance and splendor. Even though Tingyu had seen quite a few precious treasures in the Prime Minister's estate, she was still dazzled. Tingyu, do you still remember that hamster we saw when we were passing through the Imperial Garden earlier? Yao Wan lazily leaned against the chaise lounge covered with snow fox fur, her beautiful eyes slightly closed. I remember. I wonder who raised this hamster. Why did they hang it in the pavilion? Tingyu withdrew her gaze and jogged over to Yao Moan's side. Chapter 22. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Yao Moan slowly opened her eyes and looked in the direction Tingyu had disappeared in. The Imperial Palace had always been a ruthless place. If she wanted to have a foothold here, relying on the Emperor's favor alone was not enough. She also needed a capable helper. Although what she asked Tingyu to do was a small matter, she might be able to see the bigger picture from a small clue, and then she could determine whether Tingyu would be like a fish in water among these palace maids and eunuchs in the future. Perhaps it was because she was really tired that Yao Moan actually fell asleep while thinking. She only woke up when Tingyu covered her with a robe. How long have you been back? Seeing that it was Tingyu, Yao Moan let out a sigh of relief, then got up and walked to the table. She poured a cup of tea and drank it by herself. I just came in and saw that your highness was asleep, so I didn't dare to disturb you, Tingyu replied cautiously. Back at Yao Xiangfu, she had never known that her family's third young miss had such an imposing aura. At this moment, even though Yao Moan's expression was calm, she still felt a bit nervous. How did the investigation go? Yao Moan held the teacup with one hand, her fingers pinching the lid as she brushed away the tea leaves floating on top. Replying, Your Highness, when this servant arrived at the Imperial Garden, this servant saw an imperial physician continuously pricking the hamster with silver needles while counting. This servant didn't dare to disturb him and only dared to approach after he had pricked the hamster 50 times and put away the silver needles. That imperial physician was very tight-lipped, and this servant did not get anything out of him. Instead, it was a palace maid that came later. This servant used silver and found out from her mouth that the hamster was eldest young miss. It was the pet that the Empress raised when she was alive. After the Empress passed away, it was raised by His Majesty. According to His Majesty's wishes, when the hamster contracted a nasty disease, not only did it have to be hung in the pavilion for ventilation, it also had to be pierced with silver needles 50 times a day before it could survive. Tingyu reported all the information that she had heard. The sound of a teacup shattering suddenly rang out. Yao Moan sat quietly at the table, the light in her eyes indistinguishable. His heart, however, had turned into a sea of flames. Yihangi, even if it's just a hamster, you won't let it go. Empress, are you all right? Tingyu knew that Yao Moan's heart ached for the hamster, so she called out worriedly. Before Yao Moan could say anything, Yao Sulwan had already stepped into Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moan, get out here right now. How did you, a lowly bastard born of a concubine, seduce His Majesty? Seeing Yao Sulwan charge in like a ferocious tiger, Tingyu immediately blocked in front of Yao Sulwan. Second miss, what are you doing? Before Tingyu could finish speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in her ears, followed by a scorching pain. Tingyu immediately felt the world spinning. Who do you think you are? How dare you block this consort's path? Get lost. Yao Sulwan's eyes glowed green like a wild beast's. Just as Yao Sulwan was about to attack again, Yao Moan leisurely got up and walked to Tingyu's side. Tingyu, Wanner is so bored. Can you help Wanner buy a cat to play with? Yao Moan pulled Tingyu with both hands in a spoiled manner. Her innocent appearance caused Tingyu to be startled. Nyang. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moan in confusion. The current Yao Moan was just as naive and a little silly as before. Go buy a cat for Wanner. If you can't find one, You can ask Lu Xing to go with you. I have second older sister to accompany me. Nothing will happen. Yao Moen smiled as she pushed Tingyu out of Guan Osprey Palace. Although Tingyu didn't understand, she knew that Master was intentionally sending her away. Chapter 23. Second older sister. You look so scary. Yao Mo Wan blinked her clear eyes and pinched the corners of her clothes as she looked towards Yao Su Wan in fear. Call me Imperial Noble Consort. Do you think this is Prime Minister Yao's residence? Quick, tell me, what happened yesterday? Looking at this Yao Moen, who only had the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old, Yao Sulwan couldn't figure out what kind of ability she had. Last night, let Moen think about it. Oh, Moen remembers now. It was father who said second older sister wasn't free, so he told Moen to go play with His Majesty. Second older sister, does His Majesty usually play with you like this? On Yao Mo Wan's plain and clean face, her eyes were sparkling and pure, like a fairy who had not been tainted by the mundane world. A casual glance was enough to captivate one's soul. That face was the object of desire of all men, and it could also attract the jealous gazes of all women. How to play? Yao Sulwan's brows tightly knit as she looked towards Yao Mo Wan suspiciously. It means taking off your clothes and kissing. His Majesty really has a lot of stamina. After kissing Moen for an entire night, Moen is still very tired. Also, that place still hurts a lot. Yao Moen shyly moved closer to Yao Sulwan's ear and whispered softly, "Preposterous. Go away." Flames of jealousy shot to her head. Yao Sulwan pushed Yao Moen away in disgust, the veins on her forehead bulging. At the side, when Kaiying heard this, her cheeks couldn't help but flush red. She stole a glance at Yao Mo Wan. Aside from being silly, the woman in front of her really did have the capital to surpass her master and the late empress, Kaiying thought. Second sister, you're so fierce. The emperor doesn't like fierce women. His Majesty said that he likes gentle women like Moen. Yao Moen staggered and almost fell. After she steadied herself, she looked towards Yao Sulwan in a huff. Bah, that's not gentleness, it's stupidity. You're an idiot. Yao Sulwan cursed. But His Majesty says that he likes idiots. Yao Mo Wan retorted as she looked towards Yao Sulwan with reddened eyes. You. Ahem. Just now, you said that it was father who asked you to look for His Majesty last night? Yao Sulwan suddenly realized that she was actually arguing with an idiot. It really did lower her status as an imperial Gui Fei, so she lightly coughed twice and calmly looked towards Yao Mo Wan. That's right. Before His Majesty arrived, father told Moen that second older sister didn't have time to accompany His Majesty. Perhaps father thought that second older sister had to keep watch for eldest sister, so she didn't have time to accompany His Majesty? Humph. You want this consort to keep a vigil for that slut? She's not worthy. Father really is worthy of being the prime minister. Yao Sulwan gritted her teeth and muttered, a faint chill bursting out from the bottom of her eyes. No wonder mother didn't discover earlier or later, and just had to discover Su Muzi and Yao Yu's existence when His Majesty arrived at Yao Xiangfu. So all of this was arranged by father. My daring father, you couldn't possibly have thought that this fool would be able to turn the tables for the Yao family, right? Sulwan will prove to you that I, Yao Sulwan, am the only one who can shoulder the honor of the Yao family. Just as Yao Sulwan sank into contemplation, her body suddenly staggered backwards. If Kaiying hadn't supported her, she would have definitely fallen to the ground. Yao Mo Wan, you're crazy. Why did you push me? Yao Sulwan looked at the fuming Yao Mo Wan and roared hatefully. Why is second older sister saying bad things about eldest sister? Although Mo Wan doesn't understand much, she also knows that sisterhood is deep. Eldest sister treats us so well, so of course she's worthy of you keeping watch for her. But second older sister, your mouth is so smelly. Yao Mo Wan glared at Yao Sulwan as she muttered. Chapter 24. However, before Yao Sulwan could walk out of Guan Osprey Palace, she heard in Bing Shan's shrill voice, His Majesty has arrived. Yao Sulwan trembled when she heard this and immediately turned back to Yao Moen's side. Not caring whether Yao Moen was willing or not, she suddenly pulled Yao Moen's hand affectionately. Moen this is your first time in the Imperial Palace. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to come to Qing Palace to find second older sister. If anyone dares to bully you, second older sister will definitely help you. The speed at which Yao Sulwan's expression changed really made Yao Moen gasp in amazement. At that time, it was this pure and sincere smiling face that had blinded her eyes, making her feel like she was raising a wolf by her side, protecting it, caring for it. So, if a person didn't live again, they wouldn't know how cheap they were. Then second older sister knows her wrongs? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Yao Sulwan originally wanted to get angry, but when she saw Yi Hongyi walk through the palace doors, she nodded firmly. This is Moen's good second older sister. Yao Moen held Yao Sulwan's hands, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. What are you smiling so happily about? Yi Hongyi still didn't dare believe that he was so attached to Yao Moen's body. Just now, in the throne room, his mind was still filled with the scene of him and Yao Moen lingering for a night. Especially that plain and elegant face, which was flawless and white. Perhaps it was because Yao Moen's temperament was something Yi Hongyi yearned for but couldn't get. So from the moment he saw Yao Moen, he decided to keep this woman in his domain until he got tired of it. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. When Yi Hongyi walked in, Yao Sulwan immediately folded her hands at her waist and bowed in greeting. Yao Moen stood at the side, not showing any intention of greeting him. Moen, when you see His Majesty, you have to salute like second older sister. Hurry. Yao Sulwan pretended to be anxious as she urged. In reality, she wanted nothing more than for Yao Moen to offend the emperor and end up like Yao Maxin. Oh. Yao Moen nodded firmly and then copied Yao Sulwan. However, the moment she bowed, her entire body fell. Just as she expected, Yi Hongyi's large hand moved to support her waist. His face was filled with an indescribable gentleness. If it wasn't for that kind of painful experience, perhaps Yao Moen would be like other women and feel overwhelmed by the favor. But now, she only felt disgusted. Moen, how could you? How could you be so careless? When Yao Sulwan saw Yi Hongyi's expression, she swallowed back the word stupid she was about to say. Forget it. Since Yao Fei can't learn it, then there's no need to learn it. Yi Hongyi gently helped Yao Moen up, but his hands were reluctant to move away from Yao Moen's slender waist, his body faintly starting to heat up. Your Majesty, how could that do? This is the Imperial Palace. Yi Hongyi waved his hand to cut off Yao Sulwan's words, then looked at Yao Moen dotingly. Your Majesty, the esteemed prince is still waiting outside. And Bingshan found an opening and reminded him in a low voice. Cough, cough. Summon the esteemed prince in. Yi Hongyi coughed lightly, then let go of Yao Moen's slender waist. However, he unwillingly pulled her tender little hand and walked to the main seat. At the side, Yao Sulwan suddenly felt like she had turned into air. Ever since Yi Hongyi walked in, he hadn't even looked at her once. He was still dressed in white, the color of the snow contrasting with Yi Juanqing's scholarly elegance. He was like the morning moon in clear clouds as he walked through the drifting snow. Not a single strand of his black hair was out of place, flowing down to his waist. His handsome features seemed to contain all the thoughts of the heavens. Under his sharp brows, those eyes were like the cold river under the moonlight, so cold that it made one shiver. Even so, that face still had an irresistible charm that made one unwittingly intoxicated and unable to free themselves. Yao Moen suddenly recalled something. She remembered that Yi Juanqing's favorite color was azure blue, but what he hated the most was white, the same color as the flag. At the time, he had explained that in his eyes, white represented death. But now, he was wearing white. So what did it mean? Chapter 25. Normally, Yi Juanqing should have been bedridden a long time ago after drinking more than 10 jugs of imperial wine, yet he was able to stand in front of him unscathed. Presumably, he had already discovered something was wrong with the wine. In order to prevent Yi Juanqing from playing any more tricks, Yi Hongyi decided to just imprison him in the imperial palace. Under his eyes, Yi Junqing wouldn't be able to do anything. Junqing obeys. Yi Junqing didn't resist, didn't refuse, didn't even say much. He spoke indifferently. To him, it was the same no matter where he was. Without Yao Maxin, there was only black and white. And it's just that there aren't any empty palaces in the imperial palace right now, so you can stay in the east wing of Guan Osprey Palace for now. As for meals, you can eat with consort Yao. Yao Moan was instantly stunned by Yi Hongyi's words. She instantly understood what Yi Hongyi was thinking. He put Yi Junqing under house arrest in the imperial palace. The advantage was that he could guard against Yi Junqing at all times. The disadvantage was that in order to prove his innocence, he couldn't easily take Yi Junqing's life. However, he wasn't willing to block his own path, so he arranged for Yi Junqing to be placed in the palace of an idiotic concubine. Once he couldn't tolerate Yi Junqing anymore, he would find an excuse to execute him for seducing consort Yao. After all, a concubine with low intelligence wouldn't know how to seduce a man. Yao Moan suddenly really wanted to laugh. This was Yi Hongyi, selfish to the point where there was nowhere to hide. At this moment, no matter how much he spoiled her, in his bones, she was still nothing more than a toy that he was currently playing with. As long as he needed to, he could throw her to death at any time, just like throwing away a piece of clothing. Your Majesty, this isn't appropriate, right? At the side, Yao Sulwan was shocked and jealous to death. Seeing that Yao Moan had obtained the imperial favor and could now stand side by side with Great Chu's #1 handsome man, Yi Junqing, she really didn't know how many lifetimes of good fortune she had accumulated for such a good thing. Yao Sulwan was just short of shouting that she was an idiot. Could it be that Imperial Gue Fei has a better idea than Zhen? Yi Hongyi narrowed his eyes as he looked towards Yao Sulwan, his voice slightly cold. Yao Sulwan choked upon hearing this and didn't say anything else. Wanner, let the esteemed prince live with you and accompany you to eat. All right? Yi Hongyi glanced coldly at Yao Sulwan, then turned to look at Yao Moan. His fingers couldn't help but brush across Yao Moan's dainty cheek. Yao Moan's stupidity was the same as Yao Maxin's wisdom. Everyone in the world knew about it, so there was no need for him to doubt it. Did the emperor ask him to serve Wanner? Great. But Wanner doesn't want to live with him. The bed is so small. Wanner only wants to live with your majesty. Yao Moan blinked her eyes and nodded firmly. Haha, my little fool. Good. We will now take you to see just how small the beds in Guan Osprey Palace are. All of you are dismissed. Yi Hongyi's burning gaze landed on Yao Moan's snow-white jade neck without the slightest hesitation. With a wave of his large hand, he abruptly carried Yao Moan horizontally and, under everyone's astonished gazes, walked into the bedroom. Your Majesty! Yao Sulwan's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness, but she could only watch as Yi Hongyi carried a fool to have fun, leaving her, this newly promoted Imperial Gue Fei, to be left hanging. Esteemed Prince, the East Wing has already been tidied up. If you're tired, you can go rest. And Bingshan walked to Yi Junqing's side with a fake smile and bowed respectfully. Yi Junqing was speechless. When he turned around coldly, his eyes swept over the bedroom. This wasn't the first time he had heard about Yao Moan from Yao Maxin. He didn't doubt Yao Moan's stupidity, but he really wanted to know who that Jing Xian who had once ground ink for him was. In this world, could there be two people who looked exactly the same? Chapter 26. Thinking up to here, Yao Moan let out a light sigh and dragged her exhausted body off the bed. Looking at the clothes that Yi Hongyi had torn to shreds, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Shortly after, she went to the wardrobe and chose a brightly colored palace robe to wear. Then, she simply fixed her hair before walking out of the inner room. Yao Moan had just sat down when she saw Tingyu walk in with a snow-white cat in her arms. Nyang Nyang, this is the cat you wanted. Tingyu carried the cat with both hands and walked to Yao Moan's side with her head lowered. Raise your head. Yao Moan's gaze moved from the cat to Tingyu's face. Her eyes trembled slightly. You cried? It would have been better if Yao Moan hadn't asked. Now that she did, Tingyu couldn't help but sob. Her tears fell onto the cat, causing it to fidget restlessly in Ting Yu's arms. What happened? Yao Mo Wan looked towards Ting Yu with a serious expression. After interacting with Ting Yu for this period of time, she understood that Ting Yu wasn't someone who would casually show her emotions. Nyang Nyang. Lu Xing. Lu Xing is outside the palace, waiting for Nyang Nyang to summon him. Ting Yu choked with sobs as she spoke. Her hands tightly caressed the cat in her arms, afraid that it would run out. Lu Xing also came? Why didn't you bring him in? Quickly call him in. Yao Mo Wan temporarily suppressed the suspicions in her heart and ordered indifferently. Hearing this, Ting Yu silently walked out of the palace doors. When she saw Lu Xing appear in front of her wearing the red collar and black gown of a eunuch, Yao Mo Wan finally understood why Ting Yu had cried. Even she was so angry that her eyes were brimming with tears. Lu Xing kowtows in salute. Consort Yao Nyang Nyang. Lu Xing stood awkwardly at the door, not daring to look directly at Yao Mo Wan. Lu Xing, what did you do? Who told you to do this? Yao Mo Wan walked in front of Lu Xing with large strides and forced back her tears. Her lips trembled as she scolded him. Lu Xing was willing. Lu Xing only wanted to protect young miss and not allow anyone to bully young miss. Sorry. Lu Xing didn't mean to make young miss angry. Lu Xing humbly buried his head in his chest and clasped his hands together. He was like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to raise his head. You're so stupid. They all say Bin Gong is stupid, but the stupidest person is you. The one who should apologize is this empress, not you. Raise your head. Yao Mo once stubbornly believed that after her rebirth, she would be able to endure everything and remain calm. But at this moment, she still couldn't help shedding tears. She didn't have the face to face Lu Xing and was even more unable to tell him that the person he used his life to protect had already passed away. The Yao Moan who was standing in front of him right now didn't need anyone's protection. Her strong heart was enough to destroy this imperial palace. Lu Xing slowly raised his head, still not daring to look directly at Yao Mo Wan. It wasn't until Yao Mo Wan's hands touched his shoulders that he was forced to look at the woman he could only dream of all his life. Chapter 27. Since it's already happened, we have to look forward. There's no need to cling to the past. However, from now on, you have to let Bin Gong know everything you do. Yao Moan put away the sorrow in her eyes and looked towards Lu Xing solemnly. Her rebirth was not for her to weep and weep, nor to grieve over the changing seasons. Lu Xing will remember. Lu Xing nodded firmly with a resolute smile on his face. At breakfast, Yao Moan ordered Ting Yu to prepare an extra pair of chopsticks. However, even after she finished eating, Yi Junqing still hadn't appeared. Your Highness, should this servant go to the East Wing to call the esteemed prince? Asked Ting Yu as she walked over to Yao Moan. Let him be. Bring Fluffy over for Bin Gong. Yao Moan said carelessly before getting up to take the kitten from Lu Xing's hands. Fluffy was the name Yao Moan had given this kitten. It didn't have any special meaning because with her IQ, this cat's name could only be this childish. Your Highness, you're going out? When Ting Yu and Lu Xing saw that Yao Moan was walking towards the palace doors with the kitten, Ting Yu and Lu Xing hurriedly followed. You guys stay here and tidy up. Bin Gong wants to walk around alone. Yao Moan stopped Ting Yu and Lu Xing before leaving Guan Osprey Palace with Fluffy in her arms. As she stepped on the cobblestone path, Yao Moan felt a bone-chilling coldness in her heart. This was a path she had walked on hundreds and thousands of times. Stepping on it now gave her a different kind of desolation. When Yao Moan arrived at the pavilion in the Imperial Garden, she unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Yi Junqing was currently holding a fence made of bronze in his hands as he stared at the hamster inside. Ma Xin, you're truly cruel. How could you leave without a word? How could you just abandon it like this? Abandon me. Yi Junqing gently stroked the hamster in the fence as his eyes sparkled. Her heart was in great pain, as if it was trapped in the middle of thorny vines. Every time it jumped, it would be pricked until it bled profusely. Yao Moan subconsciously tightened her grip on Fluffy, causing Fluffy to cry out in discomfort. Who is it? Yi Junqing abruptly lifted his eyes and his sharp gaze shot towards Yao Moen, who was standing in the corner. It's me. You like this hamster too? I like it too. Yao Moen knew that she wouldn't be able to avoid it, so she simply stepped forward and lifted her delicate face to look towards Yi Junqing with a smile. You were following me? Yi Junqing frowned slightly. He couldn't tell if this woman was Yao Moen. It was still the same Jing Xian he saw that day. Why would I follow you? You can look at the hamster, but I can't? You really are a strange person. When Yao Moen tried to step forward again, she was stopped by Yi Junqing. Go away. It doesn't like the beast in your arms. Yi Junqing carefully held the bronze fence in his arms as he looked towards Yao Moen, or rather, the cat in Yao Moen's arms. I also don't like it when you call it a beast. It has a name. It's called Fluffy. Yao Moen pouted as she mumbled. Her smooth fingers continuously soothed the restless white cat in her arms. Are you for real? Yi Junqing couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yao Moen's innocent appearance. She seemed like a completely different person compared to when she had been meditating that day. Before Yao Moen could reply, Yao Suwan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Moen, so you were together with the esteemed prince. His Majesty had been looking for you guys for a long time. By Yi Hongyi's side, Yao Suwan deliberately emphasized the words together, unable to conceal the schadenfreude on her face. Chapter 28. This hamster is pitiful, so I want to bring it back to raise. Would your Majesty agree to this subject's request? Yi Junqing looked up to meet Yi Hongyi's cold gaze. The light in his eyes caused Yi Hongyi's aura to subside. At the side, Yao Moen was inwardly distressed. Only a person who didn't care about death would act so fearlessly in front of the ruler of a country. Her own death actually made Yi Junqing so reckless? Esteemed prince, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. This hamster is a relic of the deceased empress. His Majesty is currently raising it personally. It's very precious. If it wasn't for the fact that it had a nasty disease, your Majesty wouldn't bear to hang it here. Yao Suwan tried to beat around the bush, wanting Yi Junqing to back off and not anger the emperor. Although she hated Yao Maxin, she had her own selfish intentions towards Yi Junqing. Which woman wouldn't want to get close to a direct immortal like this? Just as Yi Junqing was about to persist, Yao Moen suddenly lifted her head to look towards Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty, this is raised by eldest sister? Asked Yao Moen. Yes, what? You like it? Yi Hongyi smiled lightly, but a trace of coldness flashed through his heart as he looked towards Yao Moen. Then can your Majesty have second older sister bring that hamster over? Yao Moen rubbed her head against Yi Hongyi's chest coquettishly, her eyes as clear as water. Why not? Suwan, since Wana wants it, go bring it over. Yi Hongyi turned to look towards Yao Suwan, his gaze filled with authority that couldn't be refused. Yao Suwan's face turned green and her body stiffened. In the end, she was still an imperial noble consort. That idiot actually dared to order her around. She really had eaten a leopard's gall. Unfortunately, His Majesty had spoken for her. No matter how unwilling Yao Suwan was, she could only obediently walk in front of Yi Junqing. Esteemed prince, you heard it. Consort Yao likes this hamster. Yao Suwan forced herself to speak and unwillingly lifted the fence. Second older sister. Waner doesn't want a fence. She only wants the hamster. Yao Moen reminded with a smile. When Yao Suwan heard this, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to squeeze out a smile. Before Yi Junqing could react, she opened the fence, picked up the hamster, and turned to walk back to Yao Moen. Yi Junqing also wanted to know what Yao Moen was planning, so he didn't stop her. However, he regretted it the next second. Just as Yao Suwan held the hamster and walked in front of Yao Moen suddenly threw Fluffy towards Yao Suwan. A cat catching a mouse was a matter of course. When Fluffy saw the hamster, she immediately opened her mouth wide and bit down on the hamster's neck. Her two front claws left 10 long bloody marks on Yao Suwan's hand. Ah, it hurts. Yao Moen, you idiot, what are you doing? The pain on her hand caused Yao Suwan to cry out loudly. She glared fiercely at Yao Moen. If Yi Hongyi wasn't here, she definitely would have skinned this idiot alive. Imperial noble consort, watch your words. Yi Hongyi coldly looked towards Yao Suwan, who had lost her composure, and casually pulled Yao Moen into his embrace. "Your Majesty!" Yao Suwan clutched her injured hand in pain, but when she met Yi Hongyi's gaze, she hoarsely retreated to the side. Chapter 29. Warner, what are you doing? That's the Empress's favorite hamster. Your Majesty, did Warner do something wrong? Why are they so angry? Eldest sister is very lonely down there. Since that hamster was raised by eldest sister, Warner just wanted to send it to accompany eldest sister. Yaomo Wan said this as tears fell down her face. She shrunk even closer to Yi Hongyi. She didn't need to tell anyone that her tears were for that hamster. Rather than being tormented by Yi Hongyi every day, she would rather die. Then why did you encourage that animal to scratch Bingong? At the side, Yao Suwan hated Yaomo Wan's silly expression and questioned her angrily. Why wasn't second older sister more careful? Does it hurt? Yaomo Wan seemed to have just noticed the claw marks on Yao Suwan's hand. What do you think? Bye. Your Majesty, this subject's concubine's injury will require Imperial Physician Xian to take a look. This subject's concubine will be leaving first. Seeing Yi Hongyi nod, Yao Suwan immediately turned around and cursed him for being an idiot countless times in her heart. The sun was bright and the flowers were fragrant. Fluffy sat on the grass in satisfaction and licked her paws, completely unaware of the danger around her. You're not allowed to bully Fluffy. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing walking towards Fluffy ruthlessly, she suddenly rushed over and pulled Fluffy, who was still savoring the taste, into her arms. She stared at Yi Junqing with bright eyes. Junqing, Warner's words aren't without reason. Rather than have that hamster yearn for Master day and night, it's better to send it to reunite with Master. That way, the pain of lovesickness can be resolved. Yi Hongyi walked in front of Yaomo Wan and looked towards Yi Junqing meaningfully. This subject's younger brother isn't feeling well. I'll be taking my leave. Yi Junqing suppressed the anger in his heart and left the imperial garden. Yi Hongyi stared at Yi Junqing's back for a long time before turning to look at Yaomo Wan. Warner, tell Jean, why did you suddenly want to raise a cat? Yi Hongyi stroked Fluffy in Yaomo Wan's arms as his eyes glowed with an indistinguishable light. Warner tricked them. Warner doesn't like eldest sister, and I don't like eldest sister's hamster either. So Warner purposely had Fluffy eat that hamster. Warner is very bad, right? His Majesty won't like Warner anymore. Yao Moen puffed up her cheeks, not concealing her emotions at all. Haha, how could this be? I like Warner the most. Let me tell you a secret. Jin also doesn't like that hamster. Yi Hongyi pulled Yaomo Wan over and gently tapped her head in a doting manner. At this moment, he truly believed that Yao Moen was an idiot, but he just liked idiots. The Emperor likes Warner. The Emperor is the best. Yao Moen raised her eyes to look towards Yi Hongyi and smiled heartlessly. However, the hands hidden under Fluffy's body were clenched into fists, causing her nails to dig into her flesh. After Yi Hongyi sent Yao Moen back to Guan Osprey Palace, he returned to the imperial study. When it was time for lunch, Ting Yu and Lu Xing had already prepared the meal. There were still 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Nyang Nyang, should this servant go call the esteemed prince? Asked Ting Yu in a low voice. There's no need. Lu Xing, bring Fluffy over. Since the esteemed prince isn't hungry, let Fluffy have this seat in the future. Yao Moen glanced at the door expressionlessly and deliberately raised her voice. Yes. Just as Lu Xing walked over with Fluffy in his arms, Yi Junqing suddenly stormed through the door and took large strides to sit down at the table. This is Bin Wang's place. How dare you let an animal sit here? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen hatefully, then glared at Fluffy in Lu Xing's arms. Yao Moen didn't say anything and only focused on eating. However, a trace of warmth rose in her heart. People had to eat, otherwise how could they continue living? Lu Xing naturally understood Master's provocation earlier. When he realized that Yi Junqing's extremely unfriendly gaze made it seem like he wanted to eat Fluffy alive, he very tactfully carried Fluffy out of the main hall. At the side, Ting Yu was carefully serving Yi Junqing's food. Bin Wang is talking to you. Yi Junqing didn't want to bicker with an idiot, especially since this idiot was Ma Xin's younger sister. However, he was still angry. That was the only thing Ma Xin had left behind. How could she be so cruel? She looked innocent on the surface, but who knew how black her heart was? Chapter 30. Tingyu, put away the table. Tingyu looked towards Yi Junqing awkwardly. This prince hasn't eaten yet. Yi Junqing slapped the table angrily. Yao Moen ignored him and walked into the bedroom. What kind of attitude is this? According to the laws of this dynasty, aside from the Empress and Imperial Gui Fei, all concubines in the inner palace have to salute when they see Prince. This is etiquette. Yi Junqing's table clattered loudly. Prince, if you don't eat, this servant will have to put away the table, reminded Tingyu. Yi Junqing was shocked and then sighed. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks and looked at the food in front of him. What was wrong with him? He knew that he wasn't an impetuous person. Ever since Mo Xian passed away, he didn't know who else in this world could affect him. But now, he was actually angry at an idiot. Perhaps it was because of Mo Xian's hamster. Yes, it had to be. Only after Yi Junqing thought it through did he eat in peace. He really was hungry. When Tingyu pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom, Yao Moen was leaning against the window and silently gazing at Chengal Palace. That was the place where she, Zhong'er, was born. Your Highness, the esteemed prince has left. Tingyu placed the fruit on the table and walked to Yao Moen's side. Time to eat? Yao Moen withdrew her gaze and restrained the deep sorrow in her eyes. Your Highness, there's something this servant doesn't understand. Why does Your Highness pretend to be an idiot in front of everyone, but not the esteemed prince? Tingyu had thought about this question for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Did you forget? Before entering the palace, this consort had once gone to Su Wang residence. This consort has a deep impression of this consort. Furthermore, His Majesty has already arranged for Yi Junqing to live in Guan Osprey Palace. Even if this consort wanted to hide it, it wouldn't last long. Rather than dealing with him and being afraid, it's better to let him know. There's nothing wrong with that. Yao Moen slowly walked back to the table. The lychees on the fruit plate were once her favorite thing, but now that she bit them, she didn't feel anything. Her heart was bitter, and nothing she ate could change this fact. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that the esteemed prince will expose Your Highness to His Majesty? Asked Tingyu worriedly as she handed the lychees to Yao Moen. The only thing I'm not worried about is this matter. Don't worry, if I don't have enough confidence, I won't take the risk. Have you identified the concubines in the inner palace these past 2 days? Yao Moen changed the topic and looked towards Tingyu seriously. Goddess, feel free to ask. Tingyu was full of confidence. Accompany Bin Gong for a walk. Yao Moen pursed her lips into a faint smile. She got up and placed her jade fingers on Tingyu's hand, then walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Now that he was back in the palace, it was time to meet some people. The Imperial Garden of the Great Chu was much larger than Tingyu had imagined. At that time, the hamster pavilion was only the most inconspicuous corner of the Imperial Garden. At this moment, as Tingyu stood on the white jade stone bridge in the middle of the Imperial Garden and gazed at the sparkling blue lake below the bridge, she couldn't help but be astonished. Empress, this is much bigger than the pond in Xiangfu. Tingyu sighed with emotion. Tingyu, do you see that concubine who's feeding the fish in the pavilion over there? Tell me, who is she? Following Yao Moen's finger, Tingyu clearly saw that on the pavilion built over the lake, a woman was currently sprinkling the fish feed in her hands into the blue lake, causing the koi fish in the lake to gather under the pavilion. When they jumped up and down, countless droplets of water splashed up, looking exceptionally sparkling under the sunlight. The woman was wearing a dark purple dress with rich peonies embroidered on the folds of the dress. A green silk belt was tied around her waist, and a white muslin jacket was draped over her shoulders. Her fine black hair was tied into a complicated flying bun, and she wore a moon hairpin, jadeite, blood pearls, and other valuable accessories. She clearly had an extraordinary status. Chapter 31. Not only is it correct, it's very accurate. Yao Mo Wan nodded in satisfaction and walked down the arch bridge towards the pavilion. Tingyu was naturally happy to be praised and followed behind Yao Mo Wan. However, in the next second, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She had spent a lot of effort to find out this information. Master hadn't interacted with anyone since entering the palace, so how would she know if what she said was correct? Tingyu was just thinking about it when she saw that Yao Mo Wan had already walked far away. She didn't think too much and quickened her pace to catch up. Ben Gong is going to be angered to death. Yao the Mo Xian died and now there's Yao Mo Wan. I heard that she's even an idiot. Recently, His Majesty's taste has changed too much. What fun can he have with an idiot? Could it be that he's going to lie on the bed with that idiot and count? Yao Mo Wan had just gotten close to the pavilion when she heard Huan Kaier cursing. Nyang nyang, shi. Tingyu was just about to step forward to reason but was stopped by Yao Mo Wan. She could only remain silent. Master, don't be angry. It's just an idiot. It can't threaten Master's position in the palace. However, we have to remind Master to be on guard against that old fox, Yao Zhenting. He was actually able to make His Majesty confer his idiot daughter, and even made Yao Su Wan Imperial Gue Fei. It seems that in His Majesty's heart, his position is still very important. Zishuang handed all the fish food in her hands to Huan Kaier as she analyzed the situation. That might not be the case. His Majesty hasn't conferred an Empress yet. However, whenever I think of Yao Mo Xian's difficult labor and how both mother and son died, Ben Gong feels indescribably carefree. It's good that they died. Especially that little vile spawn. If he was allowed to live, the position of crown prince would fall into their Yao family. At that time, it wouldn't be good. Eat, fill yourselves to death. Huan Kaier's cherry lips curled into a sinister smile as she threw all the fish food in her hands into the Jade Lake. You're not allowed to say bad things about second older sister. Just as Huan Kaier was about to leave the pavilion, Yao Mo Wan suddenly rushed over and looked angrily at Huan Kaier. If she remembered correctly, when Huan Kaier beat a palace maid to death, she was the one who didn't make a big deal out of it. In this moment, Yao Mo Wan sorrowfully admitted that in this world, good people didn't have good rewards. Who are you? Huan Kaier sized up the unfamiliar woman in front of her and questioned coldly. She's the new master of Guan Osprey Palace. His Majesty personally bestowed her the title of Consort Yao. According to the rules of the palace, my master has been bestowed a courtesy name, but you don't, so you should greet my master. Tingyu, who had been suppressing her anger for a long time, immediately rushed over and shouted. The entire pavilion suddenly fell silent. Huan Kaier stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly let out a loud laugh. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. Pfft, ha ha ha, Zishuang, did you hear that? She actually wants me to bow to an idiot. I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and support this consort. My stomach is hurting from all this laughing. Huan Kaier laughed wildly without restraint, her eyes filled with disdain. What are you looking at? Get lost. Don't block my master's way. Zishuang pushed Tingyu away in disgust. Just as she was about to help Huan Kaier leave the pavilion, Yao Moan suddenly rushed over and pulled Zishuang away. She fiercely pushed Huan Kaier against the railing of the pavilion with reddened eyes. Go apologize to second older sister. Yao Moan's voice was perfect, every word incomparably clear. You're brazen. You actually dare to be rude to Consort Chun. Zishuang, who had finally managed to steady herself, was just about to pull Yao Moan away when Tingyu grabbed her hair, causing her to cry out in pain. Chapter 32. You're going? Or not? Yao Mo Wan's hands pressed down hard on Huan Kaier's jade shoulders. Her clear eyes were bloodshot. She couldn't bear to hear any insults towards Zhong'er. This was the root of Huan Kaier's mistake. This consort isn't going. In the next second, Huan Kaier had already been pushed off the pavilion by Yao Moan. With a plop, she fell into the Jade Lake. The water droplets splashed high up into the air, looking even more sparkling and translucent under the sunlight. Chun, Consort Chun, someone come. consort has fallen into the water. Someone come quickly. You. Zishuang pushed Tingyu away fiercely and rushed to the railing. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to swim, so she could only watch her mistress flop around in the water. Even though it was a warm spring day, the lake water was exceptionally cold. I already gave her a chance to choose. She's the one who didn't want to go. Yao Mo shrugged innocently and threw Zishuang down. She indicated for the flabbergasted Tingyu to follow her. You idiot! My master won't let you get away with this. Just as Zishuang came back to her senses and shouted, Tingyu pushed Zishuang down with lightning speed. It was clear that Zishuang was much heavier than Huan Kai'er. The water droplets splashed up and soaked Yao Mo clothes. Tingyu, what are you doing? Yao Mo suddenly turned around and looked at Tingyu, who was clapping her hands and walking towards her in surprise. She actually dared to insult you. Of course Tingyu has to teach her a lesson. Tingyu put on a loyal expression. This consort knows that Huan Kai'er knows how to swim, so there's nothing to worry about. Are you sure Zishuang won't drown? Yao Mo pretended to look towards Tingyu solemnly. When Tingyu heard this, her face instantly turned as white as paper. She was about to run back to the pavilion when Yao Mo pulled her back. Let's return to the palace, Yao Mo said indifferently. But the patrolling guards have already rushed over. They won't die. Yao Mo lifted her cherry lips and the smile in her eyes deepened. Seeing her mistress walk out of the pavilion unhurriedly, Tingyu subconsciously turned to look and hurriedly followed. When they returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mo leisurely leaned back on the chaise lounge. Fluffy, who was in her embrace, seemed even more languid than her as she stretched lazily on Yao Mo's lap. Lu Xing still hasn't returned? Yao Mo focused on caressing the kitten in her arms as she asked indifferently. After waiting for a long time without anyone replying, she finally looked up and saw that Tingyu was pacing around the entrance of Guan Osprey Palace while waving the embroidered handkerchief. Tingyu! Yao Mo slightly raised her voice. When Tingyu heard this, she immediately walked back to Yao Mo's side with an expression of deep hatred. Your Highness, why do you think Consort Chen and the others aren't here yet? It's almost 5:00 and there's no one around? Tingyu questioned anxiously. What did they come here for? Yao Mo asked disapprovingly. Of course I'm here to denounce you. Tingyu replied as a matter of course. Even if they send a punitive force to denounce us, they won't come to Guan Osprey Palace. Don't worry. Yao Mo's cherry lips pursed into a smile as her jade fingers stroked Fluffy's snow-colored fur. Won't come to Guan Osprey Palace? Then where would they go? This servant doesn't understand. Tingyu looked towards her mistress in confusion as her brows furrowed. Pure Flowers Palace. Although Huan Kai'er's temperament is a bit violent and she's not as shrewd as the other consorts, she's not stupid. If she directly came to Guan Osprey Palace, how could she guarantee that Bin Gong wouldn't push her into the water basin again and choke on water? Furthermore, it wouldn't be good for her to bicker with a fool. If she wants to seek justice, she'll naturally find someone who's reasonable. Yao Mo's beautiful eyes were as sharp as a blade. It was as if every step they took was within her calculations. Chapter 33. Lu Xing kowtows and salute to Nyang Nyang. After staying in the palace for a few days, Lu Xing had also learned the rules of the palace. Rise, how did the investigation go? When Yao Moan looked at Lu Xing, her eyes would always overflow with slight heartache. This man was too persistent. Even if he knew there wouldn't be any results, he still gave his all without hesitation. With Lu Xing's wholehearted love, Mimi's first half of life was blissful. Replying Yang Yang, this servant heard from Steward Yao that Third Madam and Little Young Master have already moved into Prime Minister Yao Fu, but their days aren't good. Eldest Madam frequently whipped Third Madam and didn't treat Little Young Master well. However, because of Master, she didn't do anything in secret. However, this is something that will happen sooner or later. Lu Xing reported everything he heard from Yao Tu to Yao Moan. Father doesn't care? Yao Moan frowned slightly. She not only sympathized with Su Muzi, but also felt a trace of guilt. If she hadn't needed it, the two of them wouldn't have been exposed so quickly and they would have suffered less. Su Muzi was in the same situation as her mother. She was threatened by her father and bullied by the legal wife. No matter what, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Perhaps master is hindered by the imperial Gue Fei, so as long as eldest madam doesn't harm little young master, he'll turn a blind eye to Su Muzi, said Lu Xing with a sigh. Master is just like that. Back then, he clearly knew that eldest madam had ordered Gao Momo to poison madam, but he didn't care at all. Lu Xing's words instantly enraged Tingyu. These were all things Gao Momo had personally said when they were being tortured in the woodshed. Tingyu. At the side, Lu Xing instinctively stopped Tingyu, afraid that Yao Moen would be hurt if she heard this. It's fine. Prepare dinner. Bin Gong is a bit hungry. Yao Moen caressed Fluffy with a faint smile. However, her frozen heart became even colder. This servant will go now. Lu Xing respectfully left Guan Osprey Palace and headed towards the imperial kitchen. Right after Lu Xing left, Yi Junqing suddenly appeared at the entrance of Guan Osprey Palace. When the setting sun shone on his face, it was as if it was plated with a golden sheen, causing his already handsome face to look even more stunning. Sometimes, Yao Moen wondered why someone who fought on the battlefield all year round had skin so white. It was so white that even she was a bit jealous. This servant kowtows in salute to the esteemed prince. Esteemed prince, please come inside. In the end, Tingyu was still a young woman. At this moment, she was already unable to resist the temptation. She moved to the entrance of the palace, and without even asking if her master was willing, she eagerly invited Yi Junqing in. Of course, she couldn't blame Tingyu. Even a woman who was used to seeing the world of romance was unable to resist Yi Junqing's charm, let alone Tingyu. However, Yao Moen noticed that Yi Junqing's expression wasn't as friendly as Tingyu's. As expected, when Yi Junqing stepped into the main hall, he sternly ordered Tingyu to leave. Withdraw first. This prince has something to say to your master. Yi Junqing's words startled Tingyu, and she looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Stand guard outside. Without my order, don't let anyone in. Oh right, bring Fluffy out. As Yao Moen spoke, she placed the kitten into Tingyu's arms. She didn't want the city gates to catch fire, and the fish in the moat would be affected. From Yi Junqing's posture, it seemed that he was truly angry. Yao Moen only got up lazily when the palace doors were tightly shut. She swayed gracefully to the table and picked up the cracked blue glazed teapot. She poured 2 cups. One was used and the other was pushed towards Yi Junqing. Chapter 34. Joy Spring Brothels Jing Xin. You wouldn't deny this identity, right? Yi Junqing's eyes flashed with anger. Oh, if Prince hadn't reminded me, Moen really would have forgotten. Yao Moen didn't deny it, because there was no point. I once heard Ma Xin mention that her younger sister only had the intelligence of a child. You clearly aren't. You couldn't possibly be a substitute that Yi Hongyi got from somewhere to secretly do some shady business, right? Yi Junqing made a logical guess. If it wasn't related to Ma Xin, he wouldn't care about this woman's true identity. Perhaps eldest sister lied to you? Yao Moen hid the sharpness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. Ma Xin wouldn't lie to me. She can choose not to say, but she definitely wouldn't lie to me. Yi Junqing's clear eyes flickered with unswerving determination as he spoke confidently. It was as if he was stating an unquestionable truth. Huh. Yao Ma Xin, that big idiot. Tears swayed in her eyes, but Yao Moen forced them back. She really didn't know what she had done to Yi Junqing for him to trust her so unwaveringly. You're not allowed to say bad things about Ma Xin. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. I don't care who you are. Yi Junqing's eyes suddenly turned cold and a deep darkness appeared in them. Right at this time, Tingyu's voice came from outside the door. This servant kowtows in salute to your majesty, Imperial Noble Consort, Imperial Consort Chun. Tingyu's voice was very loud, clearly warning the people in the room. Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head. Yao Sulwan wasn't that smart. In the end, she still did as she expected and brought the matter of Jade Lake to his majesty. Suddenly, Yao Moen's lips curved into a cold smile. Although it only appeared for a moment, Yi Junqing couldn't help but frown when he saw it. Prince wouldn't be impolite to Moen in front of His Majesty, right? You know how much His Majesty loves Moen. Yao Moen smiled as she walked around Yi Junqing in a provocative manner towards the palace doors. Your Majesty, Wana doesn't want to eat with the esteemed prince. I don't want him to enter Wan'er's room again. The moment the palace doors opened, Yao Moen's tears fell so quickly that Yi Junqing was flabbergasted. When Yi Hongyi saw Yao Moen's wronged expression, he immediately pulled her into his embrace, as if he'd forgotten his original intentions. He couldn't bear to see such a porcelain doll cry. What happened? Tell me, I will help you decide. Yi Hongyi's gaze swept past the furious Yi Junqing before landing on Yao Moen. It was as gentle as the spring breeze in April. The esteemed prince insists on killing Wan'er's Fluffy. If Wan'er was unwilling, he would make his move. Your Majesty, chase him out. Yao Moen spoke in a childish voice as she abruptly pointed at Yi Junqing. Her angry little face was like a pear blossom in the rain, making her look extremely lovable. The corners of Yi Junqing's lips twitched and 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead as he stood alone in the wind. This woman, he actually acted so well. Damn it. He really wanted to expose Yao Moen's facade, but he restrained himself. Junqing, this is where you're wrong. In any case, you're a prince, so why bother with a beast? We will protect Fluffy's life. If you have any dissatisfaction, then come at us. Don't make things difficult for Consort Yao. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yi Junqing angrily as his voice gradually turned cold. This subject younger brother wouldn't dare. Yi Junqing didn't want to explain any further, nor did he know how to explain. At this moment, Yao Sulwan, who was standing behind Yi Hongyi, felt an indescribable rage burning in her heart. That damned cat, it actually managed to obtain His Majesty's protection. It seemed that she had prepared the poison for nothing. She would let that beast off for now. There would be plenty of time in the future, so she wasn't afraid that she wouldn't have a chance to kill it. Chapter 35. You can't lie. Consort Chen is right here. You wouldn't deny it, right? Yao Sulwan hated Yao Moen's pitiful appearance the most. It was as if the entire world was bullying her. Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for this concubine. This concubine was feeding the fish in the pavilion when this concubine Yao appeared out of nowhere and pushed this concubine into the water without any reason. If it wasn't for the guards saving me in time, this concubine is afraid that I won't be able to see your Majesty again. Huan Kaier wept as she walked to Yi Hongyi's side. She raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears and cried miserably. Wan'er, tell me, why did you push Consort Chen down from the pavilion? Yi Hongyi barely glanced at Huan Kaier as he gently lifted her chin with his finger. She can say that Wan'er is an idiot. It's okay, everyone says that. Wan'er is already used to it. But she can't say bad things about second sister. Wan'er only has second sister now. If anyone dares to bully second sister, Wan'er won't agree. Second sister, can you not be angry? Don't dislike Wan'er, okay? Yao Mo Wan's voice carried a heavy sobbing tone. She raised her hand without warning towards Yao Sulwan. When Yao Sulwan wasn't paying attention, she forcefully grabbed that pair of hands that were still wrapped in white gauze. Ouch! Get lost! Yao Sulwan screamed in pain and flung Yao Moen's hand away in disgust. However, in the next second, she realized that she had lost control of herself. When she raised her eyes, she saw Yi Hongyi's cold gaze. Second older sister doesn't dislike you. Yao Sulwan lied and explained. Your Majesty, this concubine didn't say anything bad about Imperial Gue Fei. I really didn't. Consort Chen frantically refuted. In her memory, she had only cursed Yao Maxin a few times. At the side, Yi Junqing saw all of this and couldn't help but admire Yao Moen's ability to shift the blame onto Huan Kaier and Yao Sulwan with just a few words. It was as if she hadn't done anything wrong. More importantly, Yao Sulwan and Huan Kaier had also been circled inside by her. They no longer had the aggressive attitude they had when they first came. Forget it. You guys can leave. I want to eat with Wan'er. Yi Hongyi waved his hand angrily, then pulled Yao Moen into his embrace and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Wan cried so much that even our hearts ache. If anyone dares to make Wan cry again, we will behead him. Yi Hongyi's tone was soft and gentle, as if he was talking about some peerless treasure. The light in his eyes was as gentle as water. Hearing this, Yao Sulwan, who was about to open her mouth again, immediately swallowed her words even though she was unwilling. On the other hand, Huan Kaier, who was at the side, didn't seem to realize the severity of the problem. She just happened to rush over and look at Yi Hongyi with teary eyes. "Your Majesty, this concubine. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me?" His icy voice was filled with a sinister chill. Yi Hongyi's eyes shone with an extremely dark light. Huan Kaier was instantly stunned. At that time, no matter how angry His Majesty had been, he had never revealed this kind of gaze. It was like a bloodthirsty lion opening its bloody mouth to devour someone. Chapter 36. What a good show you sisters are putting on. What does Consort Chin mean by this? Could it be that you suspect Bin Gong of colluding with Consort Yao? Yao Sulwan suddenly felt like she had to eat bitter medicine in silence. She clearly wanted Yao Moen to die even more than Huan Kaier, but unfortunately, no one believed her. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. Yao Sulwan, you're truly capable. If you have the ability, then come directly at Bin Gong. Don't use a fool as a knife. Because her father Huan Hong held military power, Huan Kaier hadn't restrained her temper in the palace and had always been domineering. Now that she had suffered this kind of grievance, she naturally wouldn't let it go. Consort Chin, don't forget that Bin Gong is the imperial Gui Fei. Pay attention to your attitude. Yao Sulwan normally didn't provoke this thorn, but if she really did, she wouldn't back down. After all, her father was a prime minister and her own rank was above Huan Kaier's. Bin Gong's attitude can be considered good. Yao Sulwan, this matter isn't over. Since His Majesty can't get justice, Bin Gong has a way to get it back myself. Zishuang, let's go. Huan Kaier didn't allow Yao Sulwan to refute and immediately left with a flick of her sleeve. Your Highness, Consort Chin is too tyrannical. Are you just going to let her have it? Said Kaiying disapprovingly as she watched Huan Kaier leave angrily. What else can I do? His Majesty is still inside. Could it be that he's going to go crazy with her? She's just a jumping clown. There's nothing she can do. On the other hand, His Majesty, how could he let Yao Moen off like this? I really don't understand what His Majesty is thinking. She's clearly an idiot, but he treats her like a treasure. Yao Sulwan's icy gaze swept over the white muslin in her hands as hatred surged in her chest. Inside the main hall, Yi Hongyi supported Yao Moen to the table dotingly and turned to look towards Yi Junqing. Junqing, sit too. The moment Yi Hongyi spoke, he saw Bingshan jog in from outside and mumble something into Yi Hongyi's ear. And Bingshan's voice was very soft. Yao Moen tried very hard to listen, but she couldn't hear a single word. One air, Shen still has matters to attend to, so Zhen won't be able to keep you company tonight. Don't worry, Zhen will protect Fluffy's life, so no one will dare to do anything to her. A great person like you shouldn't stoop to petty people like him and forgive the esteemed prince this time. If you don't let him eat here, he'll probably go hungry. Yi Hongyi pressed his face against Yao Moen's cheek as he spoke in a low voice, as if he was coaxing a child. Then, all right, Wanner will listen to your Majesty. Yao Moen hesitated for a long time before reluctantly nodding. Good girl, Wanner. Then Zhen will leave. Eat more. Zhen will come see you tomorrow. Yi Hongyi reluctantly left Yao Moen and turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. Once Yi Hongyi left, Yi Junqing sat down at the table and snorted disdainfully at Yao Moen. What a good acting. Your Highness is overpraising me. Yao Moen spoke calmly. Her jade fingers picked up a pair of carved bamboo chopsticks and elegantly picked up a piece of fish to carefully taste. Perhaps it was because of her mood, but Yao Moen felt that tonight's meal was especially to her taste. She believed that after her ruckus, not only had she instigated disharmony between Huan Kaier and Yao Sulwan, she had also caused Left General Huan Heng and her father to become enemies. The good show was finally starting. She was really looking forward to it. Bin Wang wasn't praising you. It can't be that you didn't hear it? Yi Junqing immediately clarified. Isn't that so? Then what do you mean? Yao Moan's delicate face suddenly turned towards Yi Junqing as she asked this question sincerely. Chapter 37. Just after noon the next day, Yao Mo had nothing to do and was preparing to go out for a walk when she saw Lu Xing hastily rush in from outside. Your ladyship, First Madam has entered the palace with young master. Lu Xing had placed spies in Yao Xiangfu, so the moment Dou Xianglan stepped out of the door, Lu Xing received the news. Dou Xianglan is just this short-sighted. She wants to borrow Yao Sulwan's hand to kill Yao Yu, but she doesn't know that the previous court and the inner palace have a rather subtle relationship. If she forces him into a corner, father will abandon Yao Sulwan, this chess piece. At that time, the ones who will suffer a loss will be the mother and son. Yao Mo laughed coldly as she stood up. Her plump fingers caressed the intricately embroidered orchid on her sleeves as a shrewd light flashed through her eyes. Will the imperial noble consort really harm Yao Yu? That's old master's only son. Lu Xing looked towards Yao Mo worriedly, his anxiety obvious. Yao Sulwan isn't stupid. She naturally wouldn't take the risk. However, Lu Xing, Tingyu, the two of you follow Bin Gong to Pure Flowers Palace. It's only right that Bin Gong pay a visit to this mother. Yao Moan walked out of Guan Osprey Palace with light and graceful steps. The sunlight shone on her peerlessly beautiful face, but it was unable to penetrate her frozen skin. Inside Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Sulwan glared fiercely at the timid Yao Yu standing at the side and turned to order Kaiying. Kaiying, take Yao Yu to the Imperial Garden to play. After sending Yao Yu away, Yao Sulwan looked towards her mother. Mother, why did you bring him to the palace? Yao Sulwan looked towards Dou Xianglan in confusion and asked suspiciously. In the Fu, your father ordered Yao Tu and the others to keep a close watch, so I couldn't do anything. We might as well bring him to the Imperial Palace, push him into a lake, and say that he accidentally fell into it and drowned. No matter how angry your father is, he won't make a scene in the Imperial Palace, right? Dou Xianglan sipped her tea as if this was a very simple matter. My dearest mother, can you stop causing trouble? I'm already so annoyed over here that I can't believe you could come up with this kind of idea. Yao Sulwan rolled her eyes at Dou Xianglan speechlessly and sighed fiercely. How can you say that I'm causing trouble? Mother is doing this for your own good. Look at your father. He only talks about that bastard all day long. He doesn't take you seriously anymore. After court this morning, he even criticized you in front of me, saying that he shouldn't have offended Consort Qin, causing Huan Heng to accuse him in front of the palace. It was him who had a handle on Huan Heng. What does it have to do with you? Dou Xianglan snorted coldly and said hatefully. Huan Heng told his father about it. I didn't expect that Consort Qin's speed to be so fast. Yao Sulwan's long, shapely eyebrows tightly knit together, her gaze gradually turning cold. What happened? Haven't you and Consort Qin always minded your own business? It couldn't be that she saw that you were conferred the title of Imperial Gui Fei, so she's deliberately finding fault with you, right? Dou Xianglan saw Yao Sulwan's angry face and asked worriedly, isn't it all thanks to that idiot? I don't know what Yao Mo was thinking, but she actually pushed Huan Kaier from the pavilion into the lake and almost drowned her. If it was me, I also wouldn't let this matter rest. Just thinking about it made Yao Sulwan's belly full of anger. Chapter 38. All right, even if you say it, will father believe it? Father will only think that I'm narrow-minded and instigated Yao Mo want to make a mistake so I can get rid of her. Yao Sulwan felt a headache coming on and rubbed her forehead. This Yao Mo, if I had known this would happen, I would have made her drink a bowl of red crane and sent her and her lowly mother to reunite with Yao Mo Xian in the underworld. Just as Dou Xianglan was gritting her teeth, Yao Mo walked into Pure Flowers Palace innocently. Wana greets D Mother. What is this red crane that D Mother just mentioned? Before entering Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Mo saw Kaiying leave with Yao Yu and ordered Lu Xing and Tingyu to follow. Then she stopped outside the palace for a while before walking in. You, how long have you been here? Do Xianglan looked at Yao Mo Wan, who was walking over in shock, and asked in panic, "You just got here? I just heard Dee mother say something about Crane's crown red. I think she also mentioned Moen's mother. What were you guys talking about?" Yao Moen blinked her clear eyes as her cherry lips curved beautifully. "None of your business. My skin is itching from not being hit for a few days." Do Xianglan was just about to get up and teach Yao Mo Wan a lesson when Yao Suwan stopped her. "Nothing, just chatting. Mother, Wanner has done well. His Majesty is obedient to her." Yao Suwan intentionally gave her mother a look to warn her mother that Yao Mo Wan was different from before and that she absolutely couldn't hit her. Do Xianglan suddenly realized Yao Mo Wan's current identity and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Fortunately, she hadn't slapped her. His Majesty is very good, loving Imo Wan like mother. He even said that if anyone dares to bully Imo Wan, he'll chop off their fingers. Yao Imo Wan's heart trembled when she saw Do Xianglan's hateful expression. Her younger sister must have eaten quite a few slaps in the first half of her life. There was plenty of time in the future. She had plenty of time to play with them. At the side, Do Xianglan heard this and instinctively retracted her hands into her sleeves. Her face was purple. "Imo Wan, why have you come?" Yao Suwan asked gently, restraining her temper. Ever since returning from Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Suwan knew that she couldn't offend this fool for now. Once His Majesty got tired of playing, Yao Imo Wan's death would come. "That's what Tingyu said earlier. It's been so long since I've seen Dee mother. Moen really misses you." Yao Moen's brows curved, but her smile made Do Xianglan feel uncomfortable all over. "You will miss me," Do Xianglan muttered and snorted coldly. "What did Dee mother say? Moen didn't hear it?" Yao Moen walked around Yao Suwan and directly walked in front of Do Xianglan, scaring Do Xianglan into hurriedly retreating in fear. Do Xianglan believed that if Yao Moen wasn't an idiot, even if she had Yao Suwan's protection, she still wouldn't necessarily be completely safe. "No, nothing." Do Xianglan dodged the question. Even though Yao Suwan and Do Xianglan both overtly and covertly reminded Yao Moen that she wasn't welcome, Yao Moen still lingered in Pure Flower's palace. Only around the time of the 5th hour did she stretch and walk out of Pure Flower's palace. "That little bastard is finally gone. I really don't understand why His Majesty would dote on her." Do Xianglan sighed fiercely and said resentfully, "Don't say that daughter didn't warn you. His Majesty has been very protective of her these days, so don't provoke her if you have nothing better to do. If you really anger His Majesty, daughter won't be able to save you completely," warned Yao Suwan. Chapter 39. Nyang Nyang. It's bad. Kaiying stopped in front of Yao Suwan, panting. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her face was as pale as paper. "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to bring Yao Yu to play? Where's Yao Yu?" Yao Suwan looked towards Kaiying with a frown, but Yao Yu didn't come back. "This servant also doesn't know. This servant was just playing hide and seek with young master a while ago. I don't know why, but after playing and playing, I lost sight of him." Kaiying looked at Yao Suwan with trepidation as she nervously reported. "What? You lost him? You can't even look after a child? What's the point of raising you?" Yao Suwan abruptly stood up and glared at Kaiying. Forget it. Forget it. If he's lost, then he's lost. Maybe he fell into the river himself. That'll save me the trouble." At the side, Do Xianglan didn't care. She believed in her bones that between Yao Suwan and Yao Yu, Yao Zhenting would definitely choose her daughter. "What are you just standing there for? Hurry and send someone to look for him. If something goes wrong, just watch how I'll take care of you." Yao Suwan berated Kaiying harshly and turned to look towards her mother. "It's not as simple as you think. Anyway, forget it. There's no point in telling you. Just wait. We'll go back together after we find Yao Yu." Yao Suwan looked helplessly at her mother. "With you, the Imperial Gue Fei, standing here. I don't believe your father can do anything to me. I'll go back first. It's best if we can't find him, but even if we find him, don't send him back." Do Xianglan had already held back quite a bit of anger from Yao Moen. Do Xianglan had already walked out of Pure Flower's palace without waiting for Yao Suwan to speak. At dinner, Yi Junqing, who had disappeared for a day, finally showed himself. It wasn't that he was willing, but his stomach was really empty and he was very hungry. Who is he? Yi Junqing walked into the main hall in a white robe and just happened to see Yao Yu playing with Fluffy at the table. Moen's younger brother. Perhaps it was because they were in the same boat. Yao Moen had liked Yao Yu from the first time she saw him. That obedient appearance was exactly the same as her younger sister. Ma Xin never mentioned that she had a younger brother. Yi Junqing clearly doubted Yao Moen's words. So eldest sister still has some reservations about Prince, don't you? Yao Moen replied indifferently as she looked towards Yi Junqing with her beautiful eyes. Yao Moen wanted to defame herself. She wanted Yi Junqing to know that the woman in his heart wasn't perfect and flawless. In that case, would the love be a little less? This prince really suspects that you might be Ma Xin's biological younger sister. Yi Junqing's clear eyes turned piercingly cold. His gaze towards Yao Moen became indistinguishable. It's the real deal. Yao Yu, come eat. Yao Moen smiled faintly, then pulled Yao Yu over and held him in her arms, feeding him mouthful by mouthful. At the side, Fluffy seemed to sense the presence of danger. After leaving Yao Yu's embrace, she hastily shrunk back to Yao Moen's feet and stared at Yi Junqing vigilantly. Prince always has that icy expression. Even Fluffy is scared of you, teased Yao Moen as she glanced at Yi Junqing. That's because it feels guilty. Yi Junqing suddenly realized that he was arguing with a cat. He immediately withdrew his gaze and sat down in front of Yao Moen to pick up his chopsticks. Older sister Warner, older brother is so handsome. Yao Yu looked towards Yi Junqing with a brilliant smile. That's because you're still young and haven't seen much of the world. Once you grow up, you'll realize that that face is very ordinary. Yao Moen used a handkerchief to wipe away the rice on Yao Yu's face as she lied. On the other side of the table, Yi Junqing's expression stiffened. He took a long time to calm himself down before continuing to eat. A good man doesn't argue with a woman. Yi Junqing comforted himself. Older sister Warner, Yao Yu wants to grow up faster. Yao Yu's voice sounded a little disappointed, and his eyes became watery. Why? Yao Moen set down her bowl and placed Yao Yu on the chair next to her. Chapter 40. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. At the side, Yi Junqing, who was eating, couldn't stop coughing. He looked towards Yao Moen, his eyes clearly saying that women's hearts were the most vicious. Surprisingly, Yao Moen didn't retort. She just looked at Yao Yu, her gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Remember older sister Warner's words. You can't wait until you grow up to protect mother, because mother can't wait, understand? Her heart felt like it was being stabbed with a small knife. Yao Yu still had a chance, unlike her. Even if she wanted to risk her life to protect her mother, she no longer had the chance. Yao Yu will remember. Older sister Warner, do you think it would be better to change the hairpin into an embroidery needle? Yao Yu blinked his bright eyes as he asked this seriously. This child is worth teaching. Yao Moen nodded with a smile. Yao Yu was father's favorite, so no matter how excessive he was, no one in the residence, including Do Xianglan, would dare to punish him. She could only hope that this would make Su Muzi's life in the Prime Minister residence a bit easier. On the other side of the table, the corners of Yi Junqing's lips twitched. He had to use one hand to hold the corner of the table so that he wouldn't fall over from the shock of the conversation between the two people in front of him. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, after morning court session, the first thing Yi Hongyi did was impatiently rush over to see his porcelain doll. What is our Warner doing? When Yi Hongyi walked into Guan Osprey Palace, he saw Yao Moen putting all of the pastries on the table into a cloth bag. Father likes to eat the pastries from the palace. In the past, second older sister would often bring back pastries from the palace for father and mother to eat. At the time, Warner really envied second older sister. Now that Warner is also living in the palace, I can bring pastries back to the residence. Yao Moen answered Yi Hongyi's question seriously as she packed the pastries. The smile on Yi Hongyi's face froze for a moment. Yao Moen knew this would happen because she knew that the pastries from the palace could only be made for His Majesty and the imperial concubines. Without His Majesty's reward, the outside officials couldn't eat them, nor could they eat them. Yao Sulwan dared to bring them out, and Yao Jinting dared to eat them. This was a huge taboo. Of course, it wasn't important whether this was true or not. What was important was that Yi Hongyi believed it. Your Majesty, aren't you happy? If your Majesty isn't happy, then Waner won't take it. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi blankly. As she spoke, she was about to take out the pastries from the cloth bag. Jin isn't unhappy. Since Waner has such filial piety, Jin will send someone to deliver these pastries to Yao Xiangfu. There's no need for you to personally deliver them. Yi Hongyi restrained the coldness in his eyes and smiled as he took the cloth bag from Yao Moen's hands. But Waner also wants to go back to the Prime Minister residence to take a look. Moreover, little brother is here. Waner has to take him back to the residence. Father will definitely be worried to death if he can't see little brother. As Yao Moen spoke, her gaze shifted towards Yao Yu, who was playing with Fluffy. Only then did Yi Hongyi notice that there was such a boy in the hall. This is your biological younger brother? Yi Hongyi lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen. He had never heard that Yao Jinting had a son. No wonder this old man didn't attend morning court today. He must have gone crazy looking for his son. Chapter 41. Waner also misses your Majesty. Yao Moen nodded happily and gave Yi Hongyi a light peck on the cheek before putting away the pastries. Yi Junqing, who had just walked in, happened to see this scene. He had to admit that Yao Moen's side profile was very similar to Mo Xian's. Mo Xian had given up everything for Yi Hongyi in this life, but in the end, they hadn't been able to grow old together. Back then, at Rippling Waves Pavilion, he had accompanied her to look up at the blue dome of heaven. She had once said that she had chosen the right star for him. When he saw the light in her eyes, Yi Junqing had finally decided to send troops to rescue the trapped Yi Hongyi. Wanera, did you forget about Junqing's breakfast? When Yi Hongyi saw Yi Junqing, he hooked a finger around Yao Moen's nose as he smiled affectionately. Ah, you're here. Waner thought you weren't going to eat anymore? What should I do? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing in realization. Ever since he found out that Yao Moen was pretending to be stupid, Yi Junqing always resisted seeing Yao Moen's naive appearance. This subject brother will take his leave. Yi Junqing ignored Yao Moen and cupped his hands to leave Guan Osprey Palace. However, he was stopped by Yi Hongyi. Junqing, Waner is returning to the Prime Minister's residence today. We still have political matters to take care of, so help us protect Waner. Don't let anyone bully our darling. Yi Hongyi seemed to speak lightly, but in reality, there was an undeniable dignity in his words. This subject, your Majesty, is the best. Take these. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing was about to refuse, she suddenly walked over to Yi Junqing with the cloth bag in her hand and impolitely shoved the bag into Yi Junqing's hand. Your Majesty, then Waner is leaving. Yao Moen turned and pulled Yao Yu over before leaving Guan Osprey Palace. When Yi Junqing saw the oil seeping out of the cloth bag and rubbing against his body, he suddenly had the urge to beat someone up. He quickly chased after her. At the sides, Lu Xing and Ting Yu bowed respectfully before following him out of Guan Osprey Palace. As Yi Hongyi watched Yi Junqing leave, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Prime Minister Yao's residence was also the place where Yi Junqing and Yao Maxin had first met. If he had to go back to that place again, his heart would definitely ache. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Junqing right now, he still didn't want him to live comfortably. Since it was not an official trip, there was no need to make it public. On the way, Yao Moen had Lu Xing drive the carriage. Ting Yu took Yao Yu to the carriage while she and Yi Junqing sat in the other carriage. You're good at lying, and you're even better at playing dumb. I really don't know how Maxin could have a younger sister like you. If it weren't for the fact that he was holding a cloth bag, Yi Junqing would rather die than sit in the same car as Yao Moen. Isn't that good? At least His Majesty likes it, replied Yao Moen indifferently. His Majesty likes you because you're Maxin's little sister. In his opinion, Maxin was incomparably good and had done everything for Yi Hongyi, so there was no reason for Yi Hongyi not to love her. At that time, every time he saw the Mo Xian, he would see traces of happiness on her face. As for that confession, Yi Junqing was certain that Moxin had willingly left it behind in order to ensure the stability of Yi Hongyi's empire. So that's what your highness thinks. Huh. As expected, your highness is intelligent and far-sighted, unparalleled in this world. Yao Moan laughed in spite of herself as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Her fingers gradually tightened in her sleeves, only stopping when she felt pain. Chapter 42. Third Mrs. Back. Oh, isn't this young master? This lowly one will go report to master right away. The servant's eyes lit up when he saw Yao Yu. No, Warner wants to give father a surprise. Things were different now. The servant who had never looked at Yao Moan properly before didn't dare go against her wishes now. In front of the residence, Yi Junqing looked up at the words, Prime Minister Yao Residence, and his eyes filled with deep sorrow. When he first saw Ma Xin, he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape in this lifetime. You guys really don't have good eyes. Hurry and bring a chair for the esteemed prince to sit. Yao Moan immediately ordered when she saw Yi Junqing standing there in sorrow. When the servants heard this, they looked towards Yao Moan. Even though she had entered the palace, she was still that foolish third Mississippi. Ah, how could they let His Highness sit in front of the residence? It wasn't like he was a stone lion. Cough, cough. His recollection came to an abrupt halt. Yi Junqing stared at Yao Moan with a dark expression, then quickly followed after her. When Yao Moan walked into the residence with Yao Yu, they ran into a worried Yao Tuesday, third miss. This old servant kowtows in salute to consort Yao. This old servant kowtows in salute to esteemed prince. As the steward of the prime minister residence, Yao Tu naturally recognized members of the imperial family and court officials. When he saw Yi Junqing, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, what surprised him even more was Yao Yu. Steward Yao, hurry and stand up. Moan isn't used to people kneeling. Yao Moan reached out to help Yao Tu up. In the entire Prime Minister Yao residence, only Yao Tu knew that the current Yao Moan was no longer the foolish child from back then. Consort Yao, why is the young master with you? Old master is worried to death and is currently reprimanding First Madam. Yao Tu looked at Yao Yu happily and exclaimed, It's a long story. I'll take Yao Yu to see his mother first. Yao Moan didn't hide anything in front of Yao Tuesday This old servant will report to master first. Just as Yao Tu was about to turn, Yao Moan stopped him. No, Moan wants to personally give father this surprise. Just watch and don't let anyone say anything. Yao Moan smiled, but it was abnormally cold. This old servant obeys, but third madam is currently in the woodshed. Yao Tu naturally understood Yao Moan's intentions and cupped his hands slightly in response. Behind them, Yi Junqing frowned slightly and silently followed Yao Moan to the woodshed in the rear courtyard. Lu Xingting and Yu exchanged a glance and followed. Yao Moan pulled Yao Yucai past the arched door of the woodshed and heard a miserable wail coming from the woodshed. Speak. Did you hide the young master? Where are you hiding? The shrill voice pierced everyone's eardrums. Yuji instructed the old mama on both sides to continuously beat Su Muzi. At that time, the imperial palace sent word that Yao Yu had not been found and that Do Xianglan should be prepared. Do Xianglan thought of such an extreme method, forcefully dragging the weak Su Muzi to the woodshed and beating her until she admitted that she had hidden the child. Give my Yuer back? Su Muzi's miserable voice rang out. You're still being stubborn. Beat them up. Hit him hard. The fierce voice sounded again. Outside the door, Yao Yu heard his mother's wails and immediately clenched his fists. He was just about to rush in when Yao Moan stopped him. Chapter 43. Scram. You're not allowed to bully mother. Yao Yu fiercely pushed aside the two maids who were whipping him like a crazed leopard. Before the maids could react, the pearl hairpin in his hand had already pierced into their flesh. Io. While the two maids were in pain, Yao Yu immediately rushed to Su Muzi's side. His heart ached as he looked at his mother who was covered in blood. Tears fell down his face. Little young master. Su Muzi. You're still saying you didn't hide him. Little young master, quickly come with me to see master. At the side, Yuji was startled for a moment before she immediately went to pull Yaoyu. Yaoyu was filled with hatred. He suddenly raised the pearl hairpin in his hand and fiercely stabbed Yuji's arm. Io, you little bastard. You actually dared to stab me. Watch how I take care of you. Like master, like servant. Yuji looked down on Sumuzi and Yaoyu from the bottom of her heart. Normally, she could put on an act in front of Yaoyu out of respect for master, but now that she was injured, she naturally revealed her vicious side. Seeing that Yuji was about to carry Yaoyu horizontally and was about to hit him, Lu Xing and Tingyu immediately rushed in and subdued Yuji. Yaoyu, who had been released, was like a roaring lion. He held a pearl hairpin in each hand and desperately stabbed it into Yuji's leg. Again and again, it was like raindrops, causing Yuji to howl in pain. When the two maids saw this, they wanted to go forward to stop them but were stopped by Lu Xing's shout. He's master's flesh and blood. If you guys dare to hurt him, master will skin you. The two maids looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to advance or retreat. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help third madam back to Quiet Snow Pavilion. Could it be that you're waiting for little young master to greet you one by one? When Tingyu saw the unconscious Sumuzi on the ground, she sternly yelled. When the two maids heard this, they immediately threw away the whips in their hands and carefully carried Sumuzi out of the woodshed. Io, come back. You're all rebelling. Hurry and pull this little bastard away. Stop. Let go of me. Save me. Both of Yuji's legs were already riddled with holes by Yaoyu. She howled and screamed in pain. It was so painful that she almost fainted, but the piercing pain kept rushing to her head, making her extremely clear-headed. Yao Moen only indicated for Lu Xing and Tingyu to let go when Yaoyu was tired. Yuji lost her restraints and fell flat onto the pile of straw. Enduring the pain, she raised her head and saw that Yao Moen was standing right in front of her. So it's you, you damned girl. You were the one who hid that little bastard. You even let these two lowly slaves pull me. I'm going to report this to master. Report to first madam. Ouch. It hurts so much. Yuji was confused by the pain, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. It wasn't me. It was the esteemed prince who told them to stop you. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Yao Moen looked towards Yuji with an aggrieved expression. On both sides, Tingyu and Lu Xing fiercely nodded. The corners of Yi Juanqing's lips twitched and large beads of cold sweat fell from the back of his head. He couldn't help but look towards Yao Moen, but Yao Moen only shrugged slightly, looking as if there was nothing she could do. Just because you called me a damned girl, it wouldn't be too much even if I cut you down. Yi Juanqing swept a cold glance over Yuji, but didn't deny it. Yaoyu, come here. Third older sister will accompany you to find father. Yao Moen pulled the panting Yaoyu and walked out of the woodshed without looking back. Tingyu and Lu Xing naturally followed after her. Yuji was the only one left in the woodshed, screaming for help. Before Yao Moen even stepped into Bamboo Wish Pavilion, she heard a roar coming from inside. Chapter 44. Do you really think this old man doesn't dare to kill you? How many pairs of eyes saw you bring Ewer into the Imperial Palace yesterday, but only you came back later? If you had said that Ewer was in the Imperial Palace, this old man would have believed it, but now you're framing Sumuzi. Do Xianglan. That's this old man's only son. Yao Zhenting's eyes were scarlet red as his rough fingers grabbed Do Xianglan's neck. Old. Master. Quickly let go. If this concubine dies, Suwan won't let you off. Do Xianglan's eyes were filled with shock as she looked at Yao Zhenting, who was like a trapped beast released from its cage, her face turning purple. If this old man doesn't have a son, I still won't let her off. Do you think this old man doesn't know what you're thinking? Do Xianglan, you're overestimating that Imperial Gue Fei of yours too much. If she was powerful, she'd be the empress by now. How could she be a mere Imperial Gue Fei? This old man will give you one last chance. Hand over Ewer, and this old man will spare your life. Otherwise, Yao Zhenting narrowed his eyes and increased the strength in his grip. Let go. Hurry and let go. When Do Xianglan's voice grew softer and softer and her eyes rolled back, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside and Yao Yu jumped in. Behind him, Yao Moen stood at the door with a cold expression, her eyes as cold as frost. She wouldn't let Do Xianglan die so easily. Some debts had to be settled one by one. You are. It's great that you're all right. That's great. The instant Yao Jinting saw Yao Yu, he threw off Do Xianglan and hugged Yao Yu tightly in his arms. His slightly stubbled mouth kept kissing Yao Yu's face. Yao Moen could clearly see tears flash through Yao Jinting's eyes. Just how much he loved this son of his. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Do Xianglan, who had been thrown to the ground by Yao Jinting, took deep breaths. After a while, her expression returned to normal. Warner kowtows in salute to father. After watching this show, Yao Moen finally stepped into the room and walked gracefully to Yao Jinting. Moen. This old subject kowtows in salute to consort Yao, kowtows in salute to esteemed prince. Yao Jinting looked towards Yao Moen in surprise. Only when he saw Yi Junqing walk in did he realize that he had forgotten himself. He hastily let go of Yao Yu and bowed respectfully. How could Warner accept father's greeting? Quickly get up. When Yao Moen saw this, she hurriedly walked forward to help Yao Jinting up. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and serve tea to consort Yao and the esteemed prince. Yao Jinting glared at Do Xianglan, who had just caught her breath. Yao Mo Wan, why is Yao Yu with you? Are you the one who hit him? Say it. The moment she saw Yao Yu and Yao Moen, Do Xianglan was instantly enlightened. No wonder Kaiying couldn't find Yao Yu. It was definitely this damn girl's doing. Chapter 45. Shut up. Don't you see that the esteemed prince is still here? Yao Jinting looked towards Do Xianglan fiercely. He already had a plan in mind. Master, you can't just believe his side of the story. Do Xianglan hurriedly explained. I've let the esteemed prince see a joke. Consort Yao, prince, please come to the main hall. Yao Jinting temporarily suppressed his anger and gestured respectfully for them to leave. Then he pulled Yao Yu out of Bamboo Wish Pavilion. On the way back to the palace, Yao Moen was silent. Whenever she thought of Su Muzi's blood-stained body, she couldn't help but think of her mother. At that time, she had been too foolish, actually believing that father and Do Xianglan would treat her mother well. In order to help Yi Hongyi consolidate his power, the number of times she visited her mother could be counted on one hand. It was only when she knelt in front of her mother's bed that she saw the true faces of these hypocrites. Unfortunately, it was too late. Her jade-like fingers clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yao Mo didn't even realize that her palms were bleeding. Her beautiful eyes gradually became watery. The Prime Minister's wife is so domineering. You must have suffered quite a bit because of her, right? Said Yi Jun lightly when he sensed Yao Moen's tense body. Heh, fortunately, those days are over. I won't let anyone bully me or the people I cherish anymore. Yao Moen took a deep breath and leaned lazily against the agarwood planks in the carriage. Her eyes swept over Yi Junqing and her lips curved into a confident smile. That's why you want to play dumb to please the emperor? As long as you have the emperor's protection, you don't need to be afraid of anyone? That doesn't seem right. You've been acting dumb since you were young. Could it be that you knew that you would be made a consort when you were young? Yi Junqing was confused by his own question. If Prince guesses correctly, then I'll tell you the reason. A faint smile appeared on Yao Moen's lips. It was rare to see Yi Junqing being this unclear. If this prince had guessed correctly, would there be a need for you to tell me? Yi Junqing suddenly felt like he was being mocked and glared at Yao Moen. As expected of an ambitious and ruthless character who has fought on the battlefield for a long time. Your reaction is really fast. Yao Moen's smile deepened. However, Yi Junqing couldn't tell that Yao Moen was praising him. Right at this moment, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted, and a plainly dressed man shockingly boarded the carriage. This subordinate greets Consort Yao. Greetings, Your Highness. Has Prince been well these past few days? The sonorous voice had a unique accent to it. Yi Junqing was startled by this and looked towards the newcomer in confusion. Thunder Rush? Didn't you return to the countryside to farm? The newcomer was none other than Bin Lei from the Su Palace that day. Bin Lei felt that farming really didn't have a future, so he joined Consort Yao and became a hidden guard. Only now did Yi Junqing notice that Bin Lei was actually cupping his hands towards Yao Moen. You defected to her? You know who she is? Yi Junqing was suddenly confused as to what was going on. The subordinate he was most proud of and most loyal to had actually thrown his lot in with this woman who only knew how to feign ignorance. Who she is not important. What's important is that she is Bin Lei's master. Bin Lei replied solemnly. It seems that Prince is feeling a bit regretful. Such a loyal guard has been taken advantage of by Moen. Yao Moen added fuel to the fire when she saw Yi Junqing's shocked expression. From the looks of it now, he wasn't loyal enough, said Yi Junqing hatefully. Bin Lei, how are things going? Yao Moen ignored Yi Junqing, who had turned his head away indignantly, and looked towards Bin Lei with a solemn expression. Consort Yao, don't worry. Bin Lei has already followed Consort Yao's instructions and taken over your business in Mengyuan. Bin Lei's words were vague, but in reality, he had taken over the covert operation that Yao Maxin had secretly established in Mengyuan, as well as a few large money-making businesses. You have business in Mengyuan? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Chapter 46. Well done. Here are the instructions for the next step. I'll leave Mengyuan to you. Yao Moen casually took out a bamboo tube from her sleeve and handed it to Bin Lei. Don't worry, master. Bin Lei definitely won't let you down. Bin Lei took the bamboo tube and subconsciously looked towards Yi Junqing. When he saw Yao Moen nod slightly, he didn't delay any longer and left the carriage. Yao Moen's heart was indescribably heavy. She leaned heavily against the wood and looked towards the carriage shed. Mengyuan was a place with many metal mines, so it had the reputation of being a land of fish and rice. It was located at the border of Chu and Shu and wasn't included in the two countries' territories. It had always been a point of conflict between Chu and Shu. At the time, Yao Moen had secretly sent people to live here behind Yi Hongyi's back. She had also allocated funds to build a money house, a cloth house, and a grain house. Furthermore, she had privately bought horses and soldiers. She had wanted to wait until the time was right to tell Yi Hongyi and give him a pleasant surprise. However, she hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would beat her to it and give her a huge, pleasant surprise. After returning to the imperial palace, Yi Junqing got off the carriage and left without saying a single word to Yao Moen. Yao Moen understood his current state of mind. The vanguard he was most proud of had thrown himself under her wing, so Yi Junqing definitely felt betrayed. Yao Moen couldn't help but smile as she watched Yi Junqing leave. If you don't want to fight, don't fight, that's fine. Moen will fight for you and fight for you. No matter what method she uses, Moen will return you a magnificent great Chu. Nyang, the esteemed prince seems unhappy, asked Tingyu in a small voice. She seemed to have noticed something was off. Let him be. Yao Moen sighed lightly, then walked towards Guan Osprey Palace with Tingyu and Lu Xing. Just as the three of them reached the imperial garden, they suddenly heard a low moan coming from a canna tree about half a person tall on the left. Nyang. Lu Xing instinctively moved in front of Yao Moen and looked towards the bushes on the left. Yao Moen was speechless and gave Lu Xing a look. Lu Xing immediately jumped into the canna tree. Yao Moen was very moved. She suddenly thought that even if there was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, Lu Xing probably wouldn't hesitate with just a glance from her. After about half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Xing walked out carrying a palace made covered in scars. Nyang. She's not dead yet, but her injuries aren't light. As she looked at the palace made in Lu Xing's arms, her hair was in a mess, her neck was bruised, and her body was covered in wounds of various sizes. Yao Moen's gaze turned cold. This was definitely in Bingshan's work. Lu Xing, carefully sent her to the shack at the back of Changel Palace. Then think of a way to get some medicine and food for her. Do your best to save her. Yao Moen lifted her eyes to look around. Fortunately, no one noticed. Yes, Lu Xing never asked for the reason. As long as Yao Moen gave the order, he would do it. After Lu Xing left, Yao Moen finally calmed down and brought Tingyu back to Guan Osprey Palace. Chapter 47. Your Majesty is reading. Wanner doesn't dare disturb you. Yao Moen gathered her thoughts and walked over with her delicate face. Her hands very naturally landed on Yi Hongyi's palms. She glanced sideways and saw the title of the book, Ancient Style of Famous Generals. Yao Moen remembered this book. It recorded the glory and disgrace of all the famous generals. The cause of death was especially detailed. Was it still not enough to keep Yi Junqing in the imperial palace? Yi Hongyi just didn't feel safe like this. It was as if in his eyes, everyone had the possibility of betraying him. It was just a matter of whether they were big or small. Jin was waiting for you. I only read books when I'm bored. If you come back, Jin naturally won't have to read these boring books anymore. Jean's little vixen is much more interesting than these books. Yi Hongyi wrapped his arms around Yao Moen's waist and held her between his legs. He twirled her hair around her chest. They clearly hadn't parted for long, but he actually felt a bit reluctant. Wanner also misses your majesty. Yao Moen hooked her arms around Yi Hongyi's neck, her small face sticking to his chest. Her plain eyes flashed with a deep light. On the bed, two entwined bodies pressed against each other. Yi Hongyi was completely indulged in this wonderful feeling, unable to extricate himself. Below him, Yao Moen's jade finger lightly lifted, the pad of her finger brushing across Yi Hongyi's sharp brows. Your Majesty is so beautiful. Yao Moen praised sincerely. At that time, Yi Hongyi had been the most dazzling man in the world in her eyes. He had hooked her soul and made her wholeheartedly unwavering until death. But now, what Yao Moen saw was clearly a ravenous wolf, a beast with a black heart. Yao Moen's innocent gaze and ambiguous actions finally made Yi Hongyi soar into the clouds. He felt a carefree feeling he had never felt before. Wanner is really Jean's vixen. Yi Hongyi flipped over and lay down next to Yao Moen. He tenderly pulled her into his embrace and stroked her snowy shoulders. When Jean went to court today, there were many officials who spoke ill of your father in front of Jean. What do you think we should do? Why did they speak ill of father? Did father do something wrong? If father did something wrong, he should be punished. Every time Wanner does something wrong, she will be punished. Yao Moen innocently looked towards Yi Hongyi. That kind of serious expression made Yi Hongyi unable to help but laugh. Wanner also has a time when she makes mistakes. Every time I do something wrong, mother will lock Wanner in the woodshed for several days. She won't give her food or water, and she'll even have Yuji whip Wanner. It really hurts. Yao Moen deliberately moved her body closer to Yi Hongyi, as if she was seeking shelter. What did you do wrong for them to punish you like this? Does the Prime Minister not care? When he felt the body in his arms tremble slightly, the depths of Yi Hongyi's eyes turned cold. Wanner doesn't know either. Perhaps Wanner isn't as smart as eldest sister, and I'm not as likable as second sister. In any case, Wanner's words are always wrong, always making mother angry. Your Majesty, if only Wanner wasn't so stupid. Yao Moen's voice carried a heavy sobbing tone as her body trembled even more violently. Chapter 48. Another round of desperate entanglement ensued. As she watched Yi Hongyi greedily take from her body, a faint ripple appeared in Yao Moen's heart. How much Yi Hongyi cared about her depended on how much of her words he actually listened to. The next day, Yao Moen sat on the chaise longue with Fluffy in her arms and stroked her snow-white fur pensively. When she saw Lu Xing walk in, she handed Fluffy to Tingyu. How is it? Replying Yang, that palace maid probably can't be saved. She's talking nonsense right now. From what this servant can see, she probably won't make it past the night, reported Lu Xing in a low voice. It's good that she's dead. Living in such humiliation is probably worse than death. Yao Moen's eyes darkened slightly as she sighed. Nyang, who was it that was so vicious to injure the palace maid like that? Lu Xing couldn't hide the anger on his face when he recalled the bloodstains all over the palace maid's body. And Bingshan, Yao Moen bit out these 3 words. It's him. Relying on his Majesty's favor, he's truly lawless, said Lu Xing hatefully as he clenched his fists. Bin Gong also relied on His Majesty's favor to push Consort Chun into the water unscrupulously. Yao Moen glanced towards Lu Xing as she spoke each word firmly. Nyang nyang. Lu Xing seemed to sense Yao Moen's anger and immediately restrained his emotions to respectfully wait. Bin Gong wants to tell you that this is the truth. Whoever obtains His Majesty's favor can be lawless. Lu Xing, Bin Gong knows that you're loyal, but in the Imperial Palace, this is a great taboo. And Bingshan is His Majesty's favorite. Not to mention palace maids and eunuchs, even concubines and officials have to bow and bow respectfully when they see him. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have to endure in front of him. Understood? Yao Moen's expression was grave as she spoke cautiously. Lu Xing understands. Accompany Bin Gong for a stroll. Yao Moen put away her solemn expression and lazily got up to walk out of Guan Osprey Palace. Nyang nyang, where are we going? Asked Tingyu carefully. Even if I die, I have to die with value. Yao Moen muttered as she walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Tingyu and Lu Xing looked at each other. Although they didn't understand their master's words, they didn't dare to ask any more questions and followed him out. The Imperial Kitchen occupied the entire northwest corner of the Imperial Palace. As far as the eye could see, there were at least a dozen of them, and it was a majestic sight to behold. The ingredient hall before them was the largest of them all. Every day, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the palace maids would come here to order food. Then, the corresponding little eunuchs would send the ingredients on the menu to the different small kitchens. In the entire Imperial Palace, besides the Emperor, Imperial Guifei, and Pin, who had their own small kitchens, the nobles, talents, and beauties below the rank of Pin would have their meals arranged by the main kitchens. They didn't have the right to order food. At this time, Yao Moen was currently walking on the path from Pure Flowers Palace to the Imperial Kitchen. Nyang nyang, Kai Ying is here. When Lu Xing saw Kai Ying's figure, he hurriedly ran back to report. Tingyu, where do you think Big Sister hid that thing? Could it be that such an important thing was hidden in her residence? How about we go look for it? Yao Moen saw Kai Ying's figure out of the corner of her eyes and immediately raised her voice. Chapter 49. Lu Xing, did you see it clearly? Kai Ying really returned to Pure Flowers Palace? Yao Mo Wan's eyes flickered as she raised her brows. Replying Yang Yang, this servant saw it clearly. Lu Xing nodded fiercely. Lu Xing, lead and Bingshan to the shack. Do you know what to say? Yao Mo Wan's cherry lips lifted slightly as a light shot out of her eyes. Nyang Yang, don't worry, this servant understands. Lu Xing accepted the order confidently and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Xing had walked far away, Tingyu hugged Fluffy and moved to Yao Mo Wan's side. Nyang Yang is wise as expected, said Tingyu in admiration. How wise? Yao Mo Wan took Fluffy from Tingyu's hands and looked towards Tingyu with interest. If Bingshan saw Imperial Guifei in the shack, he would definitely think that Imperial Guifei had saved that palace maid. According to common sense, Imperial Guifei saved the person Bingshan wanted to kill, not to threaten him, but to slander him in front of His Majesty. No matter what Bingshan thinks, he and Imperial Guifei will definitely have a grudge. This servant finally understands what Nyang Yang said just now. Even if you die, you have to die with value. Since that palace maid couldn't be saved, Nyang Yang should let her die a worthy death. Tingyu analyzed carefully. Girl, you're getting smarter and smarter. Then do you know why Bin Gong wants to deal with Imperial Guifei? Asked Yao Mo Wan. It was her and Big Madam who killed Second Madam. Nyang Yang wants to take revenge for Second Madam, replied Tingyu firmly. Yao Mo Wan didn't say anything but nodded with a smile in her eyes. Other than mother, she also wanted to take revenge for herself, Zhonger, and her younger sister. She would let Yao Sulwan experience all the pain in the world before sending her to hell. Nyang Yang, then what should we do now? Tingyu looked towards Yao Mo Wan excitedly. Now? Go to the Imperial Kitchen and order lunch. Esteemed Prince hasn't eaten anything since morning. Yao Mo Wan smiled knowingly when she thought of that immortal-like handsome face. Tingyu received the order and happily headed towards the imperial kitchen. Pure Flowers Palace Yao Sulwan's jade fingers gripped the embroidered handkerchief. Her long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a sinister chill. That idiot really said that? Yao Sulwan looked towards Kai Ying suspiciously. This servant heard very clearly. She said that Empress Nyang left her something very valuable. When this servant returned, Yao Mo Wan had already left for Changle Palace. Kai Ying reported what she heard to Yao Sulwan. What could it be? Could it be Kai Ying accompany Bin Gong to Eternal Music Palace? Yao Sulwan's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately got up to leave Pure Flowers Palace. She secretly guessed that the treasure Yao Mo Wan was talking about was very likely related to her. Yao Mo Xian had quite a bit of information that could be used against her when she was alive. If that evidence fell into His Majesty's hands, whether or not she could keep the title of Imperial Gue Fei was a small matter. Whether or not she could keep her life was also unknown. Nyang Nyang, Changle Palace is a forbidden area. Without His Majesty's decree Kai Ying cautiously reminded. What's there to be afraid of? At that time, we'll just say that we want to look for that fool. Even if someone is guilty, that fool is the one who is guilty. Hurry up and go. Yao Sulwan urged and rushed toward Changle Palace. When she returned to Guan Osprey Palace, the moment Yao Mo Wan stepped through the palace doors, she saw Yi Junqing sitting there dressed in white. Moan thought that Prince had ascended to become an immortal. Yao Mo Wan was slightly startled. Then she walked in with Fluffy in her arms. Ben Wang wants to eat cat meat. Yi Junqing harumphed coldly as he glanced coldly at Fluffy in Yao Mo Wan's arms. Fluffy seemed to have intelligence and jumped out of Yao Mo Wan's arms to hide far away. Prince, there's no need to be anxious. Tingyu has already gone to deliver lunch. Also, why does Prince have to make life difficult for a cat? It's truly ungraceful. Yao Mo Wan ignored him and sat down in front of Yi Junqing. Ben Wang hates the house and its crow. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Mo Wan disdainfully. He was still brooding over Ben Lei's betrayal. So it was Mo Wan who implicated Fluffy. Yao Mo Wan didn't care about Yi Junqing's unfriendliness and wasn't angry at his inaction. Chapter 50. Don't be complacent. Ben Wang will be able to see through your true colors very soon. Yi Junqing's eyes were filled with confidence. All right, Moen is also looking forward to it. I just don't know how you'll react then. Yao Moen smiled lightly as she cursed inwardly. It was very rare for Yao Moen to see Yi Junqing eat so quickly. If he wasn't mindful of his appearance, his chopsticks would sweep through the food on the table in an instant. Then he would put down his chopsticks and leave with large strides. Yao Moen didn't even have time to eat before finishing the lunch. Nyang Nyang, this servant sees that Wang Yi is really hungry. Should this servant prepare some more for you? Tingyu looked at the mess on the table and walked over to Yao Moen's side. Being able to eat is a good thing. There's no need. Ben Gong doesn't feel hungry anymore after seeing him eat. In the future, keep an eye on Fluffy. Who knows? She might be stewed by him one day. Yao Moen got up in a good mood and walked into the inner room to rest. Outside Changle Palace, Yao Sulwan walked around a few times but couldn't find Yao Moen. Nyang Nyang. This servant searched the two side rooms but didn't see them. Kai Ying came out of the side room and quickly returned to Yao Sulwan's side to report. You're sure they came to the main hall? Yao Sulwan looked towards Kai Ying suspiciously. This servant only heard them say they were coming to Changle Palace to look for treasures. Perhaps they've returned? Guessed Kai Ying. Returned? To Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Sulwan frowned. Just as she stepped out of Changle Palace, she coincidentally bumped into Consort Chun, who was walking over. TSK. Ever since Consort Li became the Imperial Noble Consort, isn't she becoming a bit too arrogant and disregarding His Majesty's words more and more? If Ben Gong remembers correctly, Changle Palace is a forbidden area. Without His Majesty's decree, no one is allowed to enter. Huan Kaier walked over to Yao Sulwan with a slight tilt of her delicate chin in a provocative manner. Since Consort Chen knows that my master is the Imperial Noble Consort, then you should salute and kowtow to my master. Kai Ying stepped forward to remind her. Ben Gong kowtow to her? Even the Empress back then, Bin Gong never bowed to her in private. Your Yao family is really good. First, you have an empress, and then you have an imperial noble consort. Now, even a fool has become an imperial noble consort. However, there is a saying that when you stand high, you fall hard. You better keep a close eye on that idiotic younger sister of yours. In any case, she's still a Guifei. Don't crawl into a dog hole. Huan Kaier snorted coldly. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Yao Sulwan stopped her. You saw Consort Yao? Yao Sulwan's eyes turned slightly cold as she asked solemnly. Zishuang, do you think Bin Gong should tell the imperial noble consort that the fool is in the shack behind Changle Palace? Heh. Huan Kaier smiled and glanced at Yao Sulwan, then walked away with Zishuang's support. Looking at Huan Kaier's arrogant and despotic back, Yao Sulwan's expression froze. Your ladyship, this consort Chun has always looked down on you, and now she's even more arrogant. We should have drowned her back then. Kai Ying cursed fiercely. Don't worry about her. To the shack. Yao Sulwan didn't seem to hear Kai Ying's complaints and walked quickly towards the shack. Hiding important things in unexpected places seemed to be Yao Maxin's style. Huan Kaier, who had only walked a few steps, saw Yao Sulwan walk towards the shack and the corners of her lips hooked up in an extremely deep smile. Your ladyship, the person we just saw was clearly Unicorn. Why did you tell the imperial noble consort it was that idiot? Asked Zishuang, who was next to Huan Kaier in confusion. Chapter 51. Bin Gong would be afraid of her. Humph. Huan Kaier glared at the direction Yao Sulwan disappeared in before leaving. In front of the shack, Yao Sulwan vaguely heard movement inside and thought that Yao Mo Wan was definitely looking for something. She immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. The scene in front of her made her pale with fright. She saw that in Bing Shan's hands were gripping the palace maid's neck. That palace maid's hair was a mess, her eyes were bulging, and her body was covered in bloody marks. Blood flowed from the corner of her lips. She was in a terrible state and was probably already dead. An eunuch? Yao Sulwan never dreamed that she would see such a frightening scene. She had heard that Bingshan had a hobby of playing with palace maids, but she never thought that it would be so outrageous. What gave her a headache was that she actually saw this scene with her own eyes. Cough, cough. This old servant kowtows in salute to Imperial Gue Fei. Why would Imperial Gue Fei lower herself to enter this kind of place? And Bingshan was also stunned for a moment, but in the next second, he released the palace maid's neck as if nothing had happened and respectfully walked in front of Yao Sulwan to salute humbly. Bin Gong. Bin Gong came to look for Yao Fei. Did Eunuch see Yao Fei when you came? Yao Sulwan felt her head buzzing. As an Imperial Gue Fei, there was no need to fear a eunuch. However, this Bingshan was extremely trusted by His Majesty and was His Majesty's favorite. At that time, an imperial concubine had been dragged out by His Majesty to be beaten to death because she had insulted Bingshan. Yao Sulwan wasn't afraid of losing her life. In the end, she was the Prime Minister's daughter, so she didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Bingshan. It had to be known that it was better to offend a gentleman than to offend a villain, especially a villain among villains like Bingshan. Imperial Gue Fei is teasing this servant. How long has Yao Fei entered the palace? How could she find this kind of place? When this old servant came, I only saw a palace maid that was on the verge of death. This old servant was thinking of moving her to the Imperial Hospital to see if there were any doctors. Just as I reached out, Nyang Nyang, you came. And Bingshan said this seriously as a trace of coldness flashed through his heart. It seemed that the note was real. Yao Sulwan had really saved this palace maid and was preparing to confront him in front of His Majesty. Yao Sulwan, you want to fight with Zajia before you even have a firm footing? Zajia will remember this debt for you. Sooner or later, you will pay. Since Consort Yao isn't here, this consort will be leaving. Yao Sulwan really didn't want to stay in this room for even a moment longer, especially in front of a dead person and in Bingshan, who was even more disgusting than a dead person. Your Highness, you can't leave. You're the imperial noble consort right now, So you're the most powerful person in the inner palace. Now that this palace maid's death is unclear, I'll have to trouble your highness to investigate. Since your highness has taken over, this old servant will take his leave. After Bingshan cleared himself, he walked out of the room without looking back. Now that there was no evidence, he reckoned that Yao Sulwan wouldn't go looking for trouble. Seeing Bingshan leave, Kaiying immediately walked to the side of the palace maid, and after extending her hand, she shook her head towards Yao Sulwan. Damned Huan Kaier, how dare you be so treacherous? Looking at the dead palace maid, Yao Sulwan gnashed her teeth and roared. On the side, Kaiying hurriedly walked over. Nyang Nyang, how should we deal with this palace maid? Kaiying nervously looked towards her mistress. Chapter 52. This consort was just thinking about how this consort would explain if Yao Sulwan came to ask. It seems that Huan Kaier has helped this consort greatly. Give Fluffy to me. You guys must be tired, so there's no need for you to serve here. Go and rest. Yao Moen's lips curved slightly as she took Fluffy from Ting Yu's hands. Fluffy seemed to have intelligence. As soon as she entered Yao Moen's embrace, she rubbed against her affectionately. Right after Lu Xing and Ting Yu left, Yi Junqing walked in elegantly. Warner didn't know that Prince had the hobby of eavesdropping. In truth, if Prince wants to know anything, you can ask Moen directly. Moen will definitely tell you everything she knows without holding anything back. Yao Moen stroked the cat gently without looking at Yi Junqing. The door was wide open. It would be hard for this prince not to listen. Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen. He just wanted to know what Yao Moen didn't want to say. That was Moen's negligence. Yao Moen smiled silently and indicated for Yi Junqing to sit down and eat. Isn't it because of your negligence? This prince hasn't been standing outside for long. So how did you know? You know martial arts? Yi Junqing half admitted it out of curiosity. Moen's nose is very sensitive. I smelled it out. Yao Moen wasn't lying. She had known Yi Junqing for many years, so she naturally knew that the jade pendant on his waist was called the Bodhi jade. The jade was transparent and sparkled like amber. It also had a fragrance similar to sandalwood, but lighter. Over time, Yi Junqing's body would also be stained with this scent. Although it wasn't strong, it was enough for Yao Moen to notice. Only a ghost would believe that. Yao Moen smiled when she saw that Yi Junqing had no intention of eating at all. Since Prince has a friend here, why don't you invite him down to eat with you? That way, we won't neglect this friend. The moment Yao Moen said this, Yi Junqing jumped up as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. And you said you don't know martial arts. How did you know there was someone in the room? Yi Junqing gritted his teeth. He had been with this woman for so long, yet he hadn't noticed at all. Before Yao Moen could open her mouth, she felt a gust of wind and the palace doors closed with a bang. There was a person standing in front of her. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. That was a flawless face. Every time Yao Moen recalled it, she was still amazed. He had a flawless, handsome face like white jade. His facial features were like fragmented jade, and his skin was smooth and creamy, even more beautiful than a woman's. His long and narrow eyes were filled with a demonic charm, and as he looked around, he had the power to turn all living things upside down. Under his tall nose bridge, his thin lips arched into an arc as if he was holding a pearl in his mouth. The magnificent red robe he wore was as red as fire, and it served as a foil to the man's flirtatious charm. His jet-black long hair was like a waterfall, and the combination of red and black presented a bewitching effect. Even if all the women in the world fell into the abyss, they would still gladly endure it. Even Moen feels ashamed of her own inferiority in front of Gongzi's beauty. Yao Moen left her seat. Because she was carrying Fluffy, she only bowed slightly. I can't get enough of compliments. Why don't you say more? The man walked elegantly to the side of the table. His red robe fluttered even though there was no wind, making him seem even more ethereal like an immortal. However, the demonic charm he exuded when he frowned and smiled was more suitable to be described as devilish. Yin Nansheng, you idiot. She's calling you more of a woman than a woman. Can't you tell? Yi Junqing didn't hesitate to roll his eyes at the man. Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time she'd seen Yi Junqing so unconcerned about his image. Or perhaps, Yi Junqing had been enduring silently in front of Yao Maxin. Her heart suddenly ached, and it was like ink had been soaked in a pond, gradually melting away. Are you swearing at me? Nanxing feels like it's very useful. Yin Nanxing shrugged as he looked towards Yao Moen. Moen is a genuine compliment. Yao Moen nodded sincerely. A pair of idiots. Yi Junqing was extremely speechless. His mind cleared up, and he returned to the previous question. You still haven't said anything. How did you know he was on the roof? Don't say you guessed it or heard it. This prince doesn't believe it. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.